Browns going to have any interest in Sean McDermott. He was fired by the Buffalo Bills on Monday after 9 seasons. Browns will be busy when it comes to second interviews this week. Multiple reports say the Browns plan to talk tomorrow with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel and maybe Jacksonville offensive coordinator Grant Udinski. The Browns plan to talk with Chargers defense coordinator Jesse Minter at some point, and a second interview with Rams pass game coordinator Nate Scheelhaase. Well, that one's got to wait until next week as the Rams take on Seattle in the NFC Championship game. Tennessee Titans working on finalizing the deal to make 49ers defense coordinator Robert Saleh their new head coach. He'll take over a team that fired Brian Callahan halfway through just his second season, and a team that would end up finishing 3-14 despite some struggles. Titans still have high hopes for their number one pick quarterback Cam Ward. Simply an ugly day for the Cavaliers on Monday. They lose at home to the Thunder by 32 points. Despite the most recent beatdown, head coach Kenny Atkinson believes his guys will find a way to regroup and get better.
I do think these games happen in the NBA, right? You get blown out. I don't feel like we've had a lot of these. I feel like it's been pretty sporadic. There's one of these games, you almost have to flush it. Obviously, we'll look at it. We'll try to get better from it, but we gotta move on. We'll bounce back. We got a good group. Got to bounce back in Charlotte.
And like the coach said, the Cavs will be off tonight. Back in action tomorrow night in Charlotte as they take on the Hornets. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special tonight. Going to get the latest on the Browns. They continue their search for new head coach. 7 to 9 tonight, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
If John Harbaugh wasn't going to give us the time of day, if you wanted to be an offensive guy, I don't give a damn about play calling. I don't give a damn. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Cignetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
College football is a very different world all of a sudden, folks. And I don't think it could be any better for the game. Just phenomenal. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy's out today. Dan Mennigan doing quadruple duty today, as he always does. The hardest working man here at 92.3 The Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dan Mennigan.
I mean, if you do enough things mediocrely, it makes it look like you're just doing one job.
You're the king of the utility players.
That's really what it is. You know what? I am here to be the Michael Martinez of this station.
You know, my pal I used to work with years and years ago told our boss one day when he wanted her to come in and do something like run the assignment desk at our TV station in Texas, utility players don't make the Hall of Fame. Just remember that, Dan.
I mean, I wonder what will happen when Ben Zobrist is up for the Hall of Fame.
I
think
know.
It'll be an interesting discussion.
That's a fine question. The Indiana Hoosiers last night winning the national championship. It was a heck of a football game. I enjoyed it thoroughly. You know I'm not the biggest of college football fans, but I enjoy a good college football game. I like watching Ohio State. You know the whole deal. But, man, Indiana and what they accomplished all season, finishing it off last night, to me, changes the game. It changes college football. And this is in a sport where they've already changed so many things with the transfer portal going absolutely crazy and NIL. But the way that Indiana did a couple of things, Dan, turned it around in 2 years. Right? Kurt Cignetti's been there 2 years. That's it. 2 years. And the way they did it with 8 4- or 5-star recruits coming out of high school on their roster. And by bringing in older players in the transfer portal, now they used the portal like crazy.
Yes, they did.
But they brought in older players in the portal who showed they could play football. Not guys who, well, that guy flamed out at Alabama, we'll bring him in. Oh, that guy didn't work at UCLA, we'll bring him in. There's always some of that, but it wasn't like, well, he never reached his potential. Maybe we can get that. Instead, they went for the guys who Boy, that guy kicked butt at Kent State. Let's go get him. That guy was great with us at James Madison.
Exactly.
Let's go get let's just bring him in with us. And it should make many teams think differently, or at least open their minds to a different way of building a Division I college football team.
Props to Cignetti. Props to Fernando Mendoza. Credit to everybody who was involved with that, athletic directors, everything else. 100-1 is where Indiana sat at the beginning of the season to win the national championship. 100-1.
Wow.
Unbelievable that they are able to pull this off. One of the biggest upsets we have seen in a very long time.
And not upset in a game, but upset in the fact that they ended up winning the national championship.
That they ended up winning the national championship this year. Yeah. It was amazing what they were able to accomplish. And what
and
it
doing
shows,
doing it a little differently than standard operating procedure in Division I college football. That to me is the game changer.
Well, what this proves to me is what I always thought was going to happen when you opened up the transfer portal and name, image, and likeness, which was the idea that the talent was going to spread out. A lot of people thought it was just going to be the blue bloods just buying up everybody. The problem that everybody forgot in that ordeal is that these kids want to play football, and they are willing to take less money if it means that they get to play Division I football.
And with a little chip on their shoulder.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And so what we have seen throughout this entire thing so far is the talent just spreading out and going to all of these different places, and the money coming from a lot of different areas. And I think this is going to continue because these guys want to play football. Yes, do they want to be compensated? Of course. Why wouldn't they want to be compensated? But they want to play. And so these years of having these high-profile coaches sit down in their living room and sell you a bill of goods only for you to show up somewhere and then sit on the bench and ride the bench and not get the opportunities that you were promised in your living room in front of mom and dad are now out the window. There's a level of accountability there because now these talented players can go, to hell with this. I'm not sitting behind this guy. I'm hopping in the portal. I want to go play. You saw Fernando Mendoza do a similar thing, except he was going to play at Cal, but he wanted to get a better opportunity. So he hopped in the portal and went to Indiana, of all places. Sorry, go, buddy.
You just said something I think that is vital for all college athletes. And I get it. Most college athletes try to go to the biggest, most prestigious conference, biggest, most prestigious schools that they can possibly go to for the team with the best reputation. I mean, who doesn't want to go to Ohio State? Who doesn't want to go to Alabama? Well, how many of those guys end up transferring after a year? Because, wait a minute, I sat here and now they just brought in, fill in the blank. Alberto Mendoza, Fernando Mendoza's brother, is entering the transfer portal. That just came out and that backs up what you're talking about. He wants to play college football. Indiana just brought in Josh Hoover from TCU in the transfer portal for next year. Well, Mendoza wants to play. The key word is play college sports.
Yes.
It's not sit college sports. And if you want to go play, go play. That's the idea.
And what Indiana has done in this whole thing is exactly what you laid out. They identified talent from Division II. They identified talent that was
smaller D1 programs.
And they brought the guys in and they developed them. It was a lot of guys, and I know Andy's not here to do his rant on 3-stars and 2-stars and all of that kind of stuff, but that it's just people in their basements and all of that, and I understand all those things.
But that's legitimately the way that the college recruiting is based.
It is.
Yeah.
But in this example, it pays off because this is one of those where they didn't go out and grab a boatload of the highest end talented guys. They brought in those guys who were 2s and 3s, and they helped to develop them along the way, and it also helped that they were a veteran-laden team. Doug Lesmerises yesterday told us that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a brilliant thought that Doug had.
And as Doug mentioned, I asked him about it. Said this feels like much more like an NFL team, than a college football team, because you've got several high-end guys, but then a lot of guys who can play, and they're filling roles and they're doing specific jobs. And as Doug said, they're older than the other guys. You got grown men. 22, 23 years old, going up against 19-year-olds in some cases. And the older guys with a little bit to prove end up winning a national championship. It was a phenomenal game to watch, but the story is incredible.
The story's awesome. The story's what you want. This is what we signed up for in college athletics, is that every single time you flip on the TV, it's what makes Saturdays so cool, is that every single time you sit down for Big Noon Kick and every single time you flip on the TV, you have no idea what's going to happen. No matter if it's David versus Goliath, Appalachian State versus Michigan, whichever upset you want to pick. I'm not trying to pick on Michigan or anything like that. It's just the first one that popped into my head, so please don't get grumpy.
Very nice of you.
But, anything can happen at any time, and especially at the college level where chaos is at its finest. And
Except that didn't used to be the case.
Yeah.
And that's now the game. It's on the way to being that, possibly.
Absolutely.
Possibly. Let's not get carried away. Indiana's the offshoot here, okay? But you can be sure other teams are going to try and emulate what Indiana has done. I mean, Cignetti has coached 4 years at the highest level of Division I. That's it. When he went to James Madison, they were, in the Colonial? And then for his first 3 years? And then they bumped up to the Sun Belt Conference. So he had 2 years at James Madison and 2 years at Indiana, and he wins a national championship. Now, this is a guy who was an assistant at Alabama and decided he needed to be a head coach, and he went back to where his dad was the coach at some point, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and became the head coach there. Last night he said, it makes those days at Thanksgiving waxing the coaching table all worth it. He said, did I think it was possible then? No, probably not. But look what he did. And it screams great story and different way of doing things on so many levels. This is a guy who never got his chance. Well, he had to create his own chance, take a major pay cut, leaving Alabama, where he was an assistant coach and recruiting coordinator under Nick Saban, to go to Indiana University of Pennsylvania. D2.
Yeah.
I'll go be a D2 coach. Then he went to Elon. Then he ends up at James Madison. And in 2 years, takes Indiana to a national championship. Indiana, which was never anybody's football power.
Oh, gosh, no. Basketball powerhouse with a giant alumni base that I think everybody is realizing now how many people went to Indiana University. Just boatloads.
Including our Katie Pollock.
Including the great Katie Pollock. There are a lot of people who are so excited. I mean, this is so cool. To me, this is what we wanted. We wanted a level playing field. And we have gotten a level playing field. As much as everybody wants to yell and scream about, I hate the portal. I hate how these guys are moving all over the place. I hate how I can hardly keep track. Yeah, does it need to be tinkered? Does it need to be played with? Yes, absolutely. But man, is this not what you signed up for? Unless you are a giant SEC honk or a giant Big Ten honk of one of these schools that wants nothing more than to have their school win every single year and everybody else can go to hell. If you're one of those, then you hate every last bit of this. But if
that's really true.
But if you're someone who's like, I want every single year to have everybody rolling a similar set of die, this is awesome.
It opens the door for major change. I'm not going to sit here and say everything is different now and anybody can compete. No, because Dano, I think that downplays Indiana's accomplishment. But what it really does is show what an incredible job this group of coaches, this group of players, this school administration did. They identified a guy as coach. The coach sold them on their philosophy. The coach never sold the opportunity short. From the day he was hired, his thought was, why are we putting any limitations on any of this? Let's go. And I think it opens the minds of everyone in college football who's not necessarily Oregon, Ohio State, Alabama, Penn State, Florida, the biggies.
Yeah.
And
if you're a Michigan State alumni, you're licking your chops.
you're going nuts.
If you're a Cal alumni, you're licking your chops.
If you're at Oklahoma State,
Yeah.
every good football program that you never think is a national championship contender, well, Indiana just showed you.
The door is open.
Why not? Why not?
Awesome.
And here's at least one blueprint on how you can do it. Are we onto something here? Better yet, is Indiana onto something, folks? Because honestly, I think this changes the way a college football team can be built. I'm anxious to see who tries to follow suit, and it's NIL and it's transfer portal used differently than many of the other big-time blue blood programs use it. Mary Kay Cabot's going to be with us to talk Browns, coaching search, and other things at 11 o'clock. Mike Sando from The Athletic, in his Pick Six column, said something stunning about the Browns that you won't believe, coming up at 12:20. And we're going to talk a little bit about second interviews with the Browns head coaching job. But Indiana gets it done last night, folks. Even if you're an Ohio State fan, you had to like this, didn't you? It's Baskin and Phelps. Mennigan in for Baskin.
Is your home cold and drafty? Stop freezing and start saving.
Who else enjoyed last night like crazy? And I'll admit I was pulling for Indiana, but I was more pulling for a good football game. And that's what we had. Miami's tough, man. That's a tough Miami Hurricane team that a lot of folks thought maybe shouldn't even be in the playoff.
Isn't that funny, too?
Yeah.
That's so funny to think about on top of it, that, oh, yeah, well, that should have been Notre Dame's spot.
Yeah.
You're like, oof, maybe not.
Well, Miami looked good.
They did.
I mean, they almost pulled that thing off last night. That was very well done by them. And Dan and I were talking before the show. You know, I'm Mr. Take the Points. And when they went for it, when Indiana went for it on the 4th down and Mendoza on the quarterback keeper, and he scored the touchdown on a 4th down and 4 when they could have taken the points. I think game script, calls for certain things. In that situation, I understood them going for it. And then later, Dan, they kicked the field goal to put them up 6, but giving Indiana the ball back with plenty of time. And they were so close to wrapping up the game because they had the 2nd down and 1. And I forget exactly the time. It was somewhere under 2 minutes. 2nd down and 1. And their offensive lineman got called for twitching, and they cost them 5 yards. So instead of 2nd and 1.
Oh, that was such a backbreaker.
Exactly. And being able to basically get the 1st down and run out the clock, they end up with 2nd down and 6. And then they didn't get it, and they took the field goal there instead of going for it on 4th down to go up by 6, which, okay, you prevented overtime there, but you set yourself up to possibly lose the football game. And there was the final pass of the game that was intercepted.
Mm-hmm.
If Carson Beck had just gunned that thing a little bit more, I thought his wide receiver had a couple of steps. Instead, he underthrew the pass, and there's the ball game.
Yeah. Would you be interested in Carson Beck as a pro QB?
As a backup quarterback?
Sure.
I would put Carson Beck in the same category as Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
And that's not an insult. It's this. Boy, you had a really good college career. We'll bring you in. We'll take a look. Maybe we can develop you into a starting quarterback, which I think is still the case with Shedeur and Dillon Gabriel, and maybe could be the case with Carson Beck. But he might have the ceiling of really good, big-time college quarterback who just doesn't quite have the skill set to make it in the pros. He that could be completely off base, too. He could get in and develop and become really good.
His intangibles are through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean, his ability to read, his ability to do all of the things that you want a quarterback to do are really good.
Exactly. Which again, I think, you think about the same thing with Shedeur.
Yeah.
And with Dillon Gabriel and Colt McCoy back in the day. I mean, he might be in that category of guys. Really good college quarterback and can last in the pros for 10 years.
Yeah. One of those guys who you could hand the ball to in a backup situation and have start for 4 games and not feel
like you're
totally hopeless.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I was just impressed by Indiana all season long. They did a great job. And I think in certain cases, it might change the way that college football teams do their business. Number to join us, 216-474-0092. Jim is in Strongsville to get us going. Good morning, Jim.
Guys, it was a great game, and I think it is a great story. I think you guys you're a little bit missing the point here. And one point I'll make, and actually Carson Beck's the perfect example of the play start. Honestly, and it's just me, I have no interest in seeing 60-year players playing. And I thought the same thing when the kid was at Georgia playing in his 6th year. To me, a 6th-year player playing in college football is not college football. So if you're looking at what the biggest change is, yes, NIL changed, and yes, Indiana's paying money. But what they really took advantage of was the relaxation of the eligibility rules. The JUCO players getting a 5th year. When you look up and down their starting lineup, it was all 5th and, for the most part, it was all 5th and 6th year players. Look,
and Jim, they're going to be tightening that up a little bit. Obviously,
and they should, guys.
I agree completely.
Yeah, no one wants to watch 27-year-olds running around, Jim. You're 100% right.
No, and here's the other thing that they really got to fix this is, I don't know if you guys have seen the numbers on the transfer portal. You realize that like 30 to 40% of the kids that enter the transfer portal don't find a new home?
Yes. Yeah.
So for an organization that supposedly cares about the kids, that's just terrible. I mean, they have to do something to fix that. I get it that it's good, and like honestly, like they've been talking for a while about like making the 5th year eligibility like a standard thing in the NCAA. That is the worst idea of all time. I mean, listen, I love the Indiana team. When I look up and down that roster, I love that team, but if I'm an NFL team, I mean, okay, yeah, these are guys that bumped around to JMU or JUCO colleges and transferred. And when you start translating talent, you're like, well, I don't know. Absolutely, they took advantage of what the situation is out there. I'm just saying that, like, when I look at that, this isn't like Texas A&M or Texas Tech that are throwing money all over the place. You know, I mean, just ridiculous amounts of NIL money. I mean, he was going out there, and I'm surprised more NCAA basketball teams didn't take this route, because to me it seems like the perfect route to, you know, build a team made to win in the tournament. You know, we've always said it, like back when Wichita was playing and getting to the Final Four, it was like, well, they've got a roster full of veterans, and I'm just surprised they haven't taken that route. But that's what they did, and good for them for doing that. I just, like I said, guys, I'm 6 years really.
But that's going away, Jim. You know,
that's 5 years though. I mean, I get it, man. You want to live your dream out, and you want to whatever. There's plenty of high school kids that want to play college football. You don't need to be taking spots away from them, and we don't need kids just falling into this portal and, you know, going over a cliff to the abyss and not finding a new home.
Jim, I agree. Thank you much. Appreciate it. Keep taking care of that cold. The thing about the transfer portal and what Jim said is this, Dan, and you can't blame a kid for this. Every kid who's playing college football, at least somewhere in the back of their mind, is thinking, I can get to the pros.
Yep.
And that's okay.
Just give me a shot.
That's okay. And they think their best shot is, okay, I'm going to move. I'm going to go here. I'm going to try and do this. I'm going to try and do that. And they learn maybe quickly that that's not the case. I've had guys who played the game, and I've read people say this. Eventually, everybody is told to go home. I was told to go home after high school. Mm-hmm. You were told to go home after high school.
Oh, hell, I was told to go home after grade school.
Other kids get into college and play. Well, you might not get invited to the next step. Go home. Some guys get told to go home when they're 40. You know, I mean, but everybody eventually is told to go home. Until they tell these kids to go home, they're going to keep trying things. But, Jim, with some cases, they get into that portal and they tell them to go home. Hey, you should have stayed where you were because we're not interested in you. And the team that you left from the portal isn't taking you back.
I am going to try really hard not to hop on my soapbox for a minute. This is the cause and effect that comes with this. There should be some form of penalty that comes with hopping into the portal. What do you mean penalty? Well, if we're going to...
A kid's allowed to transfer.
Correct. And they should be allowed to transfer. 100% yes.
Used to be a penalty. You had to sit out a year.
Right. But if you get in there and your services are not asked of for what you're exactly saying, you shouldn't be able to just kind of throw your hands up and say, oopsie doopsie. You know, it should...
Well, you can't.
Right.
The school doesn't always take you back.
Exactly. And so there needs to be some kind of benefit, like cost benefit that comes for this, because that's how the real world works. You know, you can look for a new job at any given point, but if you quit your job to look for a new job and then don't get a job, you shouldn't be able to walk back and go, oops, can I come back now?
Yeah, I get a redo.
Exactly. Because frankly, that's how the real world works. So,
but that's not always the case, Dan. You know, many kids who enter the portal, the old school won't take them back. The minute you enter the portal, you're done.
Absolutely, because they look at it as you abandoned, though I think it's dumb that, you know, again, your head coach can leave at any given point. And it's fine.
I agree with you on that. The one thing about that, though, teams have to move on. If the player is going to move on, well, you know, like if my quarterback's leaving, well, I better go find another quarterback. And you go find another quarterback, and then your other one wants to come back, well, whatever. Jim's point about the older players at Indiana, great. They use the system that's in place right now. We'll see what they can do moving forward. But I think clearly the idea, the concept of older guys, and older guys could be juniors or seniors, you know, who went to Eastern Michigan for 2 years and kicked butt. You know, we've seen it. You know, wide receivers from Akron, from Kent State, moving on to bigger programs, and then you know who knows what happens from there. We have one guy playing for the Rams and one guy playing for the Ravens who did just that, and you can't tell a kid not to chase his dreams. I just think that this can be just a game changer for the way a Division I team approaches building a football team. Frank is in Gates Mills. Hello, Frank.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We are all right today.
I'm on the other side of the coin with just about everything you guys are talking about. Starting with your premise that student athletes transfer because they want to play. People are transferring because they're going to get paid more money than they would be if they stay where they are. I mean, I think that's the case that's happening at Ohio State with a lot of their guys that are leaving. They're probably getting paid, and very likely getting paid a lot more money to go play elsewhere or to be on another team than they would be if they stayed at Ohio State, or they're not good enough to play. And in those reasons, they're looking for alternatives. So that's
if they're going to a smaller program, though, Frank, they may not be getting the cash that they were getting to go to Ohio State in the first place.
Well, I'm thinking specifically about the guy who transferred to Notre Dame, their wide receiver. Is it Quincy Porter?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I believe, or is it Rod? One of their wide receivers is going to Notre Dame. I'm guessing that's because it's for more money, and it's not
which again is the
playing
system
time.
That's now in place. They're allowed to do that.
I know, but I agree. I'm just making the point that it's not about kids wanting to play. So that's point number one.
I think it very much still is.
It's a huge
I mean,
part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
We'll
think
agree
that
to
is a big
disagree.
part of it for a lot of these different guys that are out there is basically getting stuck behind seniors and super seniors and wanting to go play somewhere. I mean, Ty Simpson's the perfect example of that.
Yeah, but it's also if you're the fourth best wide receiver at Ohio State, you're not going to get paid as if you were the number one receiver at Notre Dame.
Right, but if I'm getting the opportunity to go out and be the first best wide receiver at Notre Dame or be the first best wide receiver at Auburn or something like that, then I have an opportunity to get paid that way if I A, hop back in, or B, the Auburn collective decides to pony up to keep me there.
Yeah, but again, so let's say you get $1 million to go to Auburn to play wide receiver, and if you don't perform, you still have $1 million. If you don't do that, if you don't transfer and you stay at Ohio State, you're going to get paid, a percentage, maybe 10% of that. So it's the money. That's point number one. The second thing I wanted to say is Indiana, they won because they got really, really lucky with the quarterback that transferred. I mean, it's the same sort of situation that happened with LSU when Burrow transferred. They didn't know exactly what they were getting when they got Burrow, and he was unbelievable. And he took them to the national championship, and that's why they won the national championship. Same is true with Indiana. How does Indiana perform if Carson Beck was their quarterback for this entire year? You think they're still 16-0?
Well, of course,
possibly.
Quarterback's always going to have a part of it, but it's not like Fernando Mendoza came out of nowhere. I mean, he was really good at Cal.
I know, but the point is that I don't think it's all – in other words, we'll see how it goes next year with Indiana, right? I'm not sure it was all about they made these unbelievable decisions on all these older guys that transferred in. They did that. That was great. But the most important thing they did is they brought in a quarterback that no one thought was going to be great. He's going to be the number one pick in the draft. There's no doubt about it, right? And that's why Indiana won.
And Frank, that's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of it. Yes, they brought in Fernando Mendoza, who initially had no offers in Division I. He had an offer to Yale, and then Cal offered him. And then he goes to Indiana, and the sales pitch was, we'll develop you into the quarterback you can be. He bought it, he went, and they did. But that's part of it. They brought in veteran guys who had played other places. They saw things they liked, and they coached them up, which I think is great. That's the idea, isn't it, folks? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Mennigan in for Andy.
92.3 The Fan.
players, guys who had been overlooked maybe a little bit, guys who produced at a lower level. Spend some of that NIL money, give them an opportunity, put that chip on their shoulder. Well, it's actually already there. Give them a chance to maybe knock it off. And what do you get? Well, in the case of Curt Cignetti and the Indiana Hoosiers, you get a national championship and an undefeated team. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Dan is in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. The number to join us is 216-474-0092. Everybody in college football is not going to suddenly go, we're going to do it this way. But I do think it opens the door for a little different thinking in an area of sports that had the same type of thinking for a very long time, Dan.
I think there has been a level of evolution in college athletics on the football side and the basketball side that we are going to see play out more and more, and Indiana is the start of it, which is there are a lot of people who believe that college athletics are nothing more than the minor league to professional sports. The people who disagree with that statement, it's turning out to be some of the coaches who are looking at it and going, my job is to win national titles. My job is not to develop these players. My job is not to get them draft ready.
Which is true, by the way.
Yeah.
Their job isn't to get, talent ready for the NFL.
Mm-hmm. And I think there are a lot of people out there who are not the giant college football fans who are, tailgating in the parking lots and all that kind of stuff and have season tickets and are going, down to A&M and seeing all these different stadiums and all that kind of stuff, who are about to see a real difference in college athletics than what we've been used to, which is the best team that is winning all of this is also the team that is spitting out the most pro-ready talent. And Indiana's the perfect example. I mean, they'll have some guys drafted off of that team. Sure. Why wouldn't they? But I think there is a big chunk of them that will be closer to 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders than they will be to the Alabama, Ohio State, LSU teams that we've all come to know and love.
And just because you're a hot young prospect and will eventually be a great NFL player doesn't mean that you're going to be on a Division I college football team that can win the national championship.
And I'm not saying, by the way, gone are the days of, the loaded Ohio State team, because that's far from the truth as well. It's just more what this does is put into perspective that there's two different ways that you can get the job done.
Or at least a different way of thinking that might be able to get the job done.
Yes. Instead, I'm not saying,
well, you want to
down goes LSU. That's not the case at all.
You want the basketball example? Think about Butler getting to the national championship game 2 years in a row. Another Indiana school, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that means anything. Todd's in Ward 1. Hey, Todd.
How are you, Todd?
Jeff, Dan, did anybody other than me notice the exceptional blocking that the Miami Hurricanes were giving to their quarterback? Did you think Barry was watching this game?
Exceptional blocking.
That right tackle from Miami is really good. If he's there with that Jacksonville pick, Todd, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough.
I think they only got him one time, and I didn't see a whole lot of behind the line of scrimmage tackling by the Indiana defense, and that's saying a lot because that Rubin kid is tough for Indiana. That's part of the conversation today for me. I hope it's a little bit more the part of the conversation for y'all after I get off this phone call. The Browns need an offensive line, and no, not 24, 6. Number 6. Just go get them and be done with it. It ain't got to be a pretty pick. It just needs to be an efficient, productive pick.
About 6 and 24.
Oh, both offensive linemen. I'm with that, man.
I can't argue with you, Todd.
I need a wide out.
I'm with that.
Boy wide out.
Yeah, I know.
And if they trade back
two of the top 3 picks need to be offensive linemen.
No doubt. And if they trade back from 6, they better not go back any further than 8. I fear that kid wants to go out to California from Miami, but, man, that whole line was doing their thing, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Todd. Thanks. And see, you saw big-time talent on Miami squad. They were terrific.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's just
Malachi Toney is fun. He's going to be fun for a while down there.
I just thought the whole thing was a really enjoyable game to watch, and good for both of them. Congratulations to Indiana, who now you assume will be losing Fernando Mendoza. I mean, he's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
He does have more eligibility, but his brother is now entering the transfer portal. It's the big assumption he's coming out. And I've read a couple of things. It could be like the draft where Kenny Pickett came out, with all these guys going back for 2027, that there's really nobody in this class other than one guy. And he'll be the number one pick. And then, what happens to Ty Simpson, whatever, who knows. One thing I think is really kind of fascinating, Dan, Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza, because we were watching the quarterbacks because the Browns had the extra pick from Jacksonville and you had no idea what Jacksonville was going to do and blah, blah, blah. And we figured they're going to be up at the top and taking a quarterback. And we started that deal watching all the quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Those two weren't even on the lists of like NFL draft buzz in the top 10 of the quarterbacks at the beginning of the season. And now they are going to be the top two quarterbacks off the board.
It also tells you how important development is. I watching Fernando Mendoza at the end of the season compared to the guy that you watched at Cal or even the beginning of the season at Indiana showed you a guy who I think if I was the Raiders, I would be licking my chops to take, because it tells me that guy wants to get better, and he shows that he can put the work in and he can get better. Because if you put on week 1 of Indiana, it does not look like the championship game. It does not look like the game before the championship game where they completely dismantle Oregon. Like, it's really, really important to see that. That might be the most impressive Fernando Mendoza thing to me. Every time I watch that guy, he looked like he got better.
He looks like a pro quarterback. That he definitely does. I wonder, Raiders have the number 1 pick. They clearly need a quarterback. They have Tom Brady sitting there.
He was on the sidelines.
They have Ashton Genty at running back. They have Brock Bowers at tight end. They have some skill position there. I wonder if Mendoza thinks, yep, I'm a Las Vegas Raider. I'm okay with Mark Davis, which, some people seem to be, some people don't seem to be. Whatever. It's a different deal than Al Davis. But I wonder if he likes that concept or if he tries to manipulate the draft, as we've seen with other quarterbacks in the past. Eli Manning comes to mind, and tries to orchestrate his move to somewhere else, like maybe the Jets.
Oof.
I know. I don't know why you would orchestrate your move to the Jets unless you wanted to play in New York. But I personally think Vegas would be a great spot for him. If Tom Brady is as involved as we all think Tom Brady is involved, and you're Fernando Mendoza, and you have a guy from the Big Ten on speed dial, who's arguably the best quarterback ever, who was underappreciated coming out of college. And, we all know how Tom made his career. That might be the perfect spot for him. Might be perfect.
If Tom Brady is going to sit him down and look him dead in the face and say, that guy over there with the bad haircut, don't worry about him. I got him. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. If Tom Brady can look him dead in the face and go, don't worry about him. I'll take care of that. Don't worry.
I'm your quarterback guru.
I will be the buffer between the two of you so that you can keep the craziness to a minimum, because he will listen to every word that I have to say. Because at any point, if he has any questions, I can drop a sack full of Super Bowl rings down on a table. And that pretty much will get my point across.
And if I'm the Raiders and I'm looking for a head coach, which they are, and I know I have the number 1 pick, I am looking at one of the young, offensive-minded guys who are out there, Clint Kubiak. He in particular comes to mind for me here.
We'll see. Seattle keeps winning.
Yeah, I know.
And these jobs keep getting filled. I wonder if desperation kicks in at any point for any of these teams.
And they suddenly freak out and think we better hire somebody now?
Mm-hmm. An sugar type of situation where they're looking around going, okay, so Halfley just got hired by the Dolphins. Solid just got hired by the Titans.
But if you're looking for an offensive coach, you say, okay, good. However, they're both going to have to hire offensive coordinators.
They're going to have to hire OCs. But the thing on top of it is, this is back to the whole Browns thing too, is it's just that pool of offensive-minded head coaches, unless you're going to go take a gamble on a guy who really impresses you, but you might have to give a year or two buffer to learn on a job. And I don't know if the Raiders are dying to do that.
Well,
but I don't think the answer is out there either.
Wouldn't you think Mendoza is a day one starter in the NFL? I would think that.
Yes.
I would think if he gets drafted by the Raiders, he's a day one starter.
Yeah, he's 1-1. But God, I'd prefer if he sat. But I think that of every quarterback, though.
You've always thought that.
I've thought that of every quarterback.
That's because you keep looking at Aaron Rodgers sitting for 3 years and Jordan Love sitting for 3 years.
And Patrick Mahomes.
And knowing it worked. And Patrick sitting for all but one game of his rookie year, the last game.
Yeah, I mean, even Lamar Jackson sat for a couple of games.
Yeah.
And I'd always wondered if you asked him, and maybe the answer's out there somewhere, and I just don't.
Did it help you?
Did it help you?
Yeah.
It's the ultimate question in all of these things. You know, Andrew Luck was awesome from Jump Street. Well, I think that's the exception to the rule. You know, you could say the same thing about Jaden Daniels. C.J. Stroud was awesome, and now it's kind of seems to have plateaued and is now finding its way south.
Caleb Williams seems to be elevating.
He seems to be going in the right direction. But again, that's that young offensive play caller who helped them along the way, and it looked a heck of a lot better at the end of the season than it did at the beginning of the season.
Well, no, that's true. Mary Kay Cabot covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer at Cleveland.com. She's going to join us momentarily here. The way things stand right now with the Browns coaching search, 6 guys getting second interviews for this gig. Jim Schwartz had his yesterday. Todd Monken getting his second interview today. Todd, of course, former offensive coordinator in Baltimore under John Harbaugh. There's been talk about Monken going to the Giants with Harbaugh. That hasn't happened yet, probably because he is a candidate, we hear, the assumption, for the Browns head coaching job. Not just, hey, come on in, we'd like to talk to you. Would you be interested in being the OC? Maybe that's part of it. Who knows? But Monken, second interview today.
Can I give you a dark thought?
Yep.
Is there a part of you that wonders if Todd Monken is there right now to find out how much the Browns would possibly hand him so that he could turn around to the Giants and go pay me this much?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes and yes. Yeah.
Does that concern you?
No.
Okay.
It's the way the game's played.
It is the way the game is played. You're right. And I don't know if I want Todd Monken, HC. I like him as an offensive coordinator. I just don't know if that guy's enough head coach.
He's been a head coach in college at Southern Miss, and that's been it. Mary Kay Cabot joining us next. We'll get her thoughts on Monken, her thoughts on Schwartz, her thoughts on the Wonder Boys who are interviewing, because it's a group, boy, and it seems to be all over the place. It's Baskin and Phelps. Dan's in for Andy.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I'm a little skeptical of the Miami Dolphins hire of Jeff Hafley as their next head coach.
tonight. Back in action tomorrow night on the road in Charlotte when they take on the Hornets. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan offseason special tonight. Could get the latest on the Browns that continue their search for new head coach. 7 to 9 tonight right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Interview number 2 for Jim Schwartz yesterday. Interview number 2 for Todd Monken today. At least that's the word. And still to come, Grant Udinski, Jesse Minter, Mike McDaniel, and Nathan Scheelhaus, as the Browns are looking for a head coach along with several other teams. I believe it's 6 in the NFL right now. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan's in for Andy today. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. She is Miss Mary Kay Cabot. Hello, Mary Kay.
How are you, Mary Kay?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We are well. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let me ask you this one first. We'll get right to Sean McDermott. Buffalo gets rid of him yesterday. If you're the Browns, are you talking to him?
If I'm the Browns, I'm kicking the tires. I don't know if I will actually go through an interview with him, but I would pick up the phone and I would call and I would inquire, because that is what you do in a situation like this. That's what they have done with the other coaches, like Mike McDaniel, who they ended up interviewing, and with John Harbaugh, who they did a 45-minute preliminary phone call with. So, yes, I think that they will at least inquire. I don't know how far it will go. But they won't leave any stone unturned right now.
How legitimate do you believe the Jim Schwartz interview is for this job?
I think it's legitimate. They've always stated how much they really love Jim Schwartz and that they want him around. And so I definitely think it's legit. I think he's in the mix, just like the rest of these guys are that are getting second interviews. So I don't think you can count anyone out. And I don't think you can necessarily say that right now at this moment that there's a leader in the clubhouse.
Does the input of any player on this roster have anything to say with the head coaching hire?
Well, the defenders have all come out and supported Jim Schwartz. We know that. They love Jim Schwartz, and they want him at least as defensive coordinator, but they would also love him as head coach. I don't think that is going to sway the Browns one way or the other, at least not that much. It might factor in, but it's not going to be the deciding factor. They have to do what they need to do for the long-term good of this football team, and you can't really necessarily be letting the players dictate what that would be.
Okay, Dan and I have said all along, ideally, we would love to see the Browns identify and find and hire their version of Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, Sean McVay. And especially McVay with some of the young guys they're talking to. Are you confident that their committee can find a guy like that, or do you think it's a safer situation if they hire an experienced coach who has been there, done that, and in this case, obviously the guy, it has to be Jim Schwartz or Mike McDaniel, even though Mike's still a pretty young guy?
Well, I think that you can take a leap of faith on one of these younger guys. You're looking for traits. You're looking for characteristics like leadership. Those are the kinds that things that you're looking for. The ability to assemble a staff. I do think that you can go out and find one of those guys. It might not be easy. There is that graphic that's going around where in 2022 there were 9 vacancies and only 2 remain in their current jobs. So it's certainly not easy, but I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a shot, taking a chance on one of these young rising stars in the game and see if you can't find your own Mike Tomlin.
That doesn't set you back too much if you miss?
Well, it might, but, that can happen even with an experienced veteran.
Sure can,
too,
yep.
Right? Because, with Jim Schwartz, we all know what Jim Schwartz is capable of in terms of being the defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns. What we don't know about him either is what he would be like as a head coach in his second go-around. We don't really know that. So it's an inexact science. Sometimes you have to go with a gut feeling. And I remember back in 2016, it was Paul DePodesta, Sashi Brown, and Andrew Berry that really liked Sean McDermott. And so they would have been on to something with him. And unfortunately, they didn't get that opportunity at that time. to do that because I believe the Haslams really liked Hugh Jackson. And so they didn't get to hire Sean McDermott, but they were on the right track in terms of just a young, up-and-coming coach who's also a great leader of men.
Mary Kay, a lot of the talk, and you mentioned it, they really like Jim Schwartz and everything else. If you're Jim and you've gone through 2 interviews and you've been here and you don't get the gig, would you stick around and be the defensive coordinator for one of these young guys?
It depends on the situation, and it depends on what your other opportunities are. It depends on the money. It depends on a lot of things. I don't think Jim has too much pride to stick around here as a very well-paid defensive coordinator of a defense like that. I don't think he has too much pride for that at all. And sometimes, if it works out the way that you hope it will, you might get another opportunity next year in that head coaching cycle. So I don't think that would be a deal breaker, but I don't know how Jim felt walking out of that building yesterday. I really don't know. Trying to find out what I can. The information, of course, is very hard to come by. Everyone's playing it very close to the vest. But I don't think that you can rule out him coming back as the defensive coordinator, even under one of the young guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, and the Plain Dealer joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. How much input do you believe Jimmy Haslam has in this hire?
Oh, he's got input in this hire for sure. He's part of the search committee. I mean, Andrew Berry is leading the charge and driving the bus, but Jimmy's involved. He's going to be paying this coach multi-millions of dollars a year. So, yes, he's got a say in the matter. So does JW. So does D, I'm sure. So these guys are all involved, and they probably should be.
Mary Kay, I was kicking this around with Dan before the show. Tell me if this means anything. The rest of the NFL has shown the Browns already what's wrong with their team and why it hasn't been successful based on this. Kevin Stefanski immediately becomes one of the top candidates and gets hired second in this hiring cycle. And everybody dwelled on the first 4 years and not the last 2 where, they won 8 games and didn't have a great offensive roster anyway. And then yesterday, Chad O'Shea gets hired by the Kansas City Chiefs, the Browns wide receiver coach under Kevin, gets hired by Kansas City. And we all know how lacking the Browns were at wide receiver. And yet their wide receiver coach, clearly respected at least by one of the better organizations in the NFL and more successful, and he gets hired. To me, this screams, okay, we don't think it's your coaching. We think it's your roster and your players, with Chad and with Kevin.
Well, Chad has won 3 Super Bowls in his career. He's been
in New England. Yeah.
Right. So he's been a very, very successful receivers coach and assistant coach. And so, yeah, I think he's going to be successful again when he has the right talent. If you look at, Jeff, you and I have been talking about this for a long time.
We have, Mary Kay. People are tired of us saying that, by the way.
Right. But this football team needs some premier pass catchers. It needs 3 really amazing pass catchers, and that is what you have to give your quarterback. I mean, you look at Joe Burrow and what he was able to do with all the great receivers that he's had. You look at what Joe Flacco was able to do when he went to Cincinnati. He left here, and he was not having success offensively. He went down there, and all of a sudden he was throwing touchdown passes again and throwing for over 300 yards again. That should tell you what you need to know, and they need to get it fixed. Now, they are overhauling this offense this offseason, and that's got to be the thing that they look at. It's probably tied with offensive line. Those 2 things are probably right behind quarterback.
Do you think there's any way they can get this? I don't even know where the threshold is to try to overhaul 5 offensive line spots and 3 wide receiver spots to league average after an offseason like this? Or is this a 2 to 3 year buckle in, folks, we're going to try some stuff, rebuild?
Well, remember, they added a couple of really good pieces last year in Quinshawn, in Harold, and in Dylan Sampson. And then we'll see what happens with the quarterbacks. We'll see if Shedeur Sanders can take that next step up, or if they're going to give him the opportunity to take that next step up. So they added some key pieces last year. So they're not completely starting from scratch, but they do have a lot of holes to fill, and it probably will take 2 off seasons to get it exactly where they want it.
All right, Mary Kay, is it just me or does Grant Udinski look way too much like Johnny Manziel?
He really does, and I thought that the moment I saw him, I thought,
no, please.
I know there's no way that you can look at him and not see Johnny Manziel. I mean, maybe some people don't see it, but I saw it immediately, and yes, right, and I'm sure so many other people are. So it's kind of funny, but yeah, we'll forgive him for that.
It cracked me up. Well, the other guys expected to have second interviews, Udinski and Shieldhouse, the young offensive guys. Jesse Minter, not necessarily a young guy. He's in his 40s. He's been around, but still looking for his first opportunity. And Mike McDaniel. Who intrigues you out of that group the most?
It's a good question. It's a really good question. I haven't settled upon my number one candidate yet.
Neither have I.
Yeah, I have not done that yet. I'm still doing my diligence, as we all like to say in the business. And I'm finding out such great things about so many of these guys. They're intriguing. They're smart. They have interesting backgrounds. They're so intelligent, brilliant, probably in most cases. Todd Monken, I'm very curious about the whole Todd Monken situation. That one, doesn't seem to fit the paradigm of what Andrew would be going for here, just because it seems like it's either, okay, Jim's here, he's their defensive coordinator, they know all about him. The other guys are real young, up-and-coming guys, and then you got Todd Monken. And so, I didn't really understand that one, but I loved covering Todd when he was here, and he's done a great job with Lamar Jackson. And they know him because obviously he was here in 2019. So that one's kind of interesting. I know they really like Mike McDaniel. They've long admired Mike McDaniel. So I can't pick one right now, but I do think that they have a very eclectic and interesting pool.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, and a Plain Dealer joining us on the hotline. Do you think they will also talk with Sean McDermott now that he's available?
Well, I think they will kick the tires on Sean McDermott. And as I said, I think that they will at least inquire about him, because that's what they do in this situation. That's what they do when a great player becomes available. So, yeah, I think they have to at least look into it. But whether or not it gets to the interview point, that remains to be seen. I mean, they kicked the tires on John Harbaugh, too, and it never got to the interview point. So I can't say where that's going. But I'm sure that they will at least do their diligence.
4 teams have hired coaches. 6 are looking. Timetable in your mind, Mary Kay? Do you think are they looking fast, or are they going to wait and make sure Nate Shieldhouse gets his second interview, and he can do that after this weekend?
I think they're going to wait and let Nate Shieldhouse get his second interview, unless they already had someone that they felt like that they liked better and they were in jeopardy of losing him. So these things can change on a dime. I think they want to go through their process, and I think they want to do their second interview with Nate, but I'm not sure it will be able to get to that point.
Mary Kay, let's just take a half step back here. 10 openings? 10? Is this really where we are in the NFL, where all of a sudden we're just going to run into a third of the league just deciding to eject their coaches and start looking elsewhere? Because
it's pretty stunning, isn't it?
It's nuts to think about 10.
It really is, and I think it's a function of the quarterback situation. You have to have a really, really good quarterback. Now, some of the coaches that were let go, they did have really good quarterbacks, but the expectations are so high, the bar is so high. So even if you have Josh Allen and you're getting deep into the playoffs, if you're not making it to the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, that's where the bar is set when you have a Josh Allen. So I do kind of see where they were going with that. But in a lot of the other cases, it's really, really difficult to win unless you have the quarterback.
What do you think about the Lions hiring Drew Petzing, the former Browns quarterback coach, Arizona offensive coordinator? Lions bringing him in as their offensive coordinator.
Yeah, good for him. That's terrific. We always knew when he was here that he was one of those up-and-coming coaches that was going to go far. I thought he might end up, sticking around here and climbing the ranks here in Cleveland. But he's done a really nice job wherever he's been, and I think that'll be a good gig for him.
How about Atlanta Falcons hiring Kevin? Is that a good gig for him?
I think so. I think my only question for that whole situation is the quarterback situation. Kirk Cousins is in a little bit of a state of flux with the whole contract thing, so maybe they can get that worked out. And then Michael Penix is coming off of an injury, and I'm not sure exactly when he's going to be healthy and ready to go. And, you just never know how a young quarterback like that is going to fare. So Kevin will do well if he has a good quarterback situation there.
Were you surprised at all at the interest that Kevin received, Mary Kay? And I think you thought he would get interviews. I thought he would get interviews. The only thing about this that surprised me was, we saw Kevin at times, and did he coach, perfectly every game out? No, of course not. And in the last 2 years were tough, and there were times when you thought, boy, that wasn't what you wanted. Those things seem to be ignored by other teams and by everything that you read being written about Kevin. And, boy, those first 4 years were what everybody seemed to cling to. That surprised me just a little bit.
Well, I do think that people look at Cleveland in general and believe that it is not the greatest situation to flourish or function in for some people, some coaches, some quarterbacks. And I don't think that's the case. But I think the outside world probably looks at this and says, oh, well, of course they couldn't be successful there. It was Cleveland. And I think that the Browns are still working off that reputation. And so I do believe that teams looked at Kevin and thought, it's hard to make NFL Coach of the Year twice, and that there must be something to him. And I agree with that.
Thank you for your time today. It's a busy time, and you'll be writing all about it in the plaindealercleveland.com as the Browns are looking for a coach. So we'll look forward to your extended coverage. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mary Kay.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And Mary Kay, of course, will have coverage galore as the Browns are looking for a head coach. Again, there are right now 6 candidates, second interviews for the Browns. One held yesterday with Jim Schwartz. Todd Monken having his today, still expected to have a second interview. Jacksonville offensive coordinator, not play caller, Grant Udinski, he's 30. Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator of the Chargers. Former Dolphins head coach and former Browns wide receiver coach Mike McDaniel, that's expected tomorrow. And Nate Scheelhaase, the pass game coordinator for the Rams, who's busy right now. Since they're still playing, he can chat after the championship game and before the Super Bowl in person. Yeah, the Browns have questions for these guys. But shouldn't these guys have big questions of the Browns? If you're one of these coaching candidates and you're coming in for a second interview, what are you asking the Cleveland Browns? I have questions. Dan has questions. I'll bet you have questions. 216-474-0092. What should these second interview guys be asking the Browns? Next on Baskin and Phelps. 6 coaches expected to have second interviews with the Browns for their head coaching job. And, you bring a coach in, you're going to ask him a lot of questions. If I'm the coach, man, I'm going to be asking a lot of questions of the Browns. A lot of questions. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Dan Menningen. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. And I threw this out. If you're one of these candidates, what questions would you have for the Browns? And I put some together, and Dan will put some together, and we'd love to hear what you think as well. And we'll just kind of throw these out a little bit, and we'll discuss. Daniel, first question that I would ask, and, some of these might just be directed to ownership. Some of these might be directed just to Andrew Berry. Some might be directed to the group. If I'm a coaching candidate, I'd like to know this. Why did you let go of Kevin Stefanski but kept Andrew Berry? In other words, can you tell me why you thought the coach took the hit for 8 wins, but the general manager was fine after 8 wins in 2 years? And I'm not taking sides on that. If I'm a coach, I'd like to know what the thinking was behind that.
It is the $1 million question in all of this. I have no idea. I want that question answered as well. I would love. I mean, my goodness, we heard Jimmy Haslam's answer. That, okay, so he found a couple of guys. Okay, that's great. You had one really good class where you brought in 4 guys who look like starters. Okay, so now.
I can't imagine.
What about the previous years?
Yeah, I can't imagine
Jerry
that
Jeudy contract?
One draft class is the reason that you think the GM is good to go. And because you had a coach who won, and I'm not saying, whatever here. You had a coach who won 11 games twice. Once with a roster that, though Andrew Berry had, things to do with it, they basically inherited from John Dorsey. And Kevin took that roster and won 11 games with it.
What about trading down for Elijah Moore, where you got out of the second round and you added a third rounder for it? But like there are so many of these little things that Andrew Berry did along the way that were just mistakes that it makes me wonder the same exact question. It's Jeff, that's the $1 million question of the Cleveland Browns.
If I'm one of these guys, second interview, I would ask why Stefanski was let go, but Berry was retained. And that obviously would go to the Haslams. What do you think, folks? 216-474-0092. Roman's in Canton. Roman, you're in for a second interview. What are you asking?
So I got two questions. First one would be, it's kind of obvious, but, what have you learned since taking over the Browns to AB and to, Haslam's? What have you learned since then? And then I would ask for 3 specific examples from each of them. Like, I want to know what you thought was a mistake and what you learned from that would be a big one for me. And then the second one, I love this interview question, and you can interpret it however you want, would be, think of a kitchen. Think of any kitchen that comes to mind. What object would you be in that kitchen? And I just want to.
Oh, come on, Roman.
I think it's a great question.
You've taken HR courses, haven't you?
No, I've done a lot of interviews. I'm in sales, so that's something that it was a question that I was asked. And
was it really? What'd you say?
I like to be the bell, and whether that be the dinner bell or the bell, in between the back of the house and the front of the house, letting people know that the food's ready, everything is ready. It is
classic.
Now time to come and eat, baby.
I think I'd want to be the stove because that's where all the action happens.
Okay, I like that.
Thank you,
I
Roman.
like that, Madigan. What about you?
Dan's busy right now. I'll get an answer from him in a minute. Roman, thanks, bud. Appreciate that. What question, if you're one of these guys coming in for a second interview, would you be asking the Browns? Either Haslam, Berry, or both?
You want mine?
Yeah.
What are your expectations for year one of my reign? That to me, with the Cleveland Browns job, just continues to circle my head. Okay, so what are the expectations? What do you consider a success in year one? Because I look at this.
In other words, do I have to win or I'm out, or are you giving me time to build this thing?
This is a poor example, and I don't know how many people are going to get it, but hang with me. Am I David Culley? For those of you who don't remember, David Culley was a special teams coach for a long time who got hired by the Houston Texans as their head coach, and his goal was essentially lose. You are not going to be put in a position to succeed. Your job is to tear this thing down to get the high picks. You're going to lose games. I don't want to be in that situation. So what are my expectations in year one? Are my expectations to win games, or am I merely here to tear this thing down and take a boatload of losses for the next guy who's going to come in?
What do you think, folks? What questions, if you're in for a second interview, would you ask ownership? Dan just dropped one of his. We had a gentleman who called and said, quit talking about Stefanski, and he hung up. Tom, we talk about Paul Brown, Blanton Collier, Marty Schottenheimer, Butch Davis, Hugh Jackson. We're going to talk about Kevin Stefanski. So if you don't like it, you can change the channel, because that's what happens in Cleveland sports. It's sports talk, and that's kind of what we do. If I'm in for a second interview, I'm going to ask this, and I'm going to ask this of both Jimmy Haslam and of Andrew Berry. It's this. What was the thought process in drafting 2 quarterbacks last year in the 3rd and the 5th rounds? What was the thought process in drafting 2 quarterbacks in the 3rd and the 5th round? It's not like you drafted one in the 1st who you knew would be your guy, and then one in the 4th or the 5th who you thought, we can groom this guy to be an extra quarterback and a backup, and maybe, if something happens down the road, he ends up being our starter, or we can develop him and trade him as Green Bay did year after year. I'd want to know, if I'm a coach, What was your thought process? Why'd you take a quarterback in the 3rd and the 5th?
It's a good question. I've wondered this. I wondered when it happened. What ended up taking place there? I've always just assumed they were the top 2 players on their board at those times, just because that was the answer that made the most sense to me. So it's a good question. That's a doozy.
Doozy. You know what where that comes from?
No.
Duesenbergs, the cars.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
Top notch, huge, built in Indiana. And that's a doozy.
Gotta write that down.
Write that down. That's why you're smarter. You can use that later on in the show. You're in for your second interview, folks. They're not just asking you questions. You're asking them questions. I said, why was Stefanski let go and Barry retained? What's the thought process? Why would you draft 2 quarterbacks in the 3rd and the 5th round in the same draft? What were you thinking there? You have thoughts? I have more. And they're coming up on Baskin and Phelps. You're the Cleveland Browns. You have 6 coaching candidates who are getting a second interview. And you have things you want to find out about these guys. But if you're one of these guys coming into town, you better have questions for the Browns. And by golly, we do, and that's what we're doing right now. I'm Jeff Phelps, Dan Mennigan in for Andy Baskin today. And we're asking questions of Jimmy Haslam, and we're asking questions of Andrew Berry as if we were being interviewed a second time. And I've already thrown out a couple of thoughts I've had. Why was Kevin Stefanski let go but Andrew Berry retained? I'd ask that of the Haslams. Why? Because I just kind of want to know. All right, what was it about the head coach you didn't like, but the GM you did? And I'm just looking for an answer. And I also said, what was the thought process in drafting 2 quarterbacks last year? And not like one in the first who you thought was your guy, but a guy in the third and a guy in the fifth. And whenever you take a quarterback in the third and the fifth, you're keeping your fingers crossed that maybe you find something. And maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But you had 4 fingers crossed in hopes that you found quarterbacks by using third and fifth round picks on that. That's what I'd like to know. And I have more.
I have more as well. My big one was, what are my expectations for year one? Because I don't want to be in the situation where you're just going to bring me in for the lone goal of firing me to bring the other guy in later. That I am nothing more than just renting and going to take a whole bunch of losses and a whole bunch of blame and call it a day. That's my number one thing as well. Our social media mentions powered by Scheibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads like George does. His question, what changes in your draft evaluation and approach did you make last year that resulted in this rookie class? That's a good question.
That's interesting. Can I give you a possible answer?
Run with it, man.
Paul DePodesta wasn't involved.
Do you think he wasn't involved?
No, I think he was. But he left shortly thereafter. I would think he would still be involved. And the parameters that he set up, the analytical stuff that the Browns are driven by analytics from what we hear more than any other organization in the league. I would think that he was still a part of it, but I would wonder.
I just have never, again, this is the never-ending argument. I don't think the analytics are the boogeyman that everybody wants them out to be.
No, I don't either.
That they're out here ruining everything and that Paul DePodesta is some,
I don't either, but maybe it was just DePodesta.
Some gargantuan ding-dong who had no idea what he was doing.
I still do think it's odd that Andrew Berry drafted 2 quarterbacks, not in the first or second round, and that he drafted 2 running backs. I don't mind 2 running backs because you need skill position guys. But in hindsight, and I like Quinshon Judkins, should you have not taken him in the second round and maybe, like Cam Scadaboo went, I believe, in the 4th, and then Kyle Monangai, you see going in the 7th round to the Bears? That guy looks nasty, doesn't he? Fred's in Maple Heights. Fred.
All right, Fred.
You're in for your interview, Fred. What are you asking these guys?
Oh, man, here we go, man. Number one, man, I got to ask them right out the gate, man, what's the actual long-term plan, or are y'all just still winging it year to year? That's number one.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good question.
And then I'm coming out with number 2. Do you actually adjust at halftime, or do you guys just trust the process? Like, what's going on right there? Because we see 2 different types of performances in the first half and the second half. All right. And then on my next one, I'm going that, what makes you think you won't be another chapter in our coaching graveyard? Like, I want accountability from Jimmy, man. I want to know who are they blaming? Are they actually hiring people who know football or people who just say they know football? That's all I'm asking.
Well, it's clear they blame the coach here, right, Fred?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. And if I'm the coach and I'm hiring to be, or I'm interviewing to be the coach, I think that's a real fair question. That to me kind of ties in with my first question, Fred, which was, why'd you keep Andrew but not Kevin? So
yeah. Am I going to be the scapegoat? Let me know up front. Am I the scapegoat? Is this how you guys do it? Because that's what it seems like,
Fred, thanks for playing along with us. Darnell is in Painesville. Hey, Darnell.
All right, Darnell.
Hey, how you doing?
We're all right.
Doing well, man.
What do you think? What would you ask, Darnell?
My question to Andrew Berry would be, what are your draft plans? And if his response is anything other than wide receiver and offensive lineman, I get up and I walk out.
You don't take the gig.
Not at all, unless Haslam's willing to get rid of Barry.
Darnell, one of the questions that I haven't hit yet on mine was, and I'll tie it in with what you said, how will you approach the offensive line in the offseason? So draft along with free agency there. I agree. I think that's something that one of these coaching candidates has to ask. And especially, especially if you're an offensive-minded coach, because you can't put your offense in if you don't have a line who can give your quarterback time and give your running backs holes to run through.
Absolutely.
All right, Darnell, thank you. Dano, what's up next for you?
Well, you brought up the one giant hole in the offensive line. I will bring up the second one, which is how attached are you to Jerry Jeudy, and how committed are you to the wide receivers on this roster?
Let me tie that in with mine. Just what's your philosophy on wide receivers? Because whatever the philosophy is, hasn't worked real well so far.
That nonsense needs to change. Yeah, if I am a head coach walking in here and you're going to try to tell me that Jerry Jeudy is going to be my number one offensive option on the outside, I am going to look at you and say this thing is going to flounder.
Yeah, if they look at you and say, well, here, we're giving you Jerry Jeudy. If you're Nate Scheelhaus, you get your second interview next week after the Rams win and go on their way to the Super Bowl. And they say, here's Jerry Jeudy. And you can say, no. Puka Nacua is a number one wide receiver. Devontae Adams, even at 33, is a number one wide receiver. Jerry Jeudy might be our fourth wide receiver in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that if you are attached to that guy, we are going to have a hard time building an offense.
Troy's in Cleveland. Troy.
All right, Troy.
You're in for your interview, Troy. Congratulations. What are you asking?
Okay, first thing I'm going to ask is, we know it's a copycat league. So in terms of team culture, team success, in 2 years, what's a team you would like your benchmark for success to be? Are we talking a Bears turnaround with Ben Johnson? Are we talking the Patriots with Drake May and bringing in another coach? What do you want to see in 2 years in terms of another team in the NFL that would be our benchmark for a 2-year rate and maybe a 5-year rate?
It's interesting, and I just happen to have it in front of me because I put this together for something we're going to talk about later, Troy. Patriots went from 4-13 to 14-3 in year one with Mike Vrabel. Bears went from 5-12 to 11-6 in year one with Ben Johnson. And the 49ers, with a coach that has been around, went from 6-11 to 12-5. And another team that's out, Jaguars, first year with Liam Cohen, went from 4-13 to 13-4. So I think that's a great question.
All right. Well, you guys have a great one. Thank you.
All right, Troy. Other coaches have done it. Are you expecting me to do that with this roster?
Good question.
Because look at the Patriots. They have their quarterback, Drake May. They also added some talent on the offensive side of the ball. They went out, they drafted pretty well, and boy, did they spend money in free agency.
Had a defense as well, or at least the framework of a defense.
Yep. Some good players on the D.
Added on the offensive line, bringing in Will Campbell, which helped the cause. The two rookies have been really good for the Pats as well.
The Bears had tons of skill position talent. You know, they had Caleb Williams, they had Rome Odunze, had DeAndre Swift, and you bring in Ben Johnson, it clicks. Jaguars had Trevor Lawrence. Could somebody unlock him? Well, Liam Cohen could, couldn't he? Or maybe it was all Grant Udinski, and Grant can tell us how he did it when he comes in for a second interview.
And please, I'd love to take notes on how to do that, because I've always liked Trevor, and it makes me happy that he's like good now and playing well. But boy, it was a roller coaster ride on the being a fan of Trevor.
Dan's in Cleveland. Hey, Dan.
And if my stock was worth anything, I probably would have sold it. Sorry, Dan. Continue.
Oh, can I talk now?
All you, buddy. Sorry.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah, all your callers are dancing around what the obvious problem is with their really good questions, and your guys too. It's the first time I ever called, but the problem will never be solved as long as you have Barry and Haslam meddling in what's going on here, because you need to have a talented head coach that makes all the decisions for players and your culture. And the Harbaughs of the world and whoever else you want to name that may be qualified won't come here because they won't allow them to have that, advantage.
But Dan, very few coaches actually in the history of the NFL have had control over the roster. So it would be a difficult question to say, hi, could you fire yourselves, please?
Well, that's the problem, see, because
it might be
Dorsey
the
as
problem,
GM.
but you're going to have to deal with that if you're the coach, because
Yeah.
the Haslams aren't going to fire themselves, and they
Well,
chose
true.
Andrew Berry.
Andrew Berry is here. He came after Dorsey, okay? Dorsey started to put the talent that we needed together, but Berry now, in my opinion, unless he fires himself, won't be fired by Haslam. And once again, Berry, in like the last draft, they drafted Gabriel in the 3rd round. And by the way, Gabriel, before they played Ohio State in the tournament, was the number ranked team in the country, and he was 3rd in the Heisman Trophy. Then the 5th round came around, and I saw and heard Berry say with his own mouth that Sanders was not on the board. I believe a call came down from the NFL through Haslam to Berry to take him in the 5th round because all 32 teams in the league through 4 rounds didn't take Sanders. And now we're stuck with him, and you got this whole problem, and we can't get talented people that really should be coaching this team because of these two guys. As long as you have them in this position, we're stuck scraping the barrel here.
All right, Dan. Thank you.
Okay.
The first time you've called, call again. Happy to have you join us. That said, they're not going to fire themselves. So I don't know what question you'd ask them there, like, hi, you guys stink. Can I do it all? That won't happen.
Yeah, no one has ever walked in and fired themselves.
No.
That rare, unless you win the lottery. If you've won the lottery or inherited a whole bunch of money, you have fired yourself.
That won't happen.
And if you do that, it's usually you quitting in a grandiose fashion.
All right, folks, 216-474-0092. Dan just mentioned, not Mennigan, Dan, who just called us, mentioned quarterback. If I am in for my second interview, I have a few specific quarterback questions to ask. And I think the answers would be telling to me if I'm a coaching candidate. I'll give you those questions. I want yours. You're in for your second interview. What are you asking Jimmy and Dee Haslam? What are you asking Andrew Berry? And what are you thinking about those answers? It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I get why the Tennessee Titans named Robert Saleh their
You can always listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us all on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2. That's us. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now. I'm Chuck Phelps, Dan Mennigan in for Andy today. And we're just we're trying to help these guys who are coming in for the second interview. If you're coming in for a second interview with the Browns, and Todd Monken reportedly having his today, other guys on the way, what questions are you asking the Haslams? What questions are you asking Andrew Berry? What is it that you want to know about this team? And, you know, you're not an employee. You might become an employee. You want to know some things. So you can ask tough questions. And some of the things thrown out, I said I'd ask, why was Kevin Stefanski let go and Andrew Berry retained? And not that you thought one guy should go or one guy shouldn't, but what was the thought process that led to splitting that up? Why one and not the other? I'd want to know that. I'd also like to know the thought process in drafting two quarterbacks in the same draft and none in the first round. You drafted two keep your fingers crossed quarterbacks in the third and the fifth, which, you know, unless you get a guy in the second round and get a little lucky, you're keeping your fingers crossed on any quarterback taken outside of the first round. We've talked about wide receivers a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned going to break, Dan. There are quarterback questions that need to be asked.
All right. Let's buckle in on these.
If I am a coaching candidate and I'm in for my second interview, especially if I'm one of these offensive guys, and I know the quarterbacks who are here right now, Deshaun Watson under contract, Shedeur Sanders finished the season as the starter, Dillon Gabriel, who you picked higher than Shedeur Sanders. Those are your three quarterbacks right now. I ask this question, and there are variations of this, and I know you have a couple. I would actually ask Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam, hey, if we get into training camp and I see some things with these quarterbacks, am I allowed to play Deshaun Watson next year if I find him to be the best quarterback? If we get into camp and we get out on the grass, which I bet we don't hear next year.
Nope, that's out the window.
And I bet we don't hear that.
Nope.
And
I don't think we'll hear about rooms either.
And it's clear to me, your new head coach, that Deshaun is my best option at quarterback. And I'm not saying it will be, but what if the new coach watches these three guys and thinks, are you kidding me? Deshaun Watson looks better than the other guys. Am I allowed to play him? What do you think the answer would be?
My question is the exact opposite of your question.
Okay.
Which is, do I have to keep him around?
Okay.
So I don't know what the answer would be. That's a really good question. And it's just due to the fact that, do you want to see what Shedeur Sanders and Dillon Gabriel can do? Do you want to give them the utmost runway? Do you want to go veteran quarterback X? You know, would you rather go that direction?
And we'll be getting into some of those guys because they could be available. Mac Jones,
Malik Willis, down the line from there.
I love what Malik Willis did in Green Bay this year. I hope he can repeat it somewhere.
It's a very good question. It kind of falls under that whole, is there a future to be had with Deshaun Watson?
So I looked at it optimistically that Deshaun is going to be healthy and better than he was. You looked at it in this case as in, I don't want to have to deal with this. Can I just move on from him?
Mm-hmm. I want to clear the picture.
Okay.
I don't want to have to worry about equal reps. I don't want to have to worry about any of those things. I want to clean the picture.
Either way, even though we might be on opposite spectrums here, it's the same guy.
Yes.
So a question has to be asked about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, and maybe in there, your question would be something like, what is the expectation of Deshaun Watson? You know, maybe that's the threading the needle of our two questions.
By the way, can we throw in a sidebar to that?
Yeah.
Well, you're either asking, can I get rid of him or can I start him? You could always say, hey, by the way, who thought that was a good idea?
You could. I just don't know.
That might be pushing it a little bit.
That might get you the check please answer.
That might
where they're going to go, you can go out that direction there. A nice man named Sam will take you to the airport, and you will not be hearing from us.
You have any other quarterback questions for the Haslams from the guys coming in for their second interview?
Yes.
What is it?
How committed are you to Sanders and Gabriel? How committed are you to these two guys? Do you see?
Do you think one of them actually is the guy?
Yeah. Do you see a future with them? Do you see a future past next year with either of these guys? Or do you see them as lottery tickets? Or do you see them as answers to a question?
If they hire, well, regardless of who they hire, but I would think especially if it's an offensive guy, I would wonder how much they would accept their opinions on Shedeur and Dillon Gabriel. You know, like if, let's just say one of these guys who comes in and one of them loved Shedeur in college and said, hey, I'm sold. This is my guy. I saw enough of him in the regular season that I think I can coach him up. Okay, that could possibly happen. You could also have it the other way. Maybe somebody saw Dillon Gabriel and thought, I liked him a lot in college, and I wanted our team to draft him coming out because I think I can work with him. Am I allowed to play him?
That's a good question. I wonder if that guy is out there. I wonder if that philosophy is out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they want somebody who's like that, or maybe it's just as simple as they watched the tape and were just in the situation of like between, maybe they believe Kevin Stefanski hates the idea of turnovers, and so that's why everything was so underneath. Maybe they believe that the offensive philosophy, if it was just tweaked in this such a way, and maybe we could unlock something in either Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, because again, they're still super young. I mean, that's the whole thing. I know everybody wants to drive Dillon Gabriel to the airport because you think you've seen enough. He's still super young, and if he turned it around, it would kind of be one of those, would I be shocked? Yeah, I would be shocked, but I wouldn't
I'd be pleasantly surprised. I don't think I'd be shocked.
I wouldn't think this is the most asinine thing I've ever seen.
At a high level in college, and maybe he can do it, but he's still 5'10".
Yeah.
So that's rough. David's in Cleveland. David.
All right, David.
You're in for your second interview, David. What would you ask?
Well, there's a couple things. A few things. Big fan of you guys. Appreciate all the hard work you guys do. But the first thing is, if I'm Haslam, I'm going to ask this potential coach, how do you manage these practices? Because I've been fortunate enough to go to some of these practices, and Stefanski, in my opinion, didn't seem very present, and it just seemed like he was off kilter. I mean, they would do walkthroughs, and I'm looking at a couple. I'm not going to say names, but I'm looking at a couple of the players, and they're running around with no shoes on. So I want to know if he's a no nonsense type of coach. That's the question I would ask. And as far as now, if I'm the coach on the second interview, I want to demand to get rid of Watson. I thought that was the dumbest pickup, the amount of money that we spent on him. I'm a big morals guy, and he's a complete distraction. We talk about Shedeur and how he's got this team behind him and all that, but you're talking about a man that has abused of women, and that can't stand. So I need to know if this coach is no nonsense. And those are those two questions I would. All
right, David. Thank you very much. Dan's thinking the same thing. Clean slate's the way to go there. I wonder if they would be willing to take the cap hit and the financial ramifications that come with that. Now you ready? As Denver did when they moved on from Russell Wilson. And where's Denver right now?
Now this number is higher than what they paid for Russ, but you're right.
Yeah, but Russ is right now the highest number that was paid in all that dead cap stuff.
But even
but where's Denver right now?
Even if it's just make him inactive every single week, I'm okay. The problem that I have with Deshaun Watson is I don't see a future with him here. I don't love the idea that in the last 15 years, the guy has torn both ACLs, an Achilles twice, has had shoulder surgery. Like, especially for a quarterback who was working off of athleticism on top of it and arm strength.
But let me throw this at you. Let me throw this one at you.
It doesn't sound like a future. Okay, sorry.
No, don't say sorry. You're talking. I was just interjecting. Maybe rudely. I apologize. What if
Hi,
you're
welcome to Midwest Sports Talk Radio.
What if you're the new coach and you know because you asked that they don't have long-term plans on any of these three quarterbacks, but those are the guys you're being given to work with? If that's the case, wouldn't you want to play the best one? And if Deshaun happened to show that he was the best one, I'm not saying that he is, because if he's the same guy that he was before he tore his Achilles, well, he couldn't throw. His shoulder was spaghetti, it seemed.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not planning on any of these guys being your long term, then at least let me play the one I think is best, whoever that might be.
And that's the answer I want. The answer I want them to give me to this question is no. We're not committed to any of these guys.
Coach them up and pick one.
Coach them up and pick one.
Okay.
That's the answer I'm looking for. Or this is what we have allotted at free agency for quarterback, this amount of money. Is there somebody that you think that could fit into there that would better fit what you want to do, that we see the same way? That's the answer I'm looking for. So that way I could walk into the season and I could go, all right, me personally, Coach Menigan, God help us all, I would start Shedeur Sanders in the beginning of the season.
Well, right now I would too.
Because I just want the fact that he is A, cheap, which I need because of the boulder that's around my neck of one of the other guys in the quarterback room. For one more year. And B, I could see some kind of a future there where possibly development can take place to bring this team to a better place.
I would agree.
Now,
I see more possibility for development with Shedeur than I do with Dillon.
Agreed. Now, with that in mind, if you could talk me into Malik Willis, you could talk me into Mac Jones. If, let's say, Andrew Berry was like, yeah, we could start and have Shedeur on the roster, and that's not a bad idea, but I could get you Mac Jones. I would go, okay, now we're having a conversation that I can work with as well, because at least with Mac Jones, there's some level of development on a second contract. You could talk yourself into a Sam Darnold type of situation. You could even say that New England was a mess. You could even point to the fact that Jacksonville was a mess with Doug Peterson there, and that it seems to be on the right track.
Bob's in Berkeley, California. Hello, Bob.
How are you, Bob?
Hello, gentlemen. I'm going to fine-tune your question a little bit and say that I'm Jim Schwartz, and I'm coming in. Okay? And here's my question.
Okay.
What kind of identity do you think you guys have as a football team? And let me expand on that. From my perspective, and it's obvious what I'm going to say, this franchise is built on defense. Hard-nosed, tough, winning defense. We have a Hall of Fame defensive end, a shutdown corner, a sophomore middle linebacker who is going to be Defensive Player of the Year. And the spirit of this team was codified in the 1980s when Hanford Dixon and Frank Minifield created the Dog Pound, a defensive-minded kind of team that became the brand identity of this city. And so these pillars, these guys I mentioned, under my leadership, has been the only consistent competitive advantage this team has had. So my question to you is, do you understand this identity? And why am I not the guy to continue to build from it?
Bob?
It's a good question.
Makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
If you're Jim Schwartz, that's a great selling point. That's a great selling point. I enjoyed that little exercise that we just did.
It'll play into something that'll come up at about 1 o'clock as well, with as we look at teams that are a little more successful.
That will. Mike Sando covers pro football for The Athletic. Mike wrote something about the Browns that you might find surprising. He's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps. Dan's in for Andy. the National Football League for The Athletic, and he's done so for a very long time. Joins us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's Mike Sando. You can follow him on X at Sando, Sando, NFL. Mike, great to have you back with us. We appreciate it.
How you doing, Mike?
Doing great. Good afternoon to you guys. Good morning for me here on the West
very
Coast.
good. And where are you? Can I ask?
I'm in the Seattle area, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
very
been a long
nice.
time.
Where it's probably in the 40s, which would be about 40 degrees warmer than it is here today.
Yeah, I think it's 30 this morning, so I'll put a little light jacket on the dog when we go for a walk later today.
Oh, I want to be the dog. It's cold enough here, Mike. I'm pretty sure the moose stuck their head out and went, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. Might need to make it a raincoat for the dog. You are in Seattle anyway.
That's right.
Mike's Pick Six column that comes out on The Athletic every Monday is must read for football fans around the country, and you should do that. You intrigued us, Mike, as you have in the past, with this note that you had in your Pick Six column. One exec called Cleveland a sneaky better job than people think because the franchise is 1 year away from escaping Deshaun Watson's contract. Ownership has shown patience. GM Andrew Berry is easy to work with. And baseball executive Paul DePodesta, whose presence in the organization created mystery, no longer lurks as a potential influence. That came from an executive to you.
Yeah.
You buy that?
Well, first off, yes. I mean, I think that all of these jobs are different and have their own challenges. So for me, it's hard to come up with a positive spin on Arizona. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Whereas it's hard to come up with a negative spin on Baltimore, right? Those might be the extremes here. And Cleveland has lived towards that Arizona end here the last few years because it's just been so hard to stomach, all of the Watson stuff in particular. I mean, the team just went south. But for a head coach coming in there, I feel like you're going to have resources, and most of these guys don't have the ability to turn down. They don't have multiple choices, right? And so I don't think it's as bad of a job as it has looked. Put it this way: it could be a better job in the future than it's been. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, quite a bit so. To the point that it kind of makes me wonder if, let's say, now we're in the situation where Sean McDermott is out there. Maybe there's more of a veteran guy who is out there that maybe it would be more intriguing to those. Do you think the Browns would go that kind of a direction with a veteran coach? Or do you think they want the young up-and-coming guy in his 30s and maybe give them a long leash to figure this out as they go?
See, I have kind of put them in the liking the younger guys that they can control a little bit, and that's not just unique to Cleveland. That's just typical for places. So, but the other part of it is, I was actually looking at the list of, people they've talked to, and I was going to put down where they went to college because it just seems like they're so into the Ivy League-ish type stuff. We've kind of joked about it, but I was kind of looking at obviously Jim Schwartz goes into that veteran bucket. I think do you guys feel like he would be somebody they would actually hire just based on your feel? You've seen him every Friday or whatever when he does his weekly stuff. Because the thing I've felt like is Kevin Stefanski was a prisoner of war. You couldn't crack him. They could safely put him out there in front of the media every week, and you couldn't get him to say a bad word about anybody. Wasn't that true?
Oh, that was very true.
It was unbelievable, Mike.
To me, it's unbelievable. I felt like you could not get. It was so unflappable that I almost admired it. It was how do you do this?
White House press secretaries are not that unflappable.
And
it's
they needed it because of all the crap that he was the protection for everything that was under the surface, right? No one, all the bullets, he just took them and never died. He just take another one. Yep, got another bullet. Yep, not phased. That doesn't hurt. Yep, you just cut my arm off. Doesn't hurt. Sorry, not bleeding. You can't do it. And
not bleeding.
I feel like we're doing the Black Knight of Monty Python over here. I'm invincible.
Monty Python, 'tis but a flesh wound, and it was just so what do they, I think they loved Stefanski, not just for that, but for I mean, he's obviously a smart guy and, could talk their language. And so when I look at some of these guys, obviously, Schwartz is a super sharp guy. He's also, though, his own guy. And I don't think he's necessarily the easiest guy, right? So is that going to be your partner who's going to necessarily always defer the way it seemed like Stefanski did, if that's what we're looking for? I don't know. Where did Mike McDaniel's a Yale guy? Do they like that? Maybe too quirky, right?
and he says things.
He says things, and he doesn't even know what he's going to say. It's just all kind of fun. That doesn't sound like, exactly what they're looking for. So, some of the, Todd Monken, they have a second interview with him. Todd Monken watched his interview after he got fired. I mean, that was as off the cuff and just like as un-Stefanski-like as you can get. He said more in one podcast than Stefanski said during his tenure as Browns coach. What's an opinion that Stefanski ever gave as coach? You got one?
Yeah. To me, one of the most telling things he said was in one of his last press conferences, and it made us all think, well, okay he knows something. And it was when he was asked about David Njoku. And somebody said, did David not like you? It seemed like, and he said, no, and he always called him Dave. Everybody calls him David, but Kevin called him Dave. And he said, everybody thought that, and, Dave wasn't maybe sure at the beginning, but it's because I told Dave the truth. And I thought, well, now there's something. Kevin gave us something there.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think that Stefanski, I bet you Stefanski's probably a better coach. The truth's in between his start and finish, right? But in terms of just looking at what they're going to like, we only have to go on sort of what we think about who's doing the hiring, what they would be comfortable with, and what they've had in the past. And so I maybe they go outside of that. They always could, but that's why I was asking about Schwartz. Like, do you feel like they're super comfortable with him? He's certainly good with the defense.
Good question.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure that one out, Mike.
Right, and it's sounding like from reporting and all that stuff along the way that even if they bring in one of these younger guys, they're going to politely ask them to bring in Jim Schwartz as well. Do you think that's a setup that could possibly work, and especially for a guy like Jim Schwartz?
And would he even want to stay?
I do.
Right.
No, I do. I think, if you're going to go, I really believe that's kind of a model when you go with, if you're going to go with a younger offensive guy, let's just say, obviously if they go with a defensive guy, you're not going to have Schwartz. So we're assuming it's a younger offensive guy who's a little bit more pliable to the, working with the front office and is going to come in and just say, this is how we did it in Green Bay, like Mike McCarthy, right? They're not looking for that probably. So then the model then is to have the head coach of the defense, right? I think that when Sean McVay came in, he was, 17 years old, hired as coach of the Rams. They bring in Wade Phillips, who's 104. And it's like, hey, Wade, you coach the defense. Wade Phillips was coaching in the NFL in 1975. Sean McVay wasn't born, okay? So that is a way to do it and then not have to worry about it. It's sort of like the support system needs to be larger for the guy who's learning on the job. So you can't have him you can't put a bunch of super young guys under him. I think Arizona did that with Jonathan Gannon, young coach, and then they had super young coordinators, guys that were 30 years old. That's, to me, a harder lift, a heavier lift.
Do you like guys, and Mike Sando joining us from The Athletic. You can follow him on X at Sando, Sando, NFL. And, of course, his Pick Six column coming out on The Athletic on Mondays. Make sure you read it. Do you like guys second time around? Do you think they learned something or have they been exposed?
Well, it depends. You have to figure that out. I think the danger zone type of move is, hey, Adam Gase was with Miami. There were some ups and downs. And then you hire him to the Jets, the hardest job in the league, with 5 minutes to reflect in between. That's the failure zone, okay? But I like somebody, like maybe it's Robert Saleh. I don't know if you can overcome Tennessee. I think they've been shaky ownership. But I like somebody who we thought was pretty good, wasn't a total disaster the first time. Like, you didn't disqualify yourself. I think there's some of those guys, Nathaniel Hackett's not going to get the second chance, right? You wouldn't feel good about that based on how it went in Denver. But somebody like Saleh, you're like, okay, Jets, no one wins there. Like, he had something going for a little bit. Now he goes back, Kyle Shanahan a year or two, whatever it was, a year maybe, and then maybe he's ready. Like, I like that type of a thing. And I thought when we saw Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, talk, he's like, hey, you guys are all going to, you guys may laugh at us when we hire some guy who was 30 and 38 in his first job, but a lot of these guys take tough jobs. He's like, we don't have a tough job. So I think you have to decide how tough is the Cleveland job, partly, but to go for that second guy, the guy that takes discipline and takes a little bit of a thicker skin for the owner, to know you're going to take some barbs. People are going to say, this guy failed, right? Can he succeed here? And I'm totally fine with it, but you still have to have a decent enough organization to support him. And I think what the executive was saying about the Browns was, they might have, it might be better for the next guy coming in than you think.
Mike Sando joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Read him at the NFL. Of course, the Pick Six column, always a great read every single Monday. Do you see a future with Shedeur Sanders as the Browns quarterback?
Well, I see him as a Browns quarterback, possibly. I don't know that you saw enough, or certainly a new coach coming in isn't going to be made to commit to Shedeur Sanders, but I could definitely see a development plan or having him on the roster and trying to go with him. I just think you need more options.
You think Deshaun Watson plays in the National Football League in 2028? 2027 maybe?
I'm going to lean towards no. Okay. I just don't think he's shown enough for people to want to take on that the negativity that's going to come in your market, your organization, when everyone relitigates all the garbage, stuff that made him unattractive.
What do you make of 10 coaching openings in the NFL when this was all said and done? At least it seems, I don't know, we got one more week left, so Lord knows we'll blow up next. But what do you make of the third of the league deciding to upload their roster or their coaching staff?
Well, I think usually the average is 7. And I think the big difference this year was we saw the Tomlins, Harbaugh, and McDermott. Those are the rare ones. I think the other ones, I think it was a fairly normal year. And then we had those, which are like, okay, when is time up, right? Those were all jobs that before the year, you could see a way that these guys possibly, one of them could be out, but the odds of all three of them, to me, that's what really inflated it.
There are still 6 jobs available. If you're a coach, which ones are the most attractive? Has the Bills job jumped up to the top of the list? Is it still the Ravens? How about the Steelers, Browns? What do you think?
I think it's the Bills and then the Ravens. And I think the Steelers, we've given the benefit of the doubt for years, but, to me, that's a little bit more qualified. I wrote about that too, that who are they? They have lost a lot over the years from from Dan Rooney to Kevin Colbert, obviously Ben Roethlisberger, now Tomlin. And I think they have to now prove themselves that they're still the Steelers they used to be. I think the Giants ran into this 20 years ago when they switched ownership from Wellington Mara to John Mara, and then pretty soon Tom Coughlin's gone and Eli Manning's gone, and now you're having 4 coaches in 10 years near the Jets. So Steelers, to me, I don't think are that necessarily, but they have lost enough that I think they've got to prove it. So that's still probably an iconic job that only 3 guys have had it in 55 years. It's the Steelers, a great fan base, a great market. So I would put them up high, probably after Baltimore and Buffalo. And then at the bottom, I think you've just got to put, I'd put, Cleveland's probably in the middle. And then I just, to me, Arizona, the Raiders, Titans, good luck to you. Intrigued by the Saleh hire. I think that's a pretty good hire for Tennessee.
Yeah, I do too. Mike, a pleasure. We really thank you for your time and your expertise. And again, Mike Sando from The Athletic. You can follow him on X at Sando NFL, and certainly read his Pick Six column Mondays in The Athletic. Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it, Mike. Take care. Enjoy the football.
Thank you. Fun stuff. Bye.
Mike joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. No coach will be tied to the quarterback. Mike's thinking. And Deshaun Watson probably not in the league. What do you think, Browns fans? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Dandy Dan Mennigan in for Andy. 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They're recapping all of the latest Browns news, all the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app, or you can watch every episode live on YouTube. You get your choice. That's The Fan Offseason Special, each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 o'clock right here on The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. Stan Menigan's in for Andy Baskin today. Mike Sando from The Athletic was just with us, where he had a comment from an executive who said this Cleveland job is a little better than you think it is. What do you make of that?
I think that is a very fascinating way to look at this. It makes me wonder. It makes me want to ask how you think that is the case. And I know they'll say, okay, so you're 1 year on Deshaun Watson. You're this.
Mike laid some things out that were pretty good.
That were very good. If you missed that as well, just go back, use the radio rewind function on the Odyssey app. That guy's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in fire, water, storm, and disaster restoration. Give Mike a listen there. That was really, really good stuff from him on all of it. The question then comes back to my number one question that I would ask in the second interview, which is, okay, so then how long of a leash do I have? Like, do I have to have this better by year one? Because if this job is looking better than we thought, and because that way we can kind of clean the books and we can do all of that kind of stuff, then what are the expectations for me in 2026? That just continues to be my question with this job, and I don't know what the answer is, because I would think it's nuts, but it wouldn't shock me if the Haslams were to look at it and go, I have a Super Bowl caliber defense. Your job is to get this thing to a league average offense, which means we make the playoffs. And
and that's doable.
Doable.
I mean, if you just think about the way you said that, big time defense, mediocre offense, yeah, teams like that make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you build from there.
Heck, you watched it in Houston this weekend.
The question I wonder, in our little exercise earlier where we had coaches in for their second interview asking ownership and Andrew Berry questions, my wonder is this. Do they actually think that the quarterback of the team in the future is here, and that would either be Shedeur or Dillon? Or are they just thinking, hey, just play these guys, pick one, play them both, whatever you want to do. You have Deshaun if you need it. And we're looking down the road. And because of that, you'll be getting a kind of a bye on year number one. We won't pull a Rob Chudzinski or a Freddie Kitchens on you. You're going to get more than 1 year. And I think that's vital. And clearly it's the question that needs to be answered in this organization. And with the quarterbacks who are coming out after Fernando Mendoza, I think you would have to keep your fingers crossed again if you brought in another rookie quarterback. I couldn't see, and I can't see bringing in another rookie quarterback and keeping both Shedeur and Dillon.
No.
Could you?
No.
I would, for instance.
No, that's set up for failure.
If Drew Aller is sitting there in the second round and they want him and try to trade up for him or whatever, or take him with their own pick, I would think it wouldn't do anybody any good to have Shedeur, Dillon, and Drew Aller.
Yeah.
That wouldn't do anybody any good. And then there's Deshaun sitting there. It seems like a mess. And so you'd have to get rid of one of the rookies from this year and do whatever you're going to do with Deshaun, have Drew Aller sit for an entire year, and maybe find that veteran quarterback to bring in as well. And you could end up with 4 quarterbacks, somehow try and hang on to him. I don't know how you do it, but it just feels, at least at this point, until something is done, that the quarterback situation is going to be what it is right now, and then they'll figure it out in another year or so.
Not to mention,
and maybe get lucky with Shedeur, in the meantime.
I need 5 offensive linemen.
Well, there is that.
I need
2,
at least 2 wide receivers, if not more, if you want to talk me into that one. There needs to be an investment of talent in those areas, and you would prefer that to be higher up in the draft. Unless you bring in one of these offensive line gurus with whoever comes in there and you start going that route of, here are the 3 traits that I look for in an offensive lineman that I could get up and moving, and start figuring out how to build your own offensive line factory that you've seen a couple of these guys do. That'd be the only way that you could really talk me into going different directions at the top of the draft than offensive line and wide receiver.
Well, Bill Callahan's of it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Shucks. But I would hire the Atlanta guy. I would hire Dwayne. I would hire him in a minute.
Yeah.
That dude's good.
Jeff's in University Heights. Hello, Jeff.
All right, Jeff.
Good afternoon, guys. I'd rather talk about the Cavs because they're relevant to the Browns are a joke. But that said, here's my take on all of this that you guys are talking about.
Okay.
First of all, you're not going to get a pedigree-type coach like a McDermott. Harbaugh didn't even come to interview here. And the reason is that the Browns are viewed around the league, and rightfully so. I know we hate to hear this here in Cleveland, but you've got a meddling owner and you've got an incompetent GM. So who wants to come into this situation? So you're going to get a guy like Schwartz who's been here, or somebody that's really thirsty for a job like Udinski. That's number one. Number two, if they were to draft Drew Aller in the second round, which would be a typical very incompetent type move, one good draft, and now we want to put him in Canton. That would be a horrible waste of a pick, just like Dylan Gabriel was a horrible waste of a pick when you have so many other needs. Drew Aller is a marginal at best NFL type of prospect. What did he ever prove at Penn State? What did they ever win? But I digress. So you're going to be stuck with a coach that either no one else wants, like Jim Schwartz, or somebody that's thirsty just to get a job like Udinski, because nobody worth their salt really wants to come here for the reasons that I said earlier about the owner and the GM. So that's the truth of it all. They should have fired Barry also, and they didn't. And so this is what you're stuck with.
Jeff, thank you very much. I would say a guy like Mike McDaniel, and Jeff used the term thirsty. I would think a guy like Mike McDaniel is thirstier than Grant Udinski, only because Udinski's 30 years old. He could just say, you know what, we just went 14-3 or whatever we just went. I'm staying put here, and I'm going to take another year with Trevor and with Liam Cohen, and then next year I'm going to go get a different job. And Mike McDaniel might think, I just was a head coach for 4 years, and I didn't stink. I don't want to have to go back and be a coordinator. I'm taking the next good, decent, adequate, any head coaching job they offer to me.
See, you put that far better than he did. That was a glass of orange juice after brushing your teeth. That's what that phone call was.
Bad for dental hygiene.
Oh God, it tastes horrible. That just hurt in every way, shape, or form.
Eats away the enamel too.
So, if I'm Mike McDaniel, I probably would go the OC route, and it's just due to the fact that
that's betting on yourself.
Yeah, and it's also betting on probably finding myself in a situation where I am going to have top tier talent.
I thought Detroit would be a great spot for him.
So did I.
But he apparently doesn't want to give up the ghost on becoming a head coach yet.
And hop back in the pool next year, because Mike Sanda told us, hey, it's like 7 a year. Okay. Well, then if it's 7 a year, we're going to have 7 new openings next year that we're going to have to figure out from there. And you can hop back in the pool then after putting together an offense that's top 10 with better talent. And you can all, we can end this by pointing and going, yeah, maybe Tua Tagovailoa was holding you back. Maybe you were doing the best that you could with the ingredients that you were given in that regard.
If I'm Mike McDaniel, I am more apt to take a head coaching job that needs work than an offensive coordinator job that needs work. And I say that for this reason. If you're the head coach and you've got a little bit of a track record as he does, I would think you have a little longer a little longer bit of goodwill, and you can turn it around. If you go to a team that needs an offensive coordinator and they're looking to finish things off and it doesn't go well, and I say, like, if you go, for instance, if he came to the Browns as Jim Schwartz's offensive coordinator and it didn't go well, he is tarnished as a potential head coach. I would think he would have a very tough time getting a head coaching gig if he came to Cleveland and the offense stunk.
Would you?
Yeah, I would. Because it's like, well, look, the guy was an offensive genius. He went to Cleveland, and they were just as bad as they were the year before.
But the guy who
just got him turned around,
fired from here, was an offensive genius, and he got hired in 2 weeks.
Correct.
So
But
what's
that,
the difference?
But that could mean that 2 times in a row, McDaniel got fired, once as a head coach and once as an OC. See, I like Mike McDaniel.
So do
by the
I.
way.
It's not a slam to Mike McDaniel.
If they hired him as head coach here, my thought would be, interesting. This will be fun. Let's go.
I would very much think the same exact way. Is he the highest one sitting on my board? No, but he's one of those guys that falls under the tier of, okay, I can get behind this.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of works
I
that way.
could do
We're like,
that.
okay, that's a solid hire. I can get behind this. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to think you're nuts.
Cool Ray's in Bedford. Cool Ray.
What's happening, Cool Ray?
Got about a minute, bud.
Hey, I'm trying to make this fast.
No,
listen,
take your time. Got a minute.
Man, listen. People, I'm getting tired of people just down in the situation. They're not looking at it like the last caller. The only team, the most coaches want to go to a team where the owner's going to spend money. Have the Haslam check that box? Yes. So when you look at it as what is a new head coach looking for? Like, these guys don't know what these college athletes are going to come out to be, especially a quarterback, because they keep jumping into this transfer portal. So they're going from one school to one school, jumping from different coordinators. So they don't really know what these guys are going to be. So it's a crap game to the highest fullest. So when you're looking at offensive coordinators and all this, I want a guy, and the Browns are doing this for the right way for the first time. Don't just take a coach because of his name. Like, look at Harbaugh. He's a failed coach. Yes, he had winning season, but was it because of him or was it because of Lamar Jackson? He couldn't get over the hump. Look at Sean McDermott. Look at McDermott in Buffalo.
Won a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, but look, look, real talk. That's what gave him all those years. Look at McDermott. He had
making AFC Championship games help too.
Yeah, but you're looking at it. You're comparing them for what we didn't have, but you're looking at not the talent that he had.
Why? Because he can't.
Got more.
If you are one of the final 4 coaches in this whole thing, you have done a hell of a job. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to live in this world where you're a failure because you made an AFC title game or you made an NFC Championship game.
You
won
asinine. 12 games, but you stink.
That's asinine.
I agree.
I'm sorry. I won't listen to that one, because if that's the case, then all of the coaches should be fired every single year except for 2. Like, that's the logic that we're working under. When in reality, we're putting this down to the results of 2 games when it comes to a level of success. If you are a Final 4 team, you have succeeded. That is asinine if you think you're a failure because you didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. That's just stupid.
I'll give you some thoughts on that as we look at the Final 4 teams. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps. And what could they mean to the Browns?
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word POINTS, 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 at 923thefan.com before 2 p.m. for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Download Mr. Hero's mobile app. Get a regular buy one, get one offer for just signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers. Order online and earn extra points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or the Apple Store.
And, of course, you can take the fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps. I'm Jeff Phelps, Dan Mennigan, in for Andy today. Mac Robinson stopping in a little early to join us sitting behind the glass. Mac, good to have you with us.
You're a good man.
Thanks, guys. Happy to be on with you.
We appreciate it. Mackenzie taking your phone calls, 216-474.
You love it when they lie to us.
0092.
It's really nice when they lie.
It's like, I got a
Makes
call
me
and
feel
asked
better.
to come in early. Gosh, can't wait.
Makes me
Mennigan
feel
and
better.
Phelps, yeah, great. Can't wait. That's great.
Next, we'll have them call me handsome.
I guess they're paying me. I got to show up. Sure, fearless leader. I'll be there. Hang up, click. Oh, son of a. We have 4 teams that are still playing football in the National Football League. That's a good thing if you're one of those 4 teams. If you're not one of those 4 teams, you're wondering how can we become one of those 4 teams? And that's where the Browns are sitting right now. And if you look at those teams, you know, we hear worst to first and everything else, and that's thrown around a lot. However, and I just touched on this earlier in the show, the Patriots were 4-13 each of the last 2 seasons, 14-3 right now, and still going strong. The Chicago Bears, who were eliminated, 5-12 last year, new coach like the Patriots, 11-6 this year, just knocked out, had a great season. Jaguars were 4-13, new coach went 13-4. So it can be done. It has been done. Could it be done here in Cleveland? And in the case of the 4 teams that are still playing, the Denver Broncos, the New England Patriots, the Seattle Seahawks, and the Los Angeles Rams, what can our team do to look at them, observe, and improve?
This, to me, I always kind of enjoy reading these pieces. I enjoy hearing podcasts do it, and I enjoy kind of doing it myself. Why? I don't know, because sometimes you just don't want to go outside. So this is always my favorite, is figuring out the lessons that teams can learn from the final 4 teams in the playoffs. The Rams, Seahawks,
get a pen,
the New England, and the Denver Broncos, right? So that's what we're looking at here. So the big thing that stood out to me for the lessons is, guys, defense matters again. Defense is a big deal again.
I would not argue with that.
If you
the Rams and Seahawks are built around their defenses.
Yep.
And same thing you could say in New England, and the same thing in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Defense is back, and the defensive ratings of these teams will prove that one. EPA per play, you can check it out, all that kind of stuff, are a really good way just to tell how solid a defense is. Third down is weighted a little bit more than first down, turnovers, sacks, pressures, all that kind of stuff, all thrown into one number, right? The Seattle Seahawks are second on that list, have the second best defense in football. The Denver Broncos are 8th on that list, 8th best defense in football. The Los Angeles Rams, 10th. You got to scroll down a little bit. The Patriots, 11th. So all of the final 4 teams
top third
are in the top third of the league.
Yeah.
Yep. Right there. Defense is back. You need to get to this point, you need to have a defense that is able to make some noise, get some turnovers, and help out your offense a decent amount. So that puts you in a good place if you're the Cleveland Browns.
Well, you've got that aspect of this, I wouldn't say taken care of, but certainly you're on your way there.
Browns defense last year, 5th.
Yeah, I think you still need to tweak it.
Mm-hmm.
The words of our buddy Tyvis Powell ring in my head. After 2 years ago, remember the Browns had the number 1 rated defense? And Tyvis said, you just ran it back. Nobody just runs it back.
Mm-hmm.
You have to keep working it and tweaking it. And they took a step back. And then they tweaked it, and this year they were much better. So I'm with that. I get it.
My second lesson here. While an offensive mind is not required as head coach, it is definitely recommended. So if you look, Sean Payton, of course, an offensive mind,
Yeah.
right? We've got
Mike
that.
Vrabel not.
Mike Vrabel not, but made a hire in bringing in Josh McDaniels, who has worked with Drake May, and it seems to have clicked. And I have a feeling Josh McDaniels is going to be the new Norv Turner, where we're just going to live in this world where he is going to be an offensive coordinator. We all accept the fact that he is an offensive coordinator.
He's had his 2 chances to be a head coach. It's always tough to get a third if one of those first 2 didn't work.
And we all accept the fact that he's probably not built for that.
And we all
that's
accept
fine.
the fact that he's making millions of dollars to coordinate an offense in a place where he likes to live and work. Good for him.
And Mike McDonald of the Seattle Seahawks,
Defensive coach.
defensive-minded coach who has
However-
brought that defense there, brought in Clint Kubiak as his offensive coach, and that has clicked and has worked out nicely with Sam Darnold and has made this thing hum really well on the offensive side of the ball to go with that defense.
So of the 4 teams, 2 head coaches with defensive backgrounds, 2 with offensive backgrounds.
Mm-hmm. But the 2 with defensive backgrounds were at least able to identify, I need to bring in high-end guys to help me along the way.
Well, and you can flip it the other way. The offensive guys knew they had to get defensive guys to work for their
Vance Joseph has done a heck of a job.
Yeah. In other words, what do
Chris
these,
Shula's
what do
done a
these
heck of
4
a job.
teams have? Good offenses and good defenses.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Dude, you laugh.
How about that?
You laugh. It's one of the
knock
great
me
lessons.
over. I'm stunned. The 4 teams left have good offenses and defenses.
Yeah.
It's riveting.
Kind of helps, doesn't it?
That's riveting
well, but
right
you'd
there.
be shocked. I mean, we've run into situations before where we can't say that. But also, again, if you're the Browns and you're looking for this, you need, if you're going to bring in a defensive-minded guy to help set your culture and change things and turn stuff around, you need to make sure you have that offensive mind there. You can't just punt one side of the ball. That's one of these things. Is the quarterback this is one of the other lessons. The quarterback solution on team 2 or possibly team 3. Matthew Stafford, the perfect example, was very good with the Lions, but then was able to turn it around. Was able to get to the Rams.
His career?
Yeah.
Or just be in a better...
He was in a better situation.
He was really good in Detroit.
Yes.
But he came to a better situation in Los Angeles because you could make the argument there was some better talent there. He had Cooper Kupp in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
And Cooper Kupp was huge with Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay.
Behind a way better offensive line as well, and with a better offensive mind, Matthew Stafford was able to click a little bit better than he did in Detroit.
And he was good in Detroit.
He was good in Detroit, but this is a different level. Again,
Well,
you should not be getting MVP votes at 37.
He certainly put himself into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. You should not be getting MVP votes at 37. Sam Darnold is
What
the
do you
other
mean you
interesting
shouldn't
one.
be? You mean your first MVP votes?
Well,
or period?
Period. I mean, how
Why
many
not?
other 37-year-old quarterbacks have gotten MVP votes that aren't with the last name of Brady?
I was just going to say there's a guy named Brady who I bet did.
Yeah. He's an alien. We've established this. He's an alien. He should not be the rule. He should be the exception.
There's one thing about these 4 teams, and can I expand it just a little bit?
Please.
To the 8 teams that made it to the semis, their quarterback situations are at least somewhat solid. At least somewhat solid. The 4 teams that are still left, certainly. Patriots have Drake May. He's on his way to being one of the best. Broncos have Bo Nix, even though he's not going to play. I think he's solid. Now, whether they might have to make a determination, as the Browns did on Baker Mayfield at some point, do we want to spend that kind of money on Bo Nix and extend him at some point? But at the very least, you're going to have to ask that question right now, and it looks like I would think the answer is going to be yes there.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen, no-brainer in Buffalo. C.J. Stroud, some thinking to do in Texas, but I would keep him around. I think I like C.J.
You got to figure something out, though, because this season was...
It wasn't typical, that's for sure.
Well,
and
he's had
and
two
on the other
not-typical
side,
seasons.
Matthew Stafford, eventually he's going to retire, but the way he played this year, he's got 2 or 3 years in him anyway.
Well, it's so funny, too.
I would think, wouldn't you?
Well, think of Stafford. In the beginning of the season, he was in the parking lot of SoFi Stadium having doctors work on his back.
Yeah.
And we were all looking at each other going, I don't know how good he's going to be if we're already dealing with back issues and we haven't even hit camp yet.
And look what he did.
It's been fantastic.
It's been fantastic. The Seahawks have found their quarterback. You can say whether he's great, whether he's not good enough, whatever, if he's benefiting from a good system with Clint Kubiak. if he just has a great defense and Sam Darnold. Bottom line is Sam Darnold's regular season record the last 2 years is 28-6. End of story. Sam's there. Caleb Williams, terrific in Chicago and only going to get better. And Brock Purdy, a pro's pro in San Francisco. So all of those teams have a quarterback situation that's fairly locked up. And obviously the Browns are still searching for that. Until they find that, Dan, they're not going to be one of these teams.
So my last lesson right here is build the trenches. If you look at Denver, Denver has done a fantastic job putting their offensive lines together. The tackle positions have been awesome for Denver, the way that they've been able to develop them. Same thing with the defensive side of getting pressure. Seattle's done an awesome job with the Charles Cross signing. He's been in and out a little bit, but even the backup offensive linemen have come in and have made a real huge impact of what Seattle's able to do. Be able to run the ball. The Rams, same exact idea. Not exactly investing first and second round picks into that line, but they have managed to keep Matthew Stafford upright for long enough. New England, you could point to the same exact idea, though they did use first and second round picks to invest in that line. Defensive side of the ball, they're able to get to the quarterback. On top of that, invest in the trenches. That is those are my 4 lessons that come from the Final Four.
It's the Ernie Accorsi line.
Mm-hmm.
Former GM of the Browns, New York Giants, on our show years ago. How do you build a team, Ernie? Well, you get a quarterback, then you protect the quarterback, and then you get to the quarterback. Okay.
That
was easy.
Yeah, you watch it in Green Bay. You lose one of those, and all of a sudden everything becomes exposed.
That was it.
It's Micah Parsons left that defense, and it went south in a hurry.
Browns are interviewing guys for a second time this week. One done, another today in Todd Monken, 4 more to come. Could there be anybody else on the list? Where does this stand? Where's your confidence level in the Browns getting this right? 216-474-0092. He's Mennigan. I'm Phelps. Baskin's not here. We're on the Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the
Todd Monken, good luck to you. Second interview with the Browns today. I'm Jeff Phelps, Dan Menigan, in for Andy today. Mackenzie is behind the glass, and Mackenzie's taking your phone calls. They share a name. 216-474-0092, the number to join us. Again, Jim Schwartz had a second interview yesterday. Todd Monken today. Grant Udinski, who looks way too much like Johnny Manziel, and it's scaring the you-know-what out of me, has his coming up. Jesse
Is this
Minter.
going to turn into the Sam Darnold, Ken Carmen thing?
Yeah.
Are we going back to this?
Mac, by the way, I always thought Sam Darnold looked like Ken Carmen's little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
The illegitimate child?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
You don't see it?
No.
Look up some Sam Darnold pictures, like from a couple of years ago. He looks like Ken's little brother. He does. Grant Udinski looks way too much like Johnny Manziel. Makes me think like some homeless guy knocked on the door. And anyhow, Jesse Minter.
If a homeless man can pronounce Udinski, I think that might be worth a talk.
That could be true. The guy's paying attention, whoever it is.
Yeah, goodness knows we had to look it up.
Am I the only guy who finds Mike McDaniel intriguing?
No, I think he's incredibly intriguing. He's just not an Andrew Perry hire. I can't see
Yale and Harvard. Is they going to throw down? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's very true as well. We can't have a Yaley walking around here.
He was a Yale wide receiver, and Andrew was a Harvard DB.
Can't have a Yaley around here. Enough time for such things.
And then Shieldhouse.
No, it's a little bit more the thing of maybe it's just because we dealt with Kevin Stefanski for so long that we assume that the next coach should be someone who handles press conferences the same way that Kevin Stefanski does. I can't see Mike McDaniel sitting down and being told, okay, here are the company lines you're going to toe, and then him coming out and saying nothing. I can't see Mike McDaniel saying nothing.
I don't know that Kevin was told, here's the company line you're going to toe.
Oh, I think he's just an added benefit?
No, I think that's just the way Kevin is and was when he was here. Honestly.
I mean, no.
Maybe so, maybe not. But
look,
I think that's just the approach he brought to his job.
We're as Midwestern as the next people. That was like, whew. That was like, even Canadians aren't even that friendly when it comes to talking about people.
Canadians.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Like
the Canadian people are nice.
The way that you could walk up to him and throw a name out, and Kevin Stefanski would just go, yeah, we're really impressed with what he's been able to do. His teammates have respected every last bit of how he's been able to operate inside of our rooms and
by the way,
inside of our locker rooms.
I want to hear him in Atlanta. I can't wait till his introductory press conference. I'm going to campaign for us to run it. I hope we can.
Bijan has a lot of talent that we've been able to see on film, and we've been able to recognize how he is able to communicate with his teammates inside of our locker room and how they're able to respect his ability when he has the football and yet able to execute our game plans even when he does not have the football.
You happy now?
No.
Trell's in Cleveland. Hello, Trell.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I heard y'all say something about Dylan Gabriel, talking about if we take Drew Aller and say, why are we still talking about that guy, man? Like, have we not saw him suck it up for however long he started? He's garbage. Why is he still even talked about? Why is he even still an option? You see how fast the league threw away Deshaun Kaiser? You see how fast the league is throwing away Justin Fields? Why is it that Dylan Gabriel is still getting talked about as a potential starter? He sucks. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, Trell. Why? Because he's on the team, and at one point they liked him better than Shedeur Sanders, and he's still on the team. And until there's an answer at quarterback, I'm going to assume that every one of those guys gets a shot.
And I'm living in a world where Sam Darnold is in the Final Four, who got kicked around a decent amount. Mac Jones is probably going to have somebody give up a third to second round pick to talk to him for a while after everybody threw him to the curb. I mean, we could keep going. Malik Willis is probably going to get $25 million a year after he got kicked to the curb by the Titans.
Third round pick and didn't play real well in Tennessee.
I bet you Will Levis has somebody take a second shot on him, maybe think that they could build something there. I mean, we could keep going down this road again and again and again. If you made the investment, he's not making a boatload of money. You may as well keep him here and see if there's anything that you can harvest out of there, or maybe he's able to make a leap in an offseason that makes him a little bit better, or maybe find a system that helps benefit him as well.
And Trell, I didn't like the pick in the third round. I prefer quarterbacks to be a little bigger because I think smaller quarterbacks do have a tougher go of it. And part of it is just the physical nature of the game. But he's still on the team. The guy who drafted him, because he was the general manager, liked him better than Shedeur Sanders at the time.
And I'm not.
So let's see what a new coaching staff thinks. If I'm betting Trell, I'm betting Dillon's not the starter on the team. And if you ask me to pick which guy's not on the team this year, it would be Dillon.
Agreed. I agree with all of those statements. I think the same exact way.
But he's here, Trell, so we're talking about him.
But he's here, and he probably is going to get a couple opportunities to see if there's anything there, and then he'll move along somewhere else. And I bet you, as much as it's going to make you want a Ralph, that guy is going to have a 10-year career in the league as a backup quarterback.
You know, that's a great line.
It really is.
I had a friend who in Texas, and she used to call Ralph and calling Earl.
There are a lot of great ways to state such things, and I don't know which ones get me pulled into a meeting and which ones don't.
Yeah.
I've always preferred praising the porcelain god. That one is always sat near and dear to my heart and made me chuckle. There's a few others, but again, I think they'd pull me into meetings.
David is in Stowe, home of the Bulldogs. David.
How are you, Dave?
Hey, Jeff, I'm with you. I think Mike McDaniel would be an excellent choice because everybody says he's been a disciple of Kyle Shanahan at the 49ers. So why don't the Browns do this? Hire Mike McDaniel and say, hey, you're in charge of the offense, because when he was in Miami, his offense was relatively good. We have Jim Schwartz on the other side, so you don't have to worry about defense. And then we'll bring one of these young guys underneath you, and you can train them. And if things don't go well in 3-4 years, we have the next available person.
Dave, I could wrap my head around Mike McDaniel as the head coach and Jim Schwartz as the DC. I could.
My only problem is I have a lot of Browns infighting scar tissue that has built up over time. And so I hear such things and I'm immediately like, oh, this is going to turn into Todd Haley and Hugh Jackson, isn't it? Oh, boy.
You know, the one thing, Dave,
because I got a lot of Brown scar tissue. So that might be my problem.
That. The one thing that I think we all need to keep in mind right now, you know, Nate Shieldhouse, hot name.
Yes.
Grant Udinski, hot name. Well, 4 years ago, Mike McDaniel was Udinski and Shieldhouse. And then all he did was go and put together pretty good offenses, and he was saddled with a quarterback who maybe was good at times and maybe not good. But remember, just 4 years ago, he was that young hot coordinator.
Well, the thing about it, hiring those three young guys is they haven't been involved in the league that much. I don't know if they could get quality assistants underneath him. And would the Browns say, hey, you have to pick this guy, you know, for your staff? And I don't know if he's got enough influence in the league to do that.
Dave, that's a point that they'll have to deal with, you know, moving forward. You do have assistant coaches under contract, but you also have assistant coaches, you know, taking off for other jobs. Chad O'Shea going to Kansas City as wide receiver coach. Just stay tuned. I honestly think this is I don't know that we'll be surprised by the hire, but you could almost say you have 6 guys here. Would it be a little bit of a surprise? I think it would be for any one of these guys to get hired. Think about it. The one that might not be any surprise at all is Schwartz. And even then, it's like, wow, you let go of your head coach just to promote your DC. Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Shall we stay in Stowe? John is with us. Hello, John. John, by the way, I lived on Charing Cross Drive in first grade.
I'm on Arndale. So.
Oh, there you go.
Very nice. It's a small world after all.
There it is.
Here's the question I'd like to ask. So if I was looking for a job and I was going to apply at Acme Company, I would find someone at Acme Company to tell me about it. My question is, these candidates that are external, if they picked up the phone and called Kevin Stefanski and said, what am I walking into? What would he tell them?
This is my Mike McDaniel question of picking up the phone and calling Kyle Shanahan and going, how was your time in Cleveland?
I do find it interesting that McDaniel is here for a second interview for the job that he put together the presentation to get Kyle Shanahan out of town for. That's interesting. I think, and John, you've heard Kevin over the years, I think Kevin would say probably good things. He would say, love the fan base. If he's being completely honest, Andrew and I got along really, really well until we didn't. We disagreed about a couple of things, and the ownership is supportive, but you will have to deal with them on a regular basis.
Yeah, because you hear, like, with Stefanski say, well, Arthur Blank is a great guy to work for. Has them spend a lot, and they'll maybe give you some rope, but are they great people to work for?
Yeah.
I don't know. Right?
Neither do I.
All right.
We'll see what Kevin would say. That's an interesting thought, John.
All right, thanks.
All right, you're welcome.
It's one of those questions. Again, do you really want Mike McDaniel to pick up the phone and call in Kyle Shanahan? How's your time in Cleveland?
Well, Mike was there too.
I know.
He knows.
Yeah, he was.
I'm with you.
I would make that call.
Seriously, that's one thing that surprises me. Mm-hmm. He helped put together the presentation to get Shanahan out of town, and yet he's here interviewing for the job, which means to me he must not have hated the situation. Because if he hated the situation, I know you want a job, you still wouldn't be interviewing here. If you hated it and you thought it was bad and you couldn't succeed here, why in the world would you be interviewing for the job a second time?
So maybe it's a mindset thing. Maybe he also believes at that point in his life, because he was still dealing with alcohol issues and everything else, maybe it's a mindset thing where he thinks maybe it wasn't as bad as I believed it was because now I see things through a clearer lens. Might be that too. I don't know. I'm not Mike McDaniel. I can't help you.
Okay.
I'd like to be. Be nice.
Would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'd love to have people wanting to interview me for jobs in the NFL.
You'd be good.
I don't think so.
You could be the media coach. So here's what you say.
Watch this Kevin Stefanski press conference.
Coach Kevin, yeah. You would be showing them Kevin Stefanski video. Here's how you handle it.
First.
And then you would do Coach Kevigan.
Always remember the reporter's name. It's a very friendly thing. It's good to have. Yeah.
Thanks, Ashley.
Tom, we are really invested in what we are able to produce from our rooms with our coaching staff in a collaborative effort to make sure that when we get on the grass, we are executing with all 11 guys on schedule and on time.
And when somebody asks you something that's just going the wrong way and you think, oh, my God, I want nothing to do with that question. Yes, I understand the question, But
and the other thing, the one thing Kevin Stefanski was also really, really good at is he had a smart aleck answer every so often that would pop in. And it was always kind of would like take you aback every so often when he would give you the smart aleck answer.
Yeah, I know. Gonna miss those. Make sure we get his press conference on the air in Atlanta, will you? I'm serious. That we got to listen to that stuff. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan. Join in, man, again.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books at Quest 101 Sports. Rockets host the Spurs, and San Antonio is playing.
the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
10 openings, 4 filled already. John Harbaugh to New York. He had his introductory press conference today. A little sticking point. Who do I answer to? Apparently the contract was held up for some time because he wanted the language in the contract that he reported to the owner. And then he said today, that's just what I'm used to, and that's kind of what I wanted. That's what I did in Baltimore.
Hey, man, you got the power. Get it in ink.
There it is. Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta. Jeff Hafley to Miami, where the general manager is a former Packers assistant general manager.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned on that and see what happens with Malik Willis. Mm-hmm. And Robert Saleh going to the Tennessee Titans, according to all reports. That leaves the Browns, Ravens, Steelers, all 3 AFC North teams. Can't wait to see how the Ravens and Steelers play out as well. Bills. So you've got...
Also, always keep an eye out when former Packers leave Green Bay and have to deal with organizations that have owners instead of dealing with the president of football operations on a board.
Raiders and Cardinals.
It gets interesting.
So the 6 teams, Browns, Ravens, Steelers, Bills, Raiders, Cardinals. And obviously from the outside looking in, you would say the Bills and Ravens jobs probably at the top of the heap. And then I think it would be your own choice on things. You want to go to the Steelers? You want to go to the Browns? You want to hang with Tom Brady? You want to be in Vegas? You want to go to the Arizona Cardinals? Deal with the Bidwells. We'll see. Next domino to drop, what's it going to be?
I think the next domino is the Baltimore gig.
Do you?
I think that'll be the next one.
They got a little later start on their search.
Yeah, but I can't see them. I mean, they've moved pretty fast on the interview process. I can't see the only way that I could see it go longer is if they want to talk to Chris Shula. That would be the only one that if it's open, it's because they want to talk to the Rams guys.
It's funny. I love seeing what other people think about some of these things. I've seen since the Bills gig opened up, Chris Shula is the perfect guy for the Buffalo Bills. I've seen Chris Shula is the perfect guy for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I have seen Chris Shula is the perfect guy for the Baltimore Ravens, where Grandpa Don used to be the head coach of the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
So haven't seen anybody say he's the perfect guy for the Browns, Cardinals, or Raiders, though. At least not yet.
Probably because everybody thinks the Browns are going either Jim Schwartz or offensive mind. And okay.
Seems that way. Never know. Ted's in Wycliffe. Ted?
Merely tea leaf reading.
Hi, Ted.
Yeah, hey, guys. Listen, this offensive mind type wording drives me nuts because then I start to think that the offensive mind coaching is going to completely ignore the defense. And I'm of the opinion that this year's draft coming through, that I need a coach that's going to be able to take the best available player. And I know that we need offensive linemen, and I know that we need wide receivers. But doggone it, if Reuben Bain is sitting there at 6, you got to pick him. You got to put him on that defensive line with the rest of that talent and run with that defense. And if you win 12-10 every day, then that's what you do. You'll find your offensive linemen down the line. I mean, you can look through all the NFL. How many of these offensive linemen are third, fourth, fifth-round picks? I'm guaranteeing it's more than 50% of them. You got to be smart, and you got to have a coach that is not going to ignore the other side of the ball, offensive mind. Well, doggone it, I want a coach. Look, Harbaugh was a special teams guy. So maybe you need somebody in between there that doesn't favor offense or favor defense. They're a special team mind. That way they can kind of sort of spread out their ability to run a football team.
Ted, thank you very much. Remember, Kevin Stefanski had an offensive background and hired Joe Woods. That didn't work, and then brought in Jim Schwartz, so he didn't ignore the defensive side of the ball.
And Reuben Bain is awesome.
So there you go.
Just want to toss that in, too. Reuben Bain is awesome. The only... Boy, if they walked out of there with a pass rusher, I think everybody...
They traded their first-round pick for this year's draft to the Rams and drafted James Pierce.
If the Browns went pass rusher in the first round...
I was talking Falcons here, sorry.
I think all of us would drop our jaws on that one.
Take a strength and make it a bigger strength. According to Mary Kay Cabot up there on the Twitter, Mary Kay posting, by the way, and good for these guys. Your Pro Football Writers of America Defensive Rookie of the Year, Carson Schlesinger. Your Pro Football Writers of America Defensive Tackle on the All-Rookie team, Mason Graham. Jeff is in Cleveland. Hello, Jeff.
Well-deserved, no arguments here.
Jeff, thanks for staying on hold and
take care of yourself.
Not picking up the phone. Tony's in Eastlake. Tony,
all right, Tony.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering why they brought in Mike Vrabel a couple years ago. Wasn't he supposed to be like a coach in waiting if Stefanski didn't work out?
So
I don't think so, Tony.
He was essentially a consultant, I think is how they ended up wording it.
And he ended up doing more coaching on the field than I think anybody thought he would.
Because he was in between jobs and he wanted the Titans to continue to pay him money.
And he could hang out with mom and dad.
That's true.
So, Stefanski just won 3 games last year, but then they let him go to the Patriots. What the heck was that?
Fine question, Tony. They weren't ready to let go of Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, they liked Kevin Stefanski at that time.
Had they moved on from Kevin, I don't know that Mike Vrabel would have taken the job.
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe not.
We have no idea on that one if he wanted to do it. We have no idea if he wanted to be in a position where he's coaching the team that he grew up coaching. Some people love that. If you ask Kevin Durant wants nothing to do with playing for the Washington Wizards ever. And I don't think it's because the Wizards are a mess. It's because he just doesn't want to deal with the hometown stuff.
Jim is in Cleveland. Jim?
How are you, Jim?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well.
Jeff, we talked last week, and I think you're of the same opinion that I have. I think they got the Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski thing backwards. I'll give Andrew Berry a C+ on the draft, but the 2 quarterback thing is just, I don't know, kind of mind-boggling. And it could be kind of in the way, if you will, of this hiring process that the Browns are going through. I want to see Jim Schwartz and as the head coach and keep him on that defense and bring in an offensive guy that is, got experience and is qualified. Who knows? You guys said kick the tires on McDermott, which, okay, yeah, maybe he wouldn't take the OC job, but
I talked to him.
I'd
for sure talk to him.
And as far as former Buckeyes like Vrabel and Walt Jesuit, man, I went there for a year.
Oh, there you go.
But I think, as far as adding to the defense, man, I watched Jack Sawyer get all over C.J. Stroud and kept the score close with the Steelers-Ravens game, or whoever they played in the first round. And my God, I think it was the Texans. But he almost single-handedly, he was all over C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he was active. Jim, thanks for the phone call. I think you meant McDermott as a DC, but because Sean's background is as a defensive coordinator. I don't think he's going anywhere but as a head coach, and if he doesn't get a head coaching job, I'm guessing he's going to sit out for a year and get one next year.
I could see that being the case. McDermott, though, if you are to bring him in that quickly, he likes having kind of smaller defenses that are more speed-based, especially in the secondary. On the secondary side, this secondary isn't exactly I would refer to as small, but they are fast as all get out. So maybe we would make an exception to the rule of Sean McDermott.
Mac?
I was reading a piece on that this morning.
I can tell. Mm-hmm. Moment of the show.
Our moment of the show comes from Mary Kay Cabot earlier, where she talked about if the Browns could take a leap of faith when it comes to their next head coach.
I think that you can take a leap of faith on one of these younger guys. You're looking for traits. You're looking for characteristics like leadership. Those are the kinds that things that you're looking for. The ability to assemble a staff. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a shot, taking a chance on one of these young rising stars in the game, and see if you can't find your own Mike Tomlin.
Okay. If you missed Mary Kay's conversation with us, Mike Sando as well, by all means, go listen to the Odyssey app, 923thefan.com. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, it's brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. Number is 216-770-5488. Mac.
I'm smart because of the conversation with Mary Kay Cabot. Again, kind of giving a breakdown of where the Browns are at now here as we enter into week 3 of the coaching search at this point. So really loved that interview. Give it a listen as well.
Mackenzie.
I'm smarter today, just courtesy of our lovely listeners and callers who call in and give us their opinion and thoughts, maybe that we don't even think about sometimes.
And sometimes we don't think about those. Sometimes for good reason. Dano.
Jinx.
I mean, Mike Sando was outstanding. You should go back and listen to Mike Sando. But if we're being honest here, it's the fact that I did not know that a doozy was an old car from Indiana.
Oh, it's not an old car. You know what a Duesenberg is?
No, I do not know what a Duesenberg is.
While we're sitting here,
All
do a
right.
Google search for that.
No, just because I sit in his seat
that's
doesn't mean I have to do what he does.
It's because that's funny. The Duesenberg. Auburn Cord, also cars that were manufactured there in Indiana.
Oh, darn.
Phenomenal.
Those are really cool.
Oh,
looking.
they're unbelievable.
That's awesome.
So there you go. That's a doozy of a Google search you just did there, Dan.
Looks like something that Al Capone would have a Tommy gun hanging out of.
He did.
Right on.
Nick Wilson's walking around somewhere. I think Peterlin's here today. So get ready. Afternoon. Oh, there's Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan. Jonathan's not even waving. Afternoon drive coming up next, folks. Could tomorrow be the day? Could tomorrow be the day? Mike McDaniel. They lock him in the building and they don't let him out until he signs that deal. Unlikely, but by golly, we're going to have fun talking about it tomorrow. Afternoon drive up next. Thanks, everybody.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we are practically icicles today. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Mac also running board. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing. Make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked around here, and hit subscribe on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We've got, who's doing 2020s? Mackenzie Flume Dog Millionaire, the Big Cheese, a.k.a. on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
Doing well, yeah. I've survived the cold. I've survived the Arctic, and Indiana's the national champion.
Well, now you enter here where it's like a sauna in this building right now. I don't know what's going on.
I believe this is what happens when the heating in a building just gets confused.
I'm going to look like an idiot. I'm going to roll up my hoodie now, and I'm with you. You come on in, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cold. That got chilly really quick, and then you enter in here. I think they overcorrected was the problem.
Oh, that's why. It says 80 degrees on the thermostat.
And it feels every bit of 80. Can somebody please fix this? I know
which
you need
Jamoke turned this off.
I know you need a
today.
ladder to get up to where you can control the device on this, but can somebody please can we get on this?
You know what this is?
Jeez.
Jeff Phelps is he's getting ready for Florida or Arizona. That's what once
is that a
once
snowbird
you're a person
place?
of means, you become a snowbird. He's ramping up. You know, the kids are out of the house. He's reached a certain stage of life, getting that golden Buckeye life. You all know what I'm talking about. And he's like, if it is one degree below 80 degrees, not for me.
I mean, my lips are just they're like it's as if I'm in the Sahara right now. This is awful.
I would also like to point out that yesterday I made the point Indiana, as college football's national champion, is one of the signs of the apocalypse.
So you think this is what is happening
Maybe
here?
this is prepping us for
Man,
it. Yeah.
Signetti really tried his hardest to try to give that game to Miami, didn't he?
Well, so did Carter Smith, who is an offensive lineman that I think actually fits if the Browns are going to keep with the scheme that they've had. I thought his post game was one of the funniest things because he couldn't decide what emotion he was.
Yeah.
Smug for winning a championship in Indiana, happy because he won a championship in Indiana, pissed off beyond all measure at the offensive line for their mistakes.
Yeah.
Proud of his team, and watching him it was like watching a robot having emotions for the first time. It was the funniest thing ever to come out of it until they go to Fernando Mendoza. And he's just Rocky at the end of Rocky 1
you
in
heard.
every single post-game interview.
Signetti supposed to be like the greatest moment of his life, from a football perspective. And he's like correcting the person that introduces all the players at the podium because she called him Alberto instead of Fernando. And it's like, well, at first, a big mistake by that person.
Huge mistake.
That's a big mistake there.
It's a different Mendoza brother.
I know, but even still, it was he's just an ornery. He's just an ornery, just a bad mood guy. That's all he is. But at least he stays true to that.
But can we also admit...
I hope he's not a bad person. I really do. I hope he's not a bad person. I don't think so. We don't really know these guys. I hope he's not a bad person.
No, like he seems like one of those guys where you're like, he's kind of a stuffy personality, but when you really get to know him, he's got the heart of gold.
We've all met enough people that act that way, and then they're like, yeah, it's a great dude. But we've also met a lot of people that act that way, and it's like, oh, yeah, they really do stink.
They really are just
They
a-holes.
really are just not great.
So I will say, I think... One, that was an incredible national championship game. Mark Fletcher Jr. had some plays in that game, and I'm not talking about when he tried to punch out Indiana defensive lineman after the game. He had some huge plays in that game.
How about that tweet, by the way? It's like, he's such a class act. He's such a gentleman. He's all this, he's all that, and then he's throwing haymakers 30 seconds later.
Well, but they were very classy haymakers. It was as good of a national championship game as you could have, and I think that's good for college football. But I do think, I went into last night thinking it's a no-lose situation if you're college football. If Indiana wins, you're trying to build this thing from regional to national. And the playoffs have done this. Once you went to 4, and then certainly once you've gone beyond 4, more people being in it feels like more people are in it at the end, and that's good for college football. So Indiana winning this gives hope to Missouri. It gives hope to Rutgers. It gives hope to UCLA, programs that have never previously thought that they could maybe do this. And the roadmap is there. But had Miami won, Miami's back. And who doesn't? Even in that game, you got Michael Irvin clearly on the sweet Bam Bam, rocking with Mr. Brownstone, screaming at players on the sideline.
I like that, though.
Well, no, but between that and just that Miami team is cheap as hell.
He took honorary team captain just a little bit too far.
Yeah, because he was helped by substances. But I thought.
Did you see? I think SNL spoofed him this last weekend. Did you see that?
I did see that. Yeah. There was like a guy that's like 20 years old. I don't know. It bugged me. However, but like
Okay.
Miami was cheap as hell. So if Miami had come out of that and won, the narrative was going to be, well, yeah, they won, but that's a cheap-ass program. I guess good for Mario Cristobal. And the hateable Hurricanes are back.
Yeah, it would have been it. I just like that Miami didn't lay down and die. I thought when it was 10-0, I thought we were going to get a runaway game. I thought we were going to get the type of game that Indiana just pulls away, because that's what we'd seen Indiana do all college football playoff. But Miami in that fourth quarter, really it started with that big run out of the half, if we're being honest about it. And then they just kept chipping away, and they made it a fun game at the end. And really, you're a Carson Beck underthrow away from this being a completely different storyline. And then me being able to rightfully rip Cignetti for not giving the ball to Mendoza on that 4th and 4 when he'd given it to him 2 other 4th downs previously, and he takes the field goal and gives Carson Beck even a chance.
Also, can you ever
I
imagine?
would have been so angry.
Can you imagine an NFL game officiated the way that last night's game was officiated? There were 4 personal foul calls on Miami that just weren't even close to being called. And again, like, there's a part of me that's like, oh, this is football. This is good.
That's how the Miami-Ohio State game was in many ways.
But, I mean, they were letting, honestly, I thought the refs kept Miami in the game simply by not calling penalties. Like, there were another 4 DPI calls that just didn't get called. I like that because I like when you just let kids play. But comparative to what I watched in the NFL, there would have been 8 15-yard penalties in that game if NFL officials had been officiating last night's national championship.
Oh yeah, I mean Bo Nix. I mean all he got was just penalties to drive down the field. That's all that Denver game was against Buffalo. It was just him flagging his way down the field. I thought, okay, so here's the thing. I thought Cignetti had an awful game for himself in many, many ways. Delay of games, out of timeouts. I talked about
Just
the 4th down play.
his face and what it does when he's
zero
mad.
reaction off of anything. And really, they win because they had a block punt that they got in the end zone. Like, there was a lot there. Mendoza, I thought often in that game, didn't look particularly good either. And so that's what makes that so cool, is when you can have a game like that where Cignetti looks like he was not only outcoached, just had a bad game. Mendoza looked human for the first time in weeks, if not months. And they still ended up the winner.
Yeah.
And I would have been mad if Miami had won, because it didn't seem like Miami would have been the true deserved champion.
So what's crazy about this is there's only one thing that came out of it. And again, if you're a Hoosiers fan, congrats. That's awesome. Like a team that has never won. I think this is the first time since 1996 that we've had a new national champion that hasn't previously won a national championship. That's awesome. That's cool. There's one narrative that I did just immediately start rolling my eyes. And it's fine if you want to feel this way. It's just it's incredibly too early to throw the pity party on this. The people that immediately were like, I'm glad we lost. I'm glad we won those 2 games at the end of the season. Guys, Fernando's definitely going to be the number 1 pick. He hasn't done a damn thing in the NFL yet. And this isn't Andrew Luck. It's not Peyton Manning. It's not Joe Burrow. Like, he's a really high quality prospect. But there's no guarantee, and there never is, but there's certainly no guarantee he's going to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL.
I saw way more people suggesting that he was the worst number 1 overall pick prospect in the past 20 years than he was anything close to what Joe Burrow was.
Oh, I think that's Bryce Young.
I saw,
and maybe that's revisionist history.
Let's ask Joe De Leon as he joins us. Although right now it's in vogue to speak up on Mendoza, but last night the haters were out in full force.
What's crazy about it is, like, he's going to be one of those guys that is overinflated because he's a number 1 pick. But, like, he doesn't have elite traits across the board. He's got a nice arm. He is way more athletic than, like, Jared Goff. That's been his comp. If Jared Goff could move the way that Fernando Mendoza could, Detroit would have a completely different-looking offense.
He's big, which everyone always loves.
So, like, there's a lot to like. I hate, though, when people are like, well, the big question is, can he read a zone defense? It's like, isn't that every college quarterback? Like, oh, no. Can he read his own defense? Isn't that what we say? Is that what Tua never learned to do? Like, isn't that like, oh, no, can he read an NFL defense? But, yeah, I don't live it this way. And maybe it's because I was the guy that's like, no, I want to win games. I don't want to lose games on purpose. I'm not sitting here thinking that my estimation of the Browns next year would be entirely different if Fernando Mendoza was going to be the number 1 pick and the Browns had it. Like, I think he's going to be a really nice quarterback in the NFL. I would be surprised if he was an out-and-out bust. I think more like Trevor Lawrence than maybe people are giving credit for. But, like, I think he'll be a fine NFL quarterback. I'm not losing on purpose at the end of the season and adding more misery in what has already been a miserable last 2 years for the Browns, so I can get a guy that might be Trevor Lawrence.
Well, and two, on that, I mean, the Raiders, that I bet that final game of the season goes a little bit different if the Raiders know they have to lose in order to secure number one. That's the other part of this that maybe we're rewriting just a little bit. Like the Raiders in that final Week 18 game, I would imagine they treat it just a little bit different if they understand that they need that one in order to get that locked in.
Mm-hmm.
I would think.
But it feels right now, and it's a little bit of everybody. Some of it's on fans, some of it's on media. This bleakest hour crap is just not true. And I understand this is what you do when you just won 5 games or you won 8 games in 2 years. The Browns have a lot going for them. They don't have a quarterback going for them yet. They do need to overhaul that offense, and they certainly need to get the right head coach. But this is not the darkest hour the Browns have ever had, or the year where they won the wrong game at the end of the season. Fernando might end up being better than I think in the NFL. He also might be worse than I think in the NFL. I'm not sitting here thinking, man, the Browns, have missed another lucky turn here because they won too many games. I just think I don't know how we can live in misery with where the Browns are, considering where we've lived in misery with the Browns previously, where it was certainly earned. Thinking 0-16, 1-15, thinking Eric Mangini and that whole nonsense into Holmgren, thinking Pat Shurmur, who just had no business being a head coach, things like that.
I think in this college football playoff, he had 8 touchdowns of 5 incompletions entering last night's game. Like he was just on a run, and I think a lot of people got caught up in that for sure. And last night kind of brought him back down to earth. But I don't think again, Joe joining us at 3:20. The people that do this don't look at like last night's game and all of a sudden they're out on Mendoza. What he was a week ago is what he is right now.
216-474-0092. I am reaching up there and turning down that damn thermostat.
It's so hot right
now.
now.
And I'm finding out whoever did it because I'm going to fight them. I'm actually not going to fight them.
I'm literally sweating. I'm sweating right now.
I am too, but I'm fat, and that's what we do. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Joe DeLeon, our draft guy, Ruffino and Joe show, and A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst at 3:20. We'll get his take on the quarterback class, who is QB2 right now, the wide receivers, all the things you want to know. The Peterlin Pass at 3:40. John Fanta at 4:20. Albert Breer, that's right, our buddy Albert Breer coming up at 5:20. We'll talk. Is McDermott a candidate for the Cleveland Browns? What's the latest he's hearing on the Browns job? Do we know anything concrete about a guy named Grant Udinski? But 216-474-0092. Do you regret the Browns winning those 2 games at the end of the season so you don't get to have Mendoza fever and the name that is being linked to the Browns that might actually make me have more of a coronary than Grant Udinski? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. And while we talk about FOMO on Fernando and whether that's a real thing, do you have any FOMO on Fernando?
No. I've told you previously, I dislike the kid.
Is it just that? I think that's such a hot take now.
It's not, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's graduated into being a hot take, but it's how I feel.
I have softened. He's a total goober.
Football Flanders, I'm not interested.
He's a total goober.
He is. He's a big-time goober.
You are right on the fact that he is.
Not interested.
And I do wonder
when I hear him talk, I genuinely have a disdain for the kid. I genuinely dislike him when I hear him talk.
I wonder how that translates into the locker room, because you can't do I just got to say, man, we're going to be Golden Bear forever. You can't do that in the NFL.
I'm getting Russell Wilson cornball vibes, and I don't like it.
All right, that's not a hot take. I think that's a real question that he'll have to answer. But, I mean, guys, it got me. About the fifth time he did something good, and they panned over to his dad hugging his mom who's in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
I'm fighting tears. I'm like, I mean, this kid, man, he's overcome so much. He was going to be a preferred walk-on in Miami. Like,
what a night for ESPN producers, by the way. You go from showing the Mendoza family 27 times to then like, we'll just sneak a Bella Danger in here.
Hey, everyone got theirs
also,
last
does
night.
Carson Beck even have a family? I'm not sure. They didn't show him.
I think it's Bella Danger.
They didn't show him. I'm not sure. I don't know. We got a Mendoza family exclusive.
Can you imagine?
But we got nothing with Carson Beck's family. Okay, great.
All of Carson Beck's family just looks like they're also strung out.
Are they just like real dirtbags or something? Is that what happened? I genuinely don't know. Where like the producers
an Aaron
are like
Rodgers situation.
Well, it's like obviously Mendoza's mom is a very nice story, and there's a lot attached to it. The dad sitting down when big plays happen to make sure that he's on the same level with his mom.
You can't even talk about it. I'm gonna get choked up.
It's a very good story. I like that.
It's not a very good story. It's an incredible story.
Everyone likes that.
It's a tear-jerking story. It's beautiful.
But like, is Carson Beck's family like? Are we just scumbags to ESPN? They just never got shown?
Or did they say we can't compete with a wheelchair?
Is that it?
There was some self-awareness here.
Everyone's going to be like, here's the Mendoza family, a real uplifting, almost a Disney movie.
I can just see people sitting at home being like, Becks. Oh, look at Carson Beck's mom. Oh, look at how she can stand. Good for you. Yeah. I can see the audience just turning on her.
They probably would. They probably would.
But that's probably because your son looks like a drug addict. There's just something about that look. It's not great.
It's a rough look.
Yeah.
But you
know what? It did not hurt him at Miami.
There's a comp I have for him I'm not going to do here.
Well, now I need to know it.
The kid in the wheelchair on South Park?
Okay. I now see.
You see what I'm talking about?
I see now why you weren't going to do it. I regret asking you to do it. That's on me, dog.
That's just the comp I have for him. He just looks like him. I don't know.
So we got quick hits coming up in about 15 minutes. ESPN has come out with kind of their off-season projections or predictions, and they've got a new name at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns that the internet itself is very high on this guy. And it's interesting because they weren't when he was coming out of Liberty. It is Packers backup Malik Willis, and they basically point to Malik Willis's landing spots being either the Browns or the Dolphins, and I'm really torn on Malik Willis as the guy to come into this quarterback room and be the guy.
Oh, so I know you like Malik Willis, but I like that you're torn on him because I thought this was going to be more of a rounding applause for Malik Willis. And it was like, I based off of what I'm not sure. But when you watch him play, you do see something with a lot of talent. We just didn't watch him play enough.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's killing me. Like, I mean, I guess if you had if this was last year and you had a blank canvas for a quarterback room, I think I'd be more inclined to get Malik Willis in there. He's a former third-round pick. He washed out of Tennessee for things that just weren't his fault. And he spent the last 2 years kind of learning at the feet of Matt LaFleur, who I think is a really good head coach. Mm-hmm. And Green Bay does, no matter who their head coach is. They have some sort of preternatural thing about developing quarterbacks, no matter where they were drafted.
Well, yeah. And it also helps that the one time we saw Malik Willis start a game this year was that Baltimore game, and it was on national TV, and he had a really nice game. Threw for almost 300 yards, didn't have any interceptions. Like, the one game we saw him start this year, and the one game we saw him actually play start to finish, because the whole country watches all these games when they're at Sunday Night Football, he looked really good.
But doesn't this kind of feel, to anybody else, is anybody else getting, like, Matt Flynn vibes or Tavares Jackson vibes, where there's just like there's not enough. There's like 4 games you can really pull from and say, hey, here's what. And by the way, it's not even 4 full games. It's like I think 2 full games in Green Bay.
It's two games that he threw over 15 passes.
And so like I just. And like
no, that's not even right. One of the games he only threw 11 passes.
So it's such a struggle for me to come here and say, like, guys, I don't think he's an upgrade on what you have. And I know that
he
might
legitimately
be.
threw 35 attempts this year.
Yes. And
35 attempts, and everyone thinks he's just fixed from Tennessee.
Well, and here's the thing. He's going to get probably $20 million.
No,
Someone's going to give him.
Well, that was the Justin Fields rate. Or it was $40 million over 2 years.
Yeah. So someone's going to give him Boku money. And I know, listen, the difference here between like him and Mac Jones is you don't have to give up a draft pick, and I think that's going to matter to a lot of people. I don't know that if I'm basing 2026 off quarterbacks, I think I might just be more inclined to roll with the 3 that I have and see what shakes free, as opposed to forcing yourself to Malik Willis, who I just like. Again, he could end up being a nice starting quarterback. He was a 3rd-round pick. A lot of people thought he had, first or second round talent. It's just he wasn't enough of a finished product when he came out. Well, guys, it's not like he got suddenly more finished sitting on the bench there.
He's got 155 pass attempts in his whole entire career.
Yeah.
That is a shockingly low number for somebody that is talked about the way that he is.
So it's just like I'm in such a weird position because not hypothetically, in a vacuum, I like a lot of like what Malik Willis has. But to just give him the starting job and give him $20 million and say it's your job.
And that's where we draw a line too, is the $20 million a year. Like he hasn't earned that.
Yeah.
Hasn't earned that. And like if you want to do what Baker had to do in his first year in Tampa Bay, where he goes in there and he competes with another quarterback and you pay him $5 million was the flat rate for Baker, okay, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Like you want to make it a Malik Willis and Shedeur Sanders training camp competition, and he's coming here for $5 million, doesn't cost us a bunch of money, sign me up, let's do that.
But even that, so I don't even know he deserves to be the top dog in that. Like in Baker, former number 1 pick, had started some 50-plus games by the time he got to Tampa Bay. There was enough football there to say, all right, you're the 1A, and then I think it was Kyle Trask is the 1B.
Yeah, but it was a legitimate, and it was advertised as a legitimate camp. This was not something that was going to be, Baker, you get the job, and it is what it is. He had to legitimately beat him out.
But like Malik Willis probably profiles more as the Kyle Trask in this scenario. And I want to be clear, like I liked Malik Willis, and I liked Malik more coming out than I did Kyle Trask, who I thought was massively overdrafted as a last pick of the 2nd round. But like you're going to base what was the number of attempts? Was it 150?
155.
150. You're going to put that guy as your 1A. I don't see how. And by the way, he's probably going to get more than $5 million a year. And so it's like, to me, how this currently sets up. If you're bringing in, like I think we've all kind of said, well, if you trade for Mac Jones, he's not he's more the Baker in this scenario, where he's got a huge amount of games that he's played. You're going to be the 1A here on this 1-year deal. I think he's got 1 year, $4 million left on the San Francisco deal. And then Shedeur, Dillon Gabriel, and Deshaun become the 1B, right? Like, I'm comfortable with that because of the amount of games Mac Jones has played. But even then, I'm not gifting Mac Jones the starting job.
No, he still has to earn it. And it'd still be one of those battles.
But, like, I think that's where I look at this and go, to me, that's the difference, is there's just not enough with Malik. And it's interesting. I heard people pound the table for Malik today that have been anti-Shedeur or anti-Dillon Gabriel. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure those 2 quarterbacks have more football that we can judge them off of than Malik Willis. And by the way, it's in a much worse context.
Yeah. Dillon's got to be right around 155 attempts. He's somewhere in that range.
But I wouldn't give Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur the starting job next year scot-free, just because of 1 good game or 2 good games.
I'm thinking about the one game where Dillon Gabriel dropped back 58 times. There's seasons worth where Malik Willis didn't drop back 58 times.
He dropped 11 times in the one game?
Yeah, 11 times. Well, that was his second biggest game, by the way. That was it. Well, last year he dropped back 35 times. So just the Pittsburgh game alone for Dillon Gabriel was almost twice as many dropbacks.
I just think it's like man, it just feels like we're creating something that isn't. And when I say we, I'm not talking about like Browns fans. I'm talking about like the media. Like okay, yeah, he was really good as a backup for 2 games for Green Bay. What does that do anybody?
No,
You know what I mean?
doesn't really do much for me. The way this reads right now, and this is obviously could change. We don't even know who that coach is. The way this reads right now is it's going to be Shedeur in some sort of competition with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem like we're going to have a quarterback that just comes from the clouds and is automatically that's the assumed starter. So we're going to have all the training camp stuff we had last year with people charting plays and doing everything like that. That's coming right back around this time.
Yeah.
We're going to have it, and that's fine. And again, same thing I would tell Shedeur last year is that you at least with this one, it feels like he'll have a shot out of the gates, unlike last year. But he's got to go out there and earn it. That's what he has to do. He's got to beat these guys.
I think the unknown thing is just how much of a chance is Deshaun really going to have? Because I know Jeff has been all over this in middays where he's like, they owe him X amount of millions of dollars. They can't cut him until March of 2027, at least without performing cap gymnastics, where then might hurt your ability to try and win this year. So, like, he's going to be here. Give him a chance. But I don't know what that chance looks like. Because if we just go by what he did before he got here, well, okay, then maybe he deserves the chance to be the 1A. If we just go by what he gets paid, well, he gets paid like a guy that's going to be your 1A. The problem is, since he got here, the football is much more like a backup or below par backup, given his experience.
Yeah, I guess we just don't know what the Browns' thinking is with him. We don't know what the plan will be. We don't know how serious they're going to take this. Are they going to have a Deshaun Watson battle as well, or is it going to turn into, it looks like Deshaun got injured once again, and looks like he's just not going to be able to make it out there. I think that's why people want somebody else in the mix. It's almost like if you don't like Shedeur, you want somebody else to at least feel like they can challenge Shedeur. And Deshaun right now, we don't even know that he's going to be out there. And then when it comes to Dillon Gabriel, we know that's not a challenge.
Yeah, but I struggle with that because, I do think if you're not going to give Deshaun a realistic chance to win this, I do think you have to be honest. And I know that this could end up being a tricky situation because the union can get involved depending on which way you go. So I understand that, but I think if you're not, there's no use in saying Deshaun is going to be a part of this quarterback competition and it's a real quarterback competition, and the PR hit that you're going to take with that, unless it's real.
I mean, I would think it'd be real, but they're weird around Deshaun. They're weird with Deshaun. Even everything that they did last year, where they had him out there practicing to then not activate him and do all that. They treat him differently, and I don't. It's too hard to read what they will and won't do.
Yeah, and in fairness, was the secrecy about Kevin and how Kevin wanted to handle it? Was it part of an agreement with David Mulligetta, Deshaun's folks? Is it in more of an Andrew Berry thing? Is it some combination of those 3 things? Probably most likely, but I think the fact that nobody really knows what's going on in the head coaching search other than the headlines probably tells you the era of secrecy in Cleveland is not going away anytime soon.
Well, it could have just been as simple as I don't think I'll ever win with Stefanski, so don't put me out there with Stefanski for the end of the season. I'm not going to do. We didn't do well in 3 years together. I'm not going to do well now, and I'll wait until you get a new head coach in here, and I'll roll the dice that way.
So that's a good point because I can't even really comment on Malik Willis or Deshaun Watson or Shedeur or Dillon till I know who the hell's going to be your head coach. 216-474-0092. The ESPN projecting ESPN's projecting Malik Willis to either the Browns or the Dolphins this offseason. Is Malik Willis the most interesting quarterback this offseason? We'll have more on that, but Quick Hits leads off with what I can only say is one hell of a polished job from one of the NFL's biggest reporters. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Men, trouble in the bedroom?
latest on the Browns head coaching search coming up in about 20 minutes. Names. We've got Joe DeLeon coming up at 3:20. Our draft guy, if you guys didn't hear him last year, did a great job for us all throughout the draft season. We'll get his take on Fernando Mendoza, what he projects to be in the NFL, who is QB2, what happens with a quarterback class. A lot of very interesting conversations to come in the NFL draft over the next couple of months, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
JP, as everybody knows, Baltimore looking for their next head coach, and ESPN's Adam Schefter had an interesting comparison for the way they're going about finding John Harbaugh's successor.
The way the Ravens are approaching this hiring cycle, to me, is very similar to the way that they draft. They sit back at the end of the round, they watch all the teams in front of them make their moves, and then the Baltimore Ravens step in and make their selection with whatever greatness is left. In the end, they're going to pick some guy that's going to come in there and probably be as much of a success as a coach as many of their top draft picks have been.
You know, JP.
Yeah?
I think what Adam is doing is he's taking a very thin premise, and then, by virtue of inflection and creative comma usage, he's trying to make himself sound smarter and maybe assuage the fears of Ravens fans who are worried they don't have a head coach yet.
Did ESPN just hire you as an insider?
It is such a polished job. I honestly, I'm already out on the big, we're talking Schefter and Rappaport, because it's just copy and paste for them. It's the same thing with Shams in the NBA.
No, they work hard for those sources.
Yes, they do. Polishing things.
Yeah.
Polishing many
things. What kind of things?
You can use your imagination. Maybe if we think back to last night's national title game, some of the people that were shown on the screen, think that kind of polishing.
Mendoza's mom?
She does have 3 kids.
Easy now.
However,
all right,
with respect, you set me up. But with respect, do you like this point by Adam Schefter?
Yeah, I think it's silly. He's like they're going to hire a guy that's gonna work. It's like, huh? What? Like they're gonna last of the best? Huh? How is that their? That shouldn't be their thought process here. Like if they like Stefanski, they should have been on the hop and getting Stefanski before he went to Atlanta, not where he decides he wants to go to Atlanta and then you're just left with whatever's left over.
They're gonna let Kyle Hamilton fall to them in the head coaching market. Adam, just next time say nothing.
You know what he's describing? He's describing the person that continuously fails up.
Yes.
As if that's a strategy. That's not a strategy. You're just getting lucky. That's not something you can really bank on.
Inaction is not a strategy.
Strategy. Seriously, guys.
Why did you turn drunk there?
Because I said strategy.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were doing the robot voice.
If you
turn into a drunk robot all of a sudden. Wasn't sure about that.
It's either that or a small stroke. Who knows?
The Titans are. Well, I got to be careful on that. If you start to have a stroke in the air, I got to know the signs. I got to be like, is he doing an impression? Is he doing an impression? Nick, snap out of it. Snap out of it.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Oh, good. All right, good. Titans have hired Robert Saleh. Do you like this move for Tennessee?
No. He was bad as a head coach. He failed. And granted, it was Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson and then Aaron Rodgers. So who cares? I actually think he and the previous GM were the guys that moved on from Sam Darnold, who then actually went elsewhere and eventually became something. They drafted Zach Wilson 2 overall. They're the ones that traded for Aaron Rodgers. He has no business being a head coach. This is my fear of Jim Schwartz. This is a guy who failed tremendously. Actually, Schwartz had better success than Saleh did. Did he have a winning season as Jets head coach?
No, but he does get the same way you get a Browns pass, it feels like he gets a Jets pass.
Yeah, this is the biggest Peterlin pass in the history of Peterlin passes.
It is. It feels like it's how it exists with him.
But he just went back and had 1 year of success with San Francisco's defense, and I guess he's a good head coach again?
It was a very injured defense. It was a very bad defense, all things considered. They turned into a good one.
This is the thing that annoys me about how the NFL works is, when people say, and I've made this point with Mike McDaniel, when you say he should go be an offensive coordinator so he can really learn what he's done and he can really think about it, it's like, no, you just need a year of not thinking about how bad that guy was in New York for Robert Saleh so you can justify doing this again.
He finished with back-to-back 7-win seasons, and then he got fired after starting 2-3 in 2024.
Should be noted, Mike McDaniel has had a hell of a lot more success as a head coach. And he might end up being the OC in Tennessee. Make it make damn sense.
That part, that's just the 49ers connection, right? That's all that is. But it's a wild development if McDaniel chooses that Tennessee OC job. Because he should have had the Tennessee head coaching job if he wanted it. I'd 100% chose him over Saleh every day out of the week.
Honestly, prayers for Cam Ward. I mean...
Oh, Cam Ward's got to be pissed. He's going to be like, why is it that that Jackson Dart got a 2-hour meeting with Harbaugh, and then I clearly get no involvement in this, and you hire a defensive coordinator?
Yep.
I'd be pissed if I was Cam Ward.
In fairness, did they just want to hire a really bad head coach? Because one of the other 2 finalists was Matt Nagy. So...
Who now doesn't have a job in Kansas City because Eric Bieniemy's hired as the OC now.
Which, again,
anyone want to find out how bad you are at your job? When that happens, that's a sign.
I made this point last night on social media. This is the most bizarre coaching cycle ever. Saleh getting a second head coaching job when he did nothing to earn that second job other than still be a good defensive coordinator. The first 3 candidates they had looked like they were going to take an interview with the Titans only to then pivot out and take another head coaching job because that was Harbaugh, Stefanski, and Jeff Hafley who landed in Miami. Then Matt Nagy was a finalist in Tennessee, and he was already replaced by the time he didn't get the head coaching job in Tennessee, which you pointed out. Joe Brady and Todd Monken have gotten second interviews for other jobs after their head coaches have just gotten fired.
Yeah.
The Tomlin decision was obviously out of left field. The McDermott firing was late in the cycle. Hell, even Harbaugh was delayed a couple days. McDaniel was delayed. This is the weirdest coaching cycle
we
ever.
have 10 jobs that have become open. I mean,
Yes.
10 coaches getting fired when everyone initially thought it was going to be 5. It was going to be light work, and then all these teams started firing guys left and right, and it just became a blockbuster.
I think there was some momentum there. I think they were just like, well, they're firing him.
By the way, Saleh, that's kind of what it feels like. Saleh finished in his 3 years with the Jets, 3 full years with the Jets. His scoring offenses were 28th, 29th, and 29th. He's not going to fix your offense. Now, his defense was great. I mean, that's what we cared about the Jets at that point was his defense, and that's what he's known for is all these defenses. And I do think he gets a lot of credit for what happened with San Francisco, but he can't touch the offensive side of the ball.
If McDaniels,
and you have Cam Ward, congratulations.
If McDaniels is OC, it's brilliant. If Matt Nagy ends up being his OC, it's tragic. Miami running back Mark Fletcher was fantastic last night with 117 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, but was caught on video trying to punch Indiana defensive tackle Tyreek Tucker after the game. Miami has come out and said that this was Tyreek Tucker had said something about Mark Fletcher's dad who had passed away.
Yeah.
This process, I just asked you, will this hurt Fletcher in the draft process as he comes out this year?
I mean, they just need to continue on with the reports that we're seeing about him talking about Mark's dad who passed away last year. Like, we just got to – you keep that narrative going and people will just excuse it.
So here's the weird thing. Tyreek Tucker doesn't react like a guy who just said something about somebody's dead dad.
Also, weird time to just bring up somebody's dead dad. I just don't know how that, how does that even fit in?
As leader of the dead dad gang.
Yeah, we know dead dads. We know dead dad conversations.
I got 2, you got 1. There's a time to really broach the subject.
How do you even bring that in?
And be like, hey, man, isn't it great that I won the national championship? Also, my dad's alive. Pew, 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 pew,
like, what is it?
That
is
how
it
you
like,
do it?
Good thing your dead dad wasn't around to see you lose that game.
See, that you would get swung on for that. That's a get swung on moment.
But, why? In the moment you won the national title, why is that going through your brain?
Yeah, aren't you isn't this great, man? I don't know.
Can't you just celebrate what just happened? Can't you just celebrate the idea that you just won the title? I'm not really buying it, if I'm being honest.
No, it just doesn't make sense.
It sounds like he's trying to come up with an excuse after the fact because his emotions got the best of him, and then bang biscuit. It is what it is.
Tyreek Tucker, look at him. He's shocked that this dude punched at him first, and then was calling over somebody to get Mark Fletcher. Tyreek Tucker's 6 foot something. He's 300 pounds. If he was instigating a fight, he could have wholesale whooped Mark Fletcher's ass last night.
These are like the Mason Rudolph tapes. We need to get to the bottom of this. We know the tapes exist, okay? We knew they existed with Rudolph.
I like we get the parabola mic, and you go in, and it's like
parabolic,
that one too. Your dad's dead. It's just something innocuous as that.
What is it? Or really, he says something that's close to it, but not actually saying your dad's dead. I'd love some bread. And then it just gets confused for your dad's dead.
Hey, I noticed your dad's unalived. Sorry about that. Well, I was offering sympathy.
No one's going to talk trash about your dead dad is going to use unalive.
That's true.
No one's going to stop
That's
at that
true.
point and be like, I got to get this right.
Yeah. So no one's going to be eloquent about the
No,
dead dad. You can
no.
just really cut through it.
You
with that.
really do. Yeah, you really do.
Your dad is dead. Oh, okay.
Warriors' Jimmy Butler suffers a torn ACL, ending his season. This means the Warriors' season is done as well. This means Jimmy Butler will now be able to come back probably at some point, maybe even next year around the All-Star break, which feels like this might just be the end of Jimmy Butler. A Hall of Fame career. I feel like this is now the downward slope for Jimmy.
I mean, this is what happens. And now, obviously, finished up in Golden State. But, like, if you look at his career, like, he resurrected the ashes of the Bulls from the Derrick Rose injury, won a lot of games, couldn't win enough, went to Minnesota. That clearly didn't go well. Then went to Philly, bailed on that to go to Miami, thinking he was going to a great organization, and then they just never put the team around him. Then he forces his way at 35 to Golden State, and it's just too late.
Yeah,
Like,
playoff Jimmy will be talked about for a very long time.
He's also one of the most confusing superstars ever because he truly was a great player. But he's never really mentioned with, like, he's almost like the bigger version of Donovan. Like, he was never really mentioned with Kevin Durant and LeBron, even though you could certainly, say that he was that caliber of player and certainly was an incredible defensive player in addition to what he did on offense. But, like, if there's a gap while you're playing in how you're seen from those guys and you know that gap over time is only going to get, like, worse.
And there always existed that gap. There's no really debating it.
Like, this is Clyde Drexler 2.0 to me, as a guy who was truly, holy crap, good, but just didn't have enough success on his own for people to go, all right, that's one of the 10 best players of this era.
Yeah, I didn't realize how few MVP votes he'd actually collected in his time. I'd always put him, he'd always been top 10 in everyone's list ever, and just assumed he'd been top 5, top 3, top 5, top 3, somewhere in that mix, and it just never really got there. The finals run was incredible, but yeah, it's just it's a sad way to go if you're Jimmy Butler.
Well, and again, like, he's a bit of an odd duck. He's got a different personality. He is, I guess,
definitely an odd duck,
as the kids say, built different. But he's one of the great success stories in NBA history. He was the 30th pick of the
overall.
draft.
Yeah.
And he went from, if you remember those early Tibbs years, I think that first year, it was like 2.6 points per game, and over 3 years built himself into a starter and then built himself into a superstar. I mean, this is a guy that I think was like almost, I don't want to butcher the story, but even in his college career, it wasn't like he was destined for greatness. And yet we look at him.
He made his mark defensively first and foremost.
Absolutely, but we will remember him and go, oh, but it's about what he didn't do, which just kind of stinks because he deserves to be talked about for what he did. It's one of the, again, I'll say it again, it's one of the best success stories in the NBA and in the era of overly coddled prima donna AAU stars. Jimmy was different from that, and I think inevitably that's what hurt him from finding his team. If he had had better friendships with a guy like D. Wade or Chris Bosh, I think he would have found, if he had come up more in that traditional way, maybe he would have found that championship team to glom onto. And it's kind of a bummer that he's an outsider in a league where he was still one of the best players in NBA history.
Yeah, it's wild.
Best players of the era.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer. It's wild to think about at 35. It's like, all right, he probably is done at 36. But the way the NBA players work these days, it's like maybe he makes a little bit of a comeback, but he'll never be this version of Jimmy Butler.
The latest on the Browns head coaching search coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson here for Ram Trucks. And I drive a Ram. I own
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. Also covering college football for the Ruffino and Joe Show coming up in about 20 minutes. He was our NFL draft guy throughout all of last season. We'll have him through this season as well for this draft season. On top of having Coach Reisland every Thursday. So give us some good stuff here in about 20 minutes on Fernando Mendoza, on his take on Indiana winning the national championship. But today is Todd Monken Day. Todd Monken, if yesterday was Jim Schwartz Day, with Jim Schwartz being getting his second interview where there was some thought maybe Schwartz was also being primed. Could he stay on as defensive coordinator, maybe with a nice little raise, maybe a new title, assistant head coach? Well, today it's Todd Monken. Tomorrow it's going to be Mike McDaniel Day. And then they're working on getting extra interviews with Grant Udinski and Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. And I think what's really interesting is I think this has been, and I think this is pretty much across the board outside of situations like the Giants with Harbaugh. Mm-hmm. I think because it's such an unconventional coaching search, because they're really, it's just been the wonky as all get out. I don't know a lot of people have a good feel on where this coaching search is going for the Browns and certainly with some of the other jobs out there.
Yeah, I don't get how people have a strong thought on Udinski, have a strong thought on Shieldhouse, have a strong thought on any of these guys. It doesn't. I don't get why one is a favorite as opposed to another now. I get why, for instance, me and you both like McDaniel, but it also seems like we'll see what happens on Wednesday there. But if you're not going McDaniel, if you're going, and he maybe falls in this bucket a little bit, but if you're going young, offensive-minded coach, then okay, so they're just trying to check boxes off of what they think.
Yeah.
But how do you decide between the three that we've kept talking about?
Yeah, it's so it's interesting. Like I'm just so, I don't want to say flabbergasted, but I'm so confused by this Udinski push. Not that he's not a good dude, because anything anyone's heard is he's such a good guy and all this other stuff. I'm just talking about like qualifications for the job. And, one of the things that I've kind of said is like, all right, what's like the tangible thing I can point to and say this is what he's done?
All right, so Jake called you out Friday night. You guys had a chance to talk about it yesterday. What was Jake's defense?
I think is I don't really remember. Okay. I don't know.
Okay. Did you guys go like knock 'em sock 'em robot
we
style?
did.
Like,
It was really good. Yeah.
It's just that was yesterday.
It was a Jim Schwartz conversation that then went into a Grant Udinski
one. When I saw Jake was here yesterday, I'm like, that's primed because he called you out Friday night. He had a whole everything on it, and I was like, all right, we'll get to the bottom of what he likes about Udinski because I'm dying. He's not alone, by the way. There's a lot of people that have just singularly focused in on Udinski and seem like they love him. Do you love Udinski because you have a reason, or do you love Udinski because of what he represents? Which is, again, a fair enough reason in and of itself, though.
But here's the thing.
How do you separate it between him and Shieldhouse and Pitcher and all these other guys?
So I know what was bugging me most about Udinski is, again, he has more NFL experience being in the league since 2020 than Shieldhouse does. Like Shieldhouse only being in the NFL for 2 years and being the fourth guy in charge in LA is such a massive no thanks for me.
Okay.
That I don't even know I would want him as an offensive coordinator. Like he is so new to the NFL. A bulk of his search is in college. I like Matt Campbell. I like Sean McVay. I'm not projecting out 4 years experience where all of a sudden he's a wunderkind 4 years from now because he calls plays for somebody.
Sure.
No. And by the way, he's got such a buzz now for this head coaching job that a year from now, if he has one passably decent year for a defensive head coach here, he's going to get hired as a head coach.
Well, okay, so is it as simple as saying for Udinski, people know who he is because he was a college quarterback. Apparently no one knows who he is from his college days. Don't know how he just slept under everyone's radar. Were we not as obsessed with Big Ten football as I thought? But that's neither here nor there.
The Shieldhouse thing is weird.
There
are people that played against him that don't know who the hell he is, and I was like, I know who he is. I remember
blows my
him.
mind. I won't be able to understand that, but that's fine. I was also like, I don't know, early 20s at that point. Wasn't really missing too many Saturdays of just all college football, the whole slate. Anyway, the point is that so like Shieldhouse has detractors because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Pitchers got detractors because he's been in Cincinnati for 10 years, and up until the last couple, when he's been actually given chances, it's been with Joe Burrow, and we've never seen Joe Burrow look worse. And so I feel like by process of elimination, you then get to Grant Udinski, and because he has no other qualifiers of importance, he's kind of winning this battle.
Is it that he's impossible to discount because
he
he's
hasn't done
impossible
anything.
to sell?
Because he hasn't done anything. Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. He's impossible to discredit because he's also impossible to sell. And so we're coming up with all these stories. It's like, oh, well, you guys don't understand. In Minnesota, he was at KOC's right hand the entire time. Yeah. He went through everything, all the background stuff. It's like, okay, great. So he basically was an intern for KOC for a year. That doesn't get you a head coaching job.
Yeah.
How does that catapult him to the front of the table?
So what bugs me is people keep calling him as an offensive coordinator. And so I reached out to a couple people in Jacksonville who are relatively close to the situation. And one of the things, and I'm paraphrasing here, but basically he was a glorified quarterbacks coach for 1 year. Basically, Liam Cohen is the play caller and primary designer of the offense.
He does everything. That's what Albert told us. Liam Cohen does everything.
So, yes, okay, he worked with Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor was good this year. It's not like this is a new Trevor Lawrence.
He also wasn't the world's greatest thing either.
Yeah, no, I mean, he reached the ceiling that he had previously reached. He was as good, I think it was 3 years ago, as he was this year. And basically, he has responsibilities and meetings and situational downs, but he's not what we think of as an offensive coordinator, either in game planning or in play calling. So you're hiring a guy who's got 1 year as a quarterback's coach experience, basically. That doesn't mean he can't do this, but it is interesting. I'm finding myself wondering if because in general, no one's 100% sure what's going on. Mm-hmm. I kind of feel like Udinski's a bit of a media creator. And when I say media, I mean social media creation.
I think people like the home run hire this has a chance to be years from now more than anything else. I think people are scared of what happens if you hire Mike McDaniel. We like McDaniel, but I think people are scared by that. I think when you look at someone like Udinski, I think they see Sean McVay. The problem with that is that there's the same reason why we only have one Patrick Mahomes and then maybe another Josh Allen and that's it, is the same reason why Sean McVays just don't grow on trees.
And Sean McVay had more responsibility in Washington along the way. I mean, Mike Shanahan getting fired was the best thing to happen to Sean McVay because he just shot up the organizational ranks becoming the offensive coordinator.
I think it's more about the 30 years old part of things. I don't know why this is helping him in this case, but it seems like it's helping him.
But I think that's what, I think it's easy to look at McDaniel and say he's not a leader of men or he's not a good leader without the context of he never had a season below 7-10. They started the season 2-7 and ended the season at 7-10, which is a pretty strong turnaround.
And he also inherited a team that Brian Flores, a quote-unquote leader of men, couldn't wrestle with either.
Yes. And so, but I think it is, I know Mike McDaniel, and I think I know the negatives, so I can't look past those, versus with Grant Udinski, well, it's the unknowable of all of this. Mm-hmm. And I think my thing is, if we said right now, is Grant Udinski more likely to be Sean McVay here or a guy that is maybe closer to a one and done or two and done because he's just not ready to be a head coach? Well, if the bulk of his experience is he was basically a glorified quarterbacks coach in Jacksonville and below that in Minnesota. He was the assistant offensive coordinator and assistant quarterbacks coach. That's a made-up spot. That's below quarterbacks coach. That's
he basically was like Kirk Herbstreit's dog.
Yes.
He just follows him around. That's basically Udinski in Minnesota.
I was going to say he
just follows him around. He's like a lab.
It's like a quality control coach on steroids.
He just followed him around. He got him coffee when he needed him too, and just observed.
He's more than a quality control coach, but he's not a true coordinator or positional coach. And none of this is to disrespect the kid. I love when I hear so many good things about him, about how he treats the media. He talks to people, remembers people's names. He's also not such a football meathead. There's a little bit of Renaissance man to some of the things I've heard about him. I heard he's the kind of guy that'll go backpacking and turn off his phone for 4 hours to get away from things.
I know that was all from that stupid article from the Vikings.com that everyone references.
So
this one time he went backpacking for 24 hours and disappeared for a few hours. Gets so much run. But that's how little we know about him.
But there's just nothing tangible here, and that I don't know why that doesn't scare anybody else.
I think people are just willing to just dip the toe into the deep end of the water. That's all this is. I think people, they don't want someone they're familiar with. They want a complete unknown. And I don't know that anyone's thinking beyond what this could be and how disastrous it could be if it just doesn't work out. But that's fine. If they hire him, I'm going to be as open-minded as I can about it.
Yes.
I'm going to give him a chance and an opportunity to go ahead and show us that he can do all these great, amazing things.
I think so. I'm right there with you. And like, if he becomes a guy, well, you don't have a choice to sit back, like the Andrew Berry thing, which is like 3 weeks later, people are like, why is he still the GM? It's like, I've moved on from that. I can't fire him now. I had like the moment to get rid of Andrew Berry is gone. You're knee deep in this search. He's in charge. He got a raise, or he got a promotion out of all of this. So like, once it happens, I just want to say, like, if fans like Udinski, I understand it. It's the unknown. The unknown for many. It's why taking a quarterback, even if it's a reach at one, is better than taking a veteran quarterback you do know. That is the 10th best quarterback instead of the 5th best quarterback. We always sell hope in the unknown. I have no problem with fans thinking that way. I have a pretty significant problem with an organization thinking that way. And Grant Udinski right now feels like a I'm smarter than you hire, which you just don't need to make.
I do wonder
and I think that's
if we'll
my
find
problem.
out. Well, I do wonder that we'll find out at the end of it if so McDaniel goes tomorrow. But if tomorrow's interview with the Browns, if we find out that McDaniel's like, you know what, I'm going to take an OC job. I did the head coaching thing with you guys. I did the interviews. I want to be an OC. Like, I almost wonder if we just get in a spot where I'm almost forced to take some of these young offensive coordinator types.
And that's where, in the same way, like if Mike McDaniel's the right guy for the job, you don't take no for an answer. I'm not trying to turn this into John Harbaugh, but this idea of getting turned down by Mike McDaniel would be a stunning indictment on your organization. And if you let it happen, it's an even bigger
because
indictment.
we are in many ways getting turned down by a lot of these different guys in different ways and different routes. Saleh essentially turned us down. Mike McCarthy's interviewing with the Steelers today. As far as I know, he didn't have any interest in interviewing with us. Like we're getting turned down in a couple spots here.
I almost think that if McDaniel were to say no after tomorrow, I think you reopen the search, and damn the optics, because I don't know how you can sell. I know Pitcher's not getting a second interview, but I don't know how you can sell Udinski or Shieldhouse without it looking like you're just trying too hard to get something that, quite frankly, isn't there just yet. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, covers college football on the Ruffino and Joe Show. In 5 minutes, talk Fernando Mendoza. Indiana winning the national championship. Is this a one-off, or will there be more Indianas in the future? Coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed?
Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Coming up, we got the Peterlin Pass in about 20 minutes. John Fanta at 4:20. Albert Breer at 5:20. We'll talk the latest on the Browns head coaching search. Will it be Grant Yadinsky or Nate Scheelhaus or Mike McDaniel or Jesse Minter? So many options, so little time. But it could obviously happen at some point this week. But we had the national championship last night. Indiana prevailing over Miami. It was a great game. It was a physical game. And to talk about that, plus the NFL draft, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on one of our favorite. It's been a minute since we talked to him, of A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst and college football analyst on the Ruffino and Joe show, Joe DeLeon. Joe, welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Appreciate you having me back on for this draft cycle.
Well, it's great to have you, man. I was going to say we missed you, but that felt weird. I do want to ask you, specific to Indiana winning last night. Do you think that a school like Indiana winning the national championship is a one-off, or will more formerly crummy programs rise up against their blue blood oppressors in the future?
I think that what Indiana's success is, it's definitely a one-off. I think that Indiana's built to have some sustained success in the near future, but I don't really see a lot of other programs across the country that would be positioned to do what Indiana just did. They would need to have a home run coaching hire with a guy who's been overlooked. They would also need to have a Mark Cuban-esque backer that is going to funnel money in. And I think that it has a lot more to do with the uniqueness of Curt Cignetti in the way that he's approached roster construction, the way that he's approached evaluation, and the way that he's coached his guys up and emphasized fundamentals over anything else. They're not just blindly throwing money at whoever they feel like. They are bringing in the right guys that are the right culture fits, that are going to help establish the culture that is going to help them win. I will say, I was thinking about this earlier today because I was producing a piece of content around it, of if there theoretically was a random team that pulled Indiana in the next 2 years, keep the window short, for a recent hire for a guy that is an up-and-comer with a university that has a rich alumni base. And the one guy that I thought of that immediately popped in my head was Bob Chesney, who took over at UCLA. UCLA's
Kenny's
20th.
brother. Yeah.
I know this sounds ridiculous, but they're 20th in total average, or I believe it's total alumni wealth, which is $375 billion, somewhere up there. Chesney has been a winner at the lower levels. He went from Salve Regina to Assumption to Holy Cross, got them to the FCS quarterfinals, took over at JMU. JMU got better under his watch, and now he's going over to UCLA. They brought in a ton of guys in the portal, 11th ranked portal class at on 3. I don't see a national title run, but if UCLA turns into this plucky, unexpected competitive team, it really would not shock me.
Okay, it's really funny because Nick had a whole bit about Kenny Chesney and Bob Chesney, and you swerved right into it.
Yeah, I think that I don't even know that he's a real person. It feels like this is a banker, Bob Chesney, not necessarily a powerhouse head coach.
I totally get that. Of course, I walked right into a bit already on my first time back with you guys. But Chesney's a good coach, though. He's quite stoic on the sidelines, a little different than Cignetti. He's very handsome. I think that maybe that could work in his favor. It works in Los Angeles. I don't know if he's married or not, but the handsomeness, at least if they stink, he'll be good looking.
Hey, if he doesn't win games, at least he'll clean up with the Cougars, right? Come on now.
I also don't even think he's that attractive. We did a lot of research into Chesney. I just don't. Kenny's got him by a mile.
We actually had his face analyzed by scientists, Joe, and he's really more of an LA5 than the LA7 we thought he was going to be.
He's going to get crushed in LA. What are we talking about? All right, Joe.
He also doesn't have that big money that other folks in LA are throwing around, so that might also work against him. So I get your point. All
right, Joe. Let's talk about Fernando Mendoza. Is he in the world of number one overall picks? Because he's going to go number one overall. Where does he stack up in recent years?
Yeah, this is a really interesting discussion, and I feel like a lot of people are going to the extremes, and I think that he is, quite honestly, perfectly in the middle. I'm seeing a lot of people that are not saying he's the best first overall pick that's come out in the last 10 years, but are maybe a little bit too blindly attaching themselves to what he's capable of doing. I'm a very big Mendoza fan. I am very frustrated with people that are acting like he's the worst first overall pick that's come out in some time. I think that is an aggressive and also ridiculous approach. He's got the requisite tools for a top 5 pick quarterback, and there's no good options outside of maybe Ty Simpson. We don't know what's going to happen with Trinidad Chambliss. He's not a first overall pick type guy. He would probably go in the back end of the first round if he did. He's got the requisite tools. He is a big, strong kid. The one separator for me where that really, I think, confirms why he's worthy of the selection, his processing ability is rare for a prospect. That is why you're buying into a Mendoza. He has this innate ability to just always know where to go with the ball. There is consistent decisiveness from him. I'm not saying he's perfect in his decision-making, but he doesn't hesitate, and he's willing to be aggressive. There's a lot of guys that are timid that you watch as quarterback prospects that go out there and they'll overcalculate, they'll overthink. I like the fact that he's not afraid to take chances. In terms of like comparing him, as I looked back since 2016, I think he's a better prospect than Jared Goff. I think he's a better prospect than Bryce Young. I think where in comparing to just first overall picks, where maybe that cutoff point, I would put him behind Cam Ward of last year, just because Cam Ward has a ridiculous arm. He's also quite mobile. Definitely doesn't stack up with somebody like Caleb Williams, who's just a one-of-one rare prospect. But he's not far off from these Goff level, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield type prospects. He is worthy of going first overall because there's no other options that are going to compete with him.
Joe DeLeon on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline here, breaking down Fernando Mendoza as he heads off to the NFL. I do want to ask you about Carson Beck because, I mean, the man's played a ridiculous amount of college football, and we've seen that help maybe underrated prospects overperform in the NFL. What do you make of Carson Beck, Miami's quarterback, potentially with Bella Danger, as a NFL draft prospect?
Yeah, I think that the way that you put this for Beck is very true, that the experience matters. The thing that's a little frustrating with him, for as experienced as he is, he's not the cleanest decision maker. We saw that with the interception that he had, taking a risk that his arm just couldn't back that shot that he tried to take with the pick at the end of the game. I do think a lot of times as fans, it's easy to overlook the evaluation process and to think the NFL knows better. The NFL has a lot of old school and also idiotic approaches to their decision making, and I think that there's probably going to be a number of teams that might be willing to look at that final drive that he put up against Ole Miss and say, that's a winner. That is a guy who's a winner. That's a guy who's going to, really set our team up. I don't think anyone's going to draft him to be a first round or a starter. I don't think that's going to happen. I think a lot of people will look and see, hey, this is a guy who could be a really high floor backup for us. He's somebody that we can rely on. And a high floor backup to me means a guy that I can trust to call upon whenever a starter goes down, that they're going to keep the offense on schedule. That's what he did at Miami this year. He kept the offense on schedule. When you ask him to do outside of that, he's going to make mistakes and he's going to completely derail any momentum by turning the ball over. So him going somewhere in the third round, maybe in the fourth round, kind of like what Dylan Gabriel did this past year, I think is totally on the table and plausible because he checks a lot of boxes.
All right, Joe. The Browns have 2 first-round picks. At pick number 24, if they went with Ty Simpson, is that a good move? Is that a bad move? What is that to you?
At pick 24, I think that's tremendous value. I don't think that Ty Simpson's going to be there because I think there's going to be a lot of desperation, especially with where the Steelers are sitting, and they need to figure out their future. I think that Ty Simpson has everything that you're looking for in a first-round prospect. He's got the whippy arm. He's also another guy who's got a really solid decision-making and instincts. He just has a really good feel for things. I thought a lot of his bad play came down more to his team not doing enough to set him up to succeed. They could barely run the ball, and when they couldn't run the ball, he was asked to do everything. His offensive line was really inconsistent this year, gave up a lot of pressure when they were blitzed, and when he was blitzed, he had no time in the pocket. I think that those premier plays that he put out there, he did show really awesome improvisational skills, the ability to extend plays, to throw on the run. That, to me, is starter level. He can be a starter in the NFL. I have a fear, though, a lot of these guys that have under 20 starts in college, it doesn't really work out. We just talked here about Carson Beck, and you just asked about Carson Beck. That experience translates. I just think that if you're going to draft Ty Simpson, you can't have this expectation that he's going to start in year one. That's why I like him going to Pittsburgh, because they've got a good roster, a good infrastructure. There would be enticing for a quality free agent or a trade target to come in, and then he can sit for a year or maybe even two. I don't want to throw Ty Simpson out there because, as we've seen with the Mitch Trubiskys and the Anthony Richardsons of the world, assuming that putting the guy out there is going to help him grow, I think that it has been a flawed thought process. And it's one that I originally believed in, but I am against that. I think that rushing guys onto the field is silly, and because he hasn't played that much, it could really, really hurt the beginning of his career.
Joe, outside of quarterback, the predominant needs in Cleveland are wide receiver and offensive line. So when it comes down to those spots over the top 100 picks, how do you look at the offensive line and wide receiver classes that the Browns so badly need to find some players out of?
Yeah, the wide receiver class is sneaky good. I think that as this process starts to speed up, that we're going to start to see a lot more names start to pop up and build up as, you know, darlings of this class. I think that you look at some of these impactful guys that are going to go in the back end of the first round to somewhere on day two that could turn into big name starters for teams. Mekhi Lemon from USC, Texas A&M Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M. I really like Chris Bell from Louisville. There's just a lot of speed and a lot of unique body types that you can turn to with these two players also that headline the class, with Carnell Tate from Ohio State and Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. The offensive line class, though, it's pretty underwhelming. There was a group coming into the season that was enticing, but that group did not take the leap necessary. Drew Shelton from Penn State was a guy that I was hoping was going to take a leap. He didn't. Caleb Lomu thought he could progress. Didn't even think he was going to declare because the season was a bit underwhelming this year, and he declared from Utah. Spencer Fano is the other Utah offensive lineman that's probably going to be a first-round pick. But the one, I think, crown jewel of the class, the one guy that will be highly sought after, will be a big riser, is Francis Maui-Noa, who played in the national championship game yesterday for Miami. He is their was their right tackle, mauling-type presence. He's got a really strong lower half. He's got really good flexibility. That is a guy that you draft and you plug him in either at right tackle or you plug him in at guard. To me, he doesn't feel like someone I'd want to transition to left tackle, and there's a reason why Miami went with Markel Bell over him at left tackle. But at the very least, he seems like one of those dudes that just is one of the few, and this is going to be a bit of an aggressive look at him, but one of the few that could end up being just a consistent Pro Bowler and a Pro Bowler from the jump.
All right, so who do you have the Browns taking at number 6?
I feel like with Brown's circumstance of maybe them considering Ty Simpson sitting there at 6, I think that it's worth considering Carnell Tate, who we just mentioned there from Ohio State. And then I also really potentially like the possibility of them benefiting from a guy like Arvell Reese falling in their laps. And I know that kind of seems a little bit crazy that you've already got Myles Garrett, who's an elite pass rusher. You invested in the interior. Arvell Reese is one of the most unique weapons that you're going to see in a draft class. He is one of the truest hybrids that's not a tweener in my eyes. He might get described as one. He's a linebacker who has awesome instincts off ball. He's got this rare disruptive ability as a pass rusher and a blitzer between the tackles. He can come off the edge. To me, if you're sitting at 6 and you're able to land Arvell Reese, I feel like that could end up being one of those picks that is transformative for your franchise. The thought of Myles Garrett and Arvell Reese together would be completely nuts.
Oh, JP, going to jump on
Joe,
him?
we got to shut this down. We're going we need to be in the wide receiver offensive line camp. Anything else is just not where we're at right now.
Yeah, he doesn't like good football players.
We don't have a good
he only
enough,
likes wide receivers and tackles.
We don't have an offense. We need an offense. We have a great defense already, Joe. I don't need any more help defensively. I need an offense.
You're going to need to trade back, though, if you're going to want to do that, because part of the problem with this year's class is, like, I just don't like the idea of drafting Maui Noah unless you want to draft a guard that early at 6th overall. I think Carnell Tate's a really good prospect, but drafting him 6th overall, he doesn't stack up to the Jamar Chases of the world that have gone that high or the Malik Neighbors that have gone that high. I think that he would end up being a really good receiver in the NFL, but it just feels a little too rich for me. So maybe if the Browns don't decide to go with Ty Simpson and they don't completely fall in love with him, the decision is to trade back. That probably would be for the best of accumulating some picks to address multiple offensive positions.
Joe, this is the fight I have every single day with my guy sitting across from me. Great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
It's sound philosophy. I don't know what are we doing here.
Joe, great stuff, buddy. It's great to have you back.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Joe DeLeon there. Make it right. I didn't ask him, have you watched the Abella Danger tape?
No, what
He's
you
a
should have
tape
asked
guy.
him, what
you
you
know
should have
I mean?
asked him and jumped down his throat for, if you made me go after him for the all offense thing, is Ty Simpson at 6th overall?
I didn't hear that. I blacked out.
I heard it. Yeah, I definitely heard it. And I know you don't like that, but that's fine. It's either here nor there.
Joe DeLeon on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He'll be joining us all throughout.
Can't even get him at 24th overall. He says you got to take him at 6th.
Or trade down and then take him, which a lot of people aren't going to like because you should just take him at 6th then.
Ooh, that's an evaluation on Ty Simpson that I did not see coming out of Joe.
I think what he's speaking to is desperation, which does drive the draft. Watch him go number 2 to the Jets. Can you say they wouldn't do that? It is the Jets.
We got a lot of months to figure out how many interviews he can all of a sudden ace and how many combine drills he can do that people just fall in love with. It could totally happen.
We'll react to what Joe had to say there about the Browns and this draft class and the Peterland Pass coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Precise Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile.
We'll get his take on the quarterback name of the moment with ESPN linking the Browns to Malik Willis. They also linked him to the Dodgers. Get those Malik Willis takes while we can. The Dodgers. I meant the Dolphins. But we'll get those Malik Willis takes while we can. And we'll have more reaction from Joe DeLeon, who was joining us in the previous segment as well. Great stuff on Ty Simpson at 6. Great stuff on the Browns and where they sit versus what is out there in this draft. But it's that time of the week. It's time for the Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, the Peterlin Pass is going to go to the NBA selection process for not having LeBron as a starter for the All-Star game. The voting process, Nick, made up of 3 groups. You got fan voting, makes up 50%, which is an insanely high number. A panel of media voters. I've not been asked to be on that panel. Have you been asked to be on that panel?
I can't confirm.
You want to have secrecy with this. Kind of like the Heisman balloting. You can't let everybody know you're a Heisman voter.
Listen, I could not, I might not. We'll never know.
So that's 25%, and then player voting also makes up 25%, where like Bronny ended up getting votes. All sorts of random players ended up getting votes. But
was that sarcastic, by the way? Did two people, or are they just trying to help, did Clutch say, let's do this?
I think they thought it was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the players not taking it seriously, which is funny because they always ask to be in on some of these type of votes, and then they never follow through with any serious nature. But I'm giving it the pass because 21 straight years he missed his rookie season. 21 straight years he started. And it's okay that this comes to an end. This should not have been something just to honor LeBron with. He'll still make the All-Star team, I would imagine. Coaches decide that. If he doesn't make the All-Star team, I'll have a big gripe. But for right now, not making the starting lineup, that's fine.
Disagree. It's a stupid, meaningless game. This should be a Lifetime Achievement Award. LeBron should be a starter, one of the 10 starters in this game.
All right, who are we kicking out in this? You have to kick out on the Western side. You kicking out Luka?
Who else do I have?
Luka, Nikola Jokic, SGA, Wemby. I found the guy you're going to kick out. You're going to kick out Steph.
Oh, yeah.
Steph's at the end.
Actually, no.
Steph's playing great this year.
No, Steph should be in this too.
He's 37 years old.
SGA or Wemby.
Oh, because he gets the honorary Lifetime Achievement Award too that you're trying to give off?
Of course they do.
But so Wemby doesn't get it at all then? Wemby's kicked out?
No. He can be a regular All-Star, but he's not an All-Star starter.
Okay.
And he's great, by the way. This isn't about how good you are in a given year. It's not. No. If you're still one of the 25 best players in the NBA, which LeBron and Steph still are, if you're still playing at that level, and you've done what they've done, they should both be starters.
I think this is the biggest sign that LeBron is just about as cooked gets. When it comes to he's going to be done at the end of this year. And so if you think about it from that perspective, I hear what you're saying, but I thought the internet and people got all up in arms over this, and it's like, guys, he's not one of the 5 best players in the West. He just isn't.
But that's just not
what
good. That's about.
He's not one of the 5 best players.
That's just not what that's about anymore. It just is. And by the way, I've actually got a take on just the voting process. None of these clowns should vote on it. The media shouldn't because they don't watch enough basketball.
What do you want? You don't want a player vote for a fan vote for the entire thing?
No, all of them lose.
That's what's surprising is that the fan vote, he didn't even come close in.
The commissioner should decide.
Well, but if the idea is we want to honor him because this is this big thing and all the fans are going to care about it, the fans didn't put him in as a top 5 player. The fans at 50% of this vote, they don't want to see LeBron in the starting lineup.
Not enough fans do, but I don't know. I don't know how that. I don't know where this got lost. I actually would say it's probably the media that lost it more than anything, not putting LeBron in there. The point is the commissioner should be in charge of this. It should be the commissioner that decides this. The fans are not well-versed enough to decide who should play. It's a popularity contest. NBA players have proven that they're not taking this seriously enough. And NBA media, if you're in a local town, it's really hard to watch the rest of the NBA if you're in the arena every night watching your team. It is just impossible for everyone that actually votes on this to have the...
Well, that's like baseball all-star games, too. It's you can look at numbers, you can look at stats and stuff like that and box scores, but if you're covering a team, you're watching your team every single night, and it's almost impossible to see as many games about these other guys.
Totally, but at least in that, the MLB All-Star Game is still a quality event. It's still fun to watch. The NBA All-Star Game stinks.
I don't know who this panel of media voters are. We can kick them off. I don't need their 25%. I don't need the players' 25%. But they put the majority to the fans, and the fans, they don't want LeBron in this.
But
as a starter.
Donovan not being an all-star starter this year is a bit of a joke. He's averaging 29 points a game. And I see, Cavs aren't winning enough games. Donovan is one of the pillars of the Eastern Conference. there are plenty of guys that get elected as starters on any given year with a team that has a sub 500 record.
Well, and the East is much easier to crack than the West. The West just seems like a dream team of sorts with the guys that are starting there. The East really isn't. I mean, I like Cade Cunningham a great deal. I like Brown a great deal. But, like, there's some players that I would put that I think Donovan deserves it just as much, if not more.
Yeah, and again, like that, am I saying like he deserves this because of what he's done in addition to what he's doing? Yes. It is like the All-Star starters do tend to be a cumulative thing. If you're still a top 5, top 10, top 15 player, even if your team's bad, you should be in that conversation. Cade's a great player, so I don't want to say that he's overrated, but he's overrated to the point of him starting on the All-Star team over Donovan Mitchell.
I mean, it's a lot of guys that have the same profile of Donovan. Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, even Tyrese Maxey in some degree. So I'm reading this ESPN article, and it's saying that LeBron was basically nowhere close in either the fan voting, the player voting, or the media voting. And I do wonder, are fans getting tired of LeBron? It's an interesting time to get tired of LeBron.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Lakers have neutralized him in the way they've treated LeBron. So I have no I have no doubt that, and I have no doubt that there is some sort of LeBron fatigue going on, which I think is asinine. Because 5 years from now, those same fans and the same media is going to gripe about how no one's really taken over for LeBron, and that's just a sad reality. It's LeBron's 23rd year. He's probably going to retire after this year. I feel like that's fait accompli. The idea that he is somehow being punished or just being kind of ignored on this for a game that in the end doesn't matter, I find that kind of annoying.
To even add on to that, too, Nick, I mean, look at the last year that Allen Iverson played. He played in 28 games. He was an all-star starter. Same thing with Kobe Bryant in his last season.
MJ wasn't his last year in Washington.
It's because he was not that good.
He averaged 20 a game in Washington.
20 a game, huh? All in one game?
LeBron's averaging 23 a game.
Yeah, that's more.
Allen Iverson averaged 14 points. Was the starter.
Boom, shakalaka,
There's
bang
no
biscuit.
Boom, shakalaka there.
My numbers are better than your numbers.
Your numbers aren't better. I got precedence for why.
And LeBron's older.
And AI is not an all-time great. I like AI a lot, but like AI is not an all-time great. MJ not getting the start should be everything you need to know about this guy.
I also like AI a lot too. When artificial intelligence does take over, I really hope they remember that you and I've said this, as we were more favorable towards artificial intelligence.
One of my very first player shoes I ever owned was a pair of Allen Iversons.
Were they small?
Because he's small?
Yeah.
Yeah? No. We got him at like a Marshalls or something. It's like the only way I could afford like a player-worn shoes is I had to go to like Marshalls, and like at the time you could get like either it was like a discounted Allen Iversons, or there was like, I think like Shaq had a shoe at Walmart for a million years, but it was like you're kind of like choosing between those. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. Let's get the AIs.
So Allen Iverson was pretty prominent in Charlotte because he had lived there for a minute after retiring. And he had a nickname that I didn't know that my old partner, Stan Norfleet, told me on air. And I was amused by it because I didn't understand how they got there. And he told me off air, he's like, hey, somebody in AI's camp heard that. They didn't like that.
What was the nickname?
It was like Bubba Chuck or something like that.
Oh, it's not even like a funny thing?
No, it wasn't funny. And so I was amused by it, and they didn't like that. They thought you were insulting him. You got to be careful with that. And I was
but were you insulting him?
No.
By the way, who cares if you insult Allen Iverson?
Yeah.
What's Allen Iverson going to do?
So low-key, somebody, I guess, in Allen Iverson's camp was threatening me for questioning why he had a nickname that sounded silly for a guy who already had a better nickname, which is AI. It was definitely like Bubba or Bubba Chuck or something, some sort of nickname. He's like, my buddy Fleet was like, dude, come on. Don't risk your safety. And I'm like, what are we talking about?
I would just continue to do it then. But what, Allen Iverson's going to kick me off the airwaves? That's not happening.
Who says I'm not in the witness protection program from Charlotte?
Oh, it was Bubba Chuck.
Yeah.
A name given to him by his uncles.
Yeah.
Bubba Chuck was a familiar hometown nickname reflecting his roots. It wasn't the polished moniker he embraced for his NBA stardom, which obviously was The Answer and then AI.
Bubba Chuck sounds like a Sesame Street character. Now Allen Iverson's people are going to hear this, and I'm going to be in trouble again.
Like, imagine Bubba Chuck's barbecue. I'm eating there.
Yeah.
Like I'm eating.
Yeah,
I'm getting
Bubba
all the food. Yeah.
I got a nickname and a real name all together in one. Sign me up.
I mean, you could see why The Answer, though, in AI is much cooler than Bubba Chuck. I'd probably want to abandon that one, too.
Changes. And the Browns quarterback room in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Peterlin Pass.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, coming up in about 20 minutes there. We do have Albert Breer with the latest in the Browns coaching search coming up at 5:20, but something that I think the Malik Willis conversation hinted at earlier today. And I think it's really interesting where people fall with Malik Willis. He was Cleveland was one of two potential landing spots for him from ESPN, kind of their off-season primer projections, however you want to say it, along with the Miami Dolphins. It is interesting to see that not everybody is in gung-ho, let's tear down and rebuild the quarterback room like we were the same time last year. While at the same point, those same people don't seem necessarily tied on the quarterbacks we have. It's kind of a, bleep it, let's see what happens.
It's going to be really interesting to see how this whole thing plays out. I don't know where the majority of the fan base is right now. Feels like half the people want to do something that makes it where Shedeur isn't the starter, and the other half is like, well, let's have Shedeur maybe compete for this spot and see where we go from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think I'm obviously certain Deshaun's going to be here because the cap nerds tell me it's March of 2027.
Yep.
And I trust our cap nerd overlords. I'm certain that one of the rookies from this last year will be here. I think it's more likely that Shedeur's going to be here. Beyond that, like, as of today, would it surprise me if they took Ty Simpson with a 6th pick? No. Would it surprise me if they double-dipped a Kirk Cousins in a Ty Simpson or something like that? Or a Malik Willis in a Ty Simpson? No. Like, I guess the beauty and the agony of this from a quarterback perspective is you can be as aggressive or as unaggressive if you want to be with the Browns, and you can kind of defend doing anything.
Well, and what's interesting about that is, like, what kind of urgency does Andrew Berry play with?
Yeah.
You know, and also, who's making these decisions? We keep going back to the idea that if it's Grant Udinski, then he'll have a say in what happens with the quarterback spot. Most of the time, the head coach has a pretty big say in it, but if you're Grant Udinski, maybe you don't have a big say in it.
Grant, you're just lucky to be here. Sit in the corner, and we'll tell you who the quarterback
is. You get the Stefanski year one treatment, and really what turned out to be many years with Stefanski, where you just kind of hang out, and they tell you who the players are, and that's it.
When he suggests something you don't like, do you make him wear a dunce cap? Is that how we
sit in the corner?
The
you're 30 years old,
cap?
Grant. Sit in the corner and just wait.
Sit in the corner and watch me football.
That's right. You're going to learn a thing or two, Grant. Kind of like that one time you shadowed KOC in Minnesota that got you this job.
This kind of feels like we're turning it into the cuck chair in the corner here.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, he's 30. He's not 12. I don't know what we did here.
Yeah, watch me do my thing. You're going to love this. You're going to learn a thing or two.
Andrew Berry is just his parent. That's all it is. He just turns into his parent.
I don't care if she's your mother. I love her too. All this being said, I think the Browns are going to be really aggressive at making the team better. I don't yet know how aggressive they can be with the quarterback spot because how much Deshaun's getting paid is going to give a lot of people he's making $45 million. He should at least be in there. I think there are people
that also that part of it limits what you can do as well. Yes. You're going to spend $70 million on a quarterback room?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. Like one of the advantages.
If you're going to spend it on somewhere, you would spend it on the quarterback. In fairness, just as a quick devil's advocate.
Well, no, for sure. But like even really good teams have a hard time winning when you have to all of a sudden pay the quarterback $55+ million. Nonetheless, like $70 million. But when you're paying $55 million, there are all the teams across the NFL right now. Josh Allen just struggled this year. All things considered, why? Because they couldn't afford to bring in other people because they're spending $55 million a year on him.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I probably care more about like how much draft collateral you're spending on the quarterback position this year than I do the financial side of things, even though the financial thing's complicated because of Deshaun there. But like, it's funny. Like, I think the best you might be able to do when we get into like the ceiling of the best player you can acquire that fits the financial and draft collateral is a compromise, and that's Mac Jones. And
which will still cost you some of that draft collateral.
And kind of is something we've talked about. That's my 1A. Like, when I say 1A, what I mean is, all right, he's still going to be competing with Shedeur, and he's going to be competing with whoever else is in that quarterback room. Just trading for him doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to go ahead and put that guy as a starter no matter what.
Well, and what makes that hard is that if it's a third-round pick, you have to trade for him. I think a lot of people then would be like, okay, or even a second-round pick, then it's like, all right, well, you paid this, and then you're going to let Shedeur be the starter instead? That's instantly going to be the thought for a lot of Browns fans.
Yeah, and in the end, if it's success, who gives a rip? But I think, it's interesting. Like, 216-474-0092. I do want to throw this out there. Are the Browns guaranteed to make a change to the quarterback room? Because I don't think they're guaranteed to do anything there. I would be shocked if that offensive line, they didn't throw significant resources in the draft and certainly in free agency and trade. I think wide receiver. One of the other names linked to the Browns in that ESPN piece, why we're talking about this, is A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
It's a kind of move that, depending on the draft collateral to get A.J. Brown, I think he's about 28 years old. He's still got some good football to him, and he would be the kind of receiver I don't think you've had since Braylon, and he's even more physical and more talented than I think Braylon Edwards was. So, like, he's a big wide receiver that can move his ass. You know what I mean? Like, so I expect them to be – I do think there are a lot of people who are just looking at this team and going, they don't have an offense, bleep this whole thing. I think by the time we get an offensive head coach, and I do think that's going to be what happens here, by the time you get that and you see the pieces filled in alongside the O-line and wide receiver – I think people are going to be singing a different tune before we even get to the draft.
But if they run it back, I don't look at it this way, but I do wonder how many Browns fans, if they run it back with Shedeur and then the Deshaun and they have some sort of quarterback camp battle, is it just, in people's eyes, do they look at it like we're just punting on the following season? I don't look at it that way because I think you can still do some things with Shedeur, and I think having that battle would still matter. But I think there's people out there that think if you enter next year with the quarterback setup that we've described so far, where you don't go out there and do a Malik Willis or a Mac Jones, that basically you're just waiting for the 2027 draft.
I mean, I would see that. I listen, and I also think there's one other way to tip the hand. If, like Joe DeLeon said in the 3 o'clock hour, if the Browns trade out of 6 and move into the mid-teens, that will be a dead giveaway that they're putting the eggs into the basket. They're basically doing again what they did this last year with the number 2 pick.
Getting as many picks as they possibly can, stockpiling.
But especially if the mandate to get from 6 out of there is a first-round pick for 2027, well, yeah, all of a sudden it does make a heck of a lot more sense that then you were putting all the eggs into that basket. The difference is, like, Kenny Pickett was he's either going to do it or he's not. Joe Flacco was a fail-safe. You kind of knew, or at least you thought you knew what you were going to get with Joe Flacco. Shedeur and Dillon, there was no frame of reference because they were rookies and mid-round picks, what they could do or where they were at in their development.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Hail Mary in 7 different directions. Because Dillon and Shedeur have already played, and you have some tape on them, and they will be going into their second year where this offseason is huge for their development. And Deshaun is a knowable, somewhat commodity, even if it's an injured one. Like that, there's more, I think, to this quarterback room than there was to last year's, which
sure in my eyes.
And I'm still still not convinced that it's going to work out, but I feel better about this situation going into the offseason than I did where it was like going to be a brand new room last year and we didn't know who was going to be in it.
I do too. The problem is that I feel like most of the people we're talking to right now don't feel that way.
Well, I think that makes sense in where we are. Are you talking about fans or are you talking about media members?
I guess both.
So for fans, here we go again. It's the Cleveland Browns saying, here's where I'm at. I'm apathetic. They're going to be bad next season, probably for the next few years. I have seen cynicism from the day they fired Stefanski today grow in leaps and bounds in a way I don't understand. But I understand if you've gone, well, they won 3 games 2 years ago, 5 games this year. Maybe we get a 6-win season next year, 7. I understand it. The media thing is interesting. I mean, I think you can broadcast this and kind of, look forward and go, all right, there's one potentially really good quarterback prospect. He's going 1. You can't get him. There's no real obvious, this is a guy you go get. There's no,
right. At this
previous
point,
years,
yes.
Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, some of the names have kind of come free before. And so I think that's fair. I would also say, like,
although Aaron Rodgers might come free, we don't know yet.
That would be wild. Him coming to Cleveland. I suggested it last year, and you gave me the
I don't like the idea.
Crap.
I don't like the idea, but like Mike McCarthy is a serious contender now for the Steelers job based off the idea that Aaron Rodgers just wants to be wherever Mike McCarthy is. Wouldn't that apply if Mike McCarthy then all of a sudden didn't get the Steelers job and was like, all right, I'll interview with the Browns?
I'm not entertaining it. 216-474-0092.
Where's the rage bait?
Well, because here's the problem.
Come on.
You and I are going to get fired for making Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a real wife jokes. It's a nightmare
if that's
situation.
How we go out, I'm okay with it. There's a lot of jokes I'll make, and I'll be like, that's not a good way to get fired. Aaron Rodgers calling out his fake wife, I'm all right with that one.
Unlike Aaron Rodgers, we're going out on top. That's got levels to that joke.
Yeah.
There are levels to that joke, guys. Joke. John Fanta, Cleveland's own NBC Sports. He joins us next. We'll get into whether there is guaranteed to be turnover in the Browns quarterback room in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. coming up in just about 60 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We await news. Who will be the Browns' new head coach? Are the Cavs cooked? Many things to talk about with our next guest. He joins us every single Tuesday at 4:20, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fanton now joins us live from Ann Arbor. John, number one, are you safe?
Yes, I am safe. I'm gearing up for number 3 Michigan and Indiana tonight in a Big Ten battle in men's college basketball. Good to be with you guys, checking in from just outside Detroit in beautiful Ann Arbor.
I mean, I just like that this is a vintage great football school in Indiana versus a vintage great basketball school in Michigan. This is the kind of like who's really good at which sport kind of matchup, right?
It really is. You know, the history of these two. And Indiana football and all the winning that they – no, I mean, what's ironic – what the biggest irony is, first off, I can't believe, like, getting ready for this game. Think about this. Michigan and Indiana, and you see this in the Big Ten, like Ohio State's not alone in this either. They're meeting for the 178th time in men's basketball. Like, that's just – there's been 178 games between the two schools. There's just so many, like, long-time Big Ten rivalries that go back to – however long, over 100 years. The other thing is, like, even talking with Indiana basketball, who is, like, right now would not be in the NCAA tournament, like, you would have always said the last 30, 40 years that Indiana is a basketball school. You know, Bob Knight, 1976 national champions. They've got a couple other championships. They've got banners. They've got, you know, they were blue blood. They were a total blue blood. And now in this college sports climate, of you know, craziness. I even think when I'm here in Ann Arbor, like, what a wild 3 years and change at this place between, you know, they've got the signage, hey, we won the national championship, we're 2023 national champions, but then you think about everything else that has happened. I mean, they've literally seen multiple documentary movies in the last, like, 3.5 years between the craziness off the field in a variety of capacities, multiple coaches, and now it's like, I had the game when Kyle Whittingham was introduced, and I'm like, what a world that we got here. So somehow I'm calling a game tonight, and the two schools that are playing throughout all of the NIL and portal and off-field stuff, and, you know, of course, Cignetti, or in Bloomington they're now calling him Cignati for a national championship. These two schools make up 2 of the last 3 college football national champions. That is still, it's still just crazy to fathom. I don't know about you two, but I was watching that game last night. I'm like, I can't believe this is the national championship game.
No, that's how we were thinking too. And it's funny you mentioned Bobby Knight, because I thought about him last night way more than I thought I would, and I couldn't decide.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I've always been interested in Bob Knight from afar. I don't know why. I've read a lot of books about him. I've taken a lot in, and I think it's because
you were never up close to him.
Well, I just think it's because he was just such a renegade of a coach, and he was such an obviously awful, miserable human in many, many respects. But he was so great at what he did. There was just always an appreciation there, and maybe trying to balance that out. Where Cignetti seems like he's grumpy, but he's not an awful human.
No, he seems like a really likable. At the end of the day, he does seem like when push comes to shove, when you actually, like, he smiled when the game went final. He did appreciate the moment. He said, you know, it can be done. I also think it's really healthy for college football. You know, you guys both know I could be an optimist, and you make fun of me for it. But, like, it is very good for college football that it was Indiana University and the U last night for the national championship game. Of course, Buckeye Nation wanted to be in there, but, you know, you got a national title last year, and you had a terrific redemption run off the loss to Michigan and whatnot. And so, like, it's what's fun, what's really fun about all this is that if Indiana could do what they've just done the last 2 years, who else could do it? And Cignettis don't grow on trees, but the money in college sports and the difference of money levels the playing field, where the blue blood status, it exists for a very, very few, but not much. Not not nearly as much as it used to weigh in the previous climate, whether it be football or basketball. Right now, Kirby Smart's thinking, man, how am I going to get off the schneid and win another title? I mean, I say that kind of half joking, but also like, what does Kirby Smart expect to do every year in college football? He expects to win a national championship. So it's in basketball we see it. Carolina's down. Kansas is not where they used to be. They're like the 5th best team in their league. Kansas used to be the best team in the Big 12 every damn year. Kentucky spent over $20 million on their roster, and right now they'd be in I guess like an 8-9 game. It's like you used to say, yeah, those schools will be a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, no question about it. Like Duke continues to stay on. The Shire hire was the right hire to take over for Krzyzewski. But like in this college sports world, we're now seeing where you can be the non-traditional and you can get going. And I actually think, and this might be a stretch, I think there's some NFL.
I can't have one more second of college basketball. There was some great analogies
there. That was really good, though.
I just can't do a damn second more. I'm excited for Michigan, Indiana tonight. I gotta know. We gotta get to the succulent 6, my friend, which are the six candidates as of right now that have second-round interviews with the Browns: Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Mike McDaniel, Grant Udinski, I think I'm pronouncing that right, Jesse Minter, and Nate Scheelhaus. How we feeling about the succulent 6? Where do you want to see this going?
Well, you might both laugh at me, but what I was going to say was I think there's some NFL parallels to everything that we just talked about. And you might think, where is he going with this?
If you take it back to college basketball, I'm running your ass.
No, you can run me off. My point is I can't watch the Bears on Sunday night and not think the Browns can't figure it out too. The Bears have been horrible. It can be turned quickly. What do I think of the succulent 6? I believe that they're going to ultimately end up hiring Udinski or Scheelhaus. I think they're going to go, different and younger and try to go outside the box because outside the box is working right now in the NFL. It is. Coach McDonald's in his second year in Seattle, and he and Sam Darnold could win a Super Bowl. What? Like the fact that nobody ever thought that was possible. If you said Sam Darnold and Super Bowl in the same sentence in September, you would have said, "What are you smoking?" Like that. That's the fact. And McVay got taken to the limit there on Sunday, and frankly, the Bears, they absolutely could have won that game. And frankly, I thought should have taken momentum, taken control of that football game. It was hanging in the air for several minutes, and they couldn't grab it in that game. Every time they got a stop, they never really made the Rams pay for it. And to Stafford's credit, he didn't commit a turnover. But for the Browns, like McDaniel guys, I can't watch the way that things blew up in Miami and think that he's our guy. I don't see it. Todd Monken, no way. Come on. Like Todd Monken, I don't support that at all. If the Browns do that, I don't know how they're winning any press conference. Udinski to me is interesting. I know he's young. I know he's 30. I know some fans might be like, who the hell is this guy? But I look at what he just did with the Jags and really fixing Trevor Lawrence and making that offense watchable and functional, and I'm intrigued. And I don't think you have to go, super old school and traditional anymore. I also don't even think that fits. Like, you retained Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry's probably going to go new school with this hire is my belief system. And the question of power is real with whoever they hire. It's the same thing that the Giants just dealt with. They had to deal with John Harbaugh for days because John Harbaugh was asking the tough questions. And so that's very real of these 6 guys. The guys who have been at it, the guys who have been in football for a while are probably going to ask, do I have control over this? Can I do this? Can I do this? And if I'm the Browns, and if we look at the Browns the way they've been run, the answer is probably not. So I think they're going to go younger and outside the box.
John, here's my problem with Udinski. He was a glorified quarterbacks coach with the Jaguars. He didn't call plays, and he didn't really script most of the offense. And Trevor Lawrence has had almost verbatim this exact same statistical season as he had in previous years in Jacksonville. So it's a glorified quarterback coach with 1 year as a quarterback's coach. I really struggle with at what point is this just not ripe enough to pick from a head coach who would be the youngest head coach in NFL history.
Well, maybe that's what the Browns need to turn this thing around, because the fact is, I know what Jim Schwartz's record is as a head coach, and it's 29-51.
Yeah, but there's not really context, like specific to the McDaniel thing. Imperfect candidate, sure, but at least you know what you're dealing with. Hey, put together a staff with a couple more rah-rah guys. Jim Schwartz would be a part of that, I'm hoping. At least you know what you get, which would be a guy that designs an elite-level offense and then try and build around him like they did with Stefanski, where Stefanski had AVP and Bill Callahan as kind of his, I don't want to say locker room leaders, but as guys who did more of that kind of the stern part of what he needed to do.
So you want McDaniel?
Yeah,
we both do. Yeah,
I think Udinski is. I'm flabbergasted by the amount of people who, just because you can't say anything negative about Grant Udinski, because quite frankly nobody knows anything about Grant Udinski, that's suddenly a good thing.
And John, it might end up they might end up choosing him. They might. For a lot of what you said, like you want a young offensive coordinator, well then here you go. Well, let me ask you this though: if they throw Sean McDermott out there and then all of a sudden he gets an interview, does he skyrocket to the top of your board, or does that take
100%.
you away? Okay, I didn't know how
100%.
committed you were to young offensive coordinator.
No. Sean McDermott's a different class. The same way that John Harbaugh would be in a different class. But I don't think John Harbaugh was ever going to come be the Browns head coach, and I don't think Sean McDermott wants any piece of the Browns. I don't think the Browns are a desirable job in the NFL. I just don't think of the jobs that are open. I don't think they're a job that a veteran coach looks at and says, I'm going to go there, because I think those veteran coaches are in a fraternity, and their press answers about Kevin Stefanski and supporting Kevin Stefanski and saying Kevin's a really good coach and does a great job and he's a terrific guy and he does a really nice job. All those answers over the last couple of years when people would roll their eyes, and then what the national media would say, well, I don't know what else to say other than, guys, clearly the coaching fraternity in the National Football League was buying whatever Kevin was selling privately and wanted to go to bat for one of their guys and hurt enough to say, I don't know if I want to be in Cleveland. The quarterback situation is unknown. The offensive room is terrible. And so my thought process is it might take a renegade. It might take somebody outside the box. If they hire Mike McDaniel, I'm fine with Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, he has a body of work where he had an 11-5 season. And was right there in the AFC East, and there's enough there for me to say, he's been around championship locker rooms and has been around high levels of football. Like I'm not that opposed to Mike McDaniel. I don't think that Jim Schwartz as the head coach of the team makes a lot of sense for the direction of the franchise, and I'm out on Todd Monken, and it's not like I'm like Udinski or bust, but. Yeah, Sean McDermott would skyrocket. I'm not married to all youth. I just don't think Sean McDermott wants the Cleveland Browns job.
All right, that's fair. So, out of the remaining jobs, you think are we dead last? Are we ahead of the Cardinals at least?
No, I don't think we're dead last. I also think there's only 32 of these openings. So, let's be real. But okay, first off, and Sean McDermott's not coaching these guys, but anymore. But the Bills, right? They're obviously right there because they've got an MVP, and the Ravens are ahead of the Browns too. Look, the Raiders. I mean, that job, that whole situation from a franchise standpoint is brutal. There's an appeal with the Steelers because of the longevity factor, but no, the Browns opening is it's not top 3 in the NFL, and you could say it's not top 4 right now in the National Football League. I mean, I don't know if you guys think it is, and you strongly disagree with me, that's fine, but that's kind of where I'm at. And there's only 32. They could still nail this higher, but one of the biggest problems with the whole dichotomy of this search is, does an old school football guy or does a veteran coach want to answer to Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam? That I can't answer that question. Neither can the two of you. But I think that's a very real thing in this thing, and that's why they might end up going, and I believe that they will end up going younger. I think McDaniel, Udinski, or Shieldhouse.
I just think what's interesting about it, John, is I think the messaging from fans and media have gotten progressively more negative about the Browns' job since Kevin Stefanski got fired, and nothing's changed. Like, other than John Harbaugh was available and chose the Giants, which it seemed like is the job he wanted regardless because of New York and, I don't know, the Mara family and Catholicism. Like, nothing's really changed from the Browns' job. And while the things you're saying are true, which is there's questions about Barry and Haslam and the structure here, other teams don't have Myles Garrett in this defense. And other teams don't have an organization that has a track record of being very aggressive in fixing their issues, which I would imagine the offensive line and wide receiver room get fixed pretty quickly this offseason, even if it can't also get the quarterback. So it's not in any way that you're wrong. It's just I do think people have skewed incredibly negative over the last 2 weeks, and nothing's really changed. The positives are still the positives, and the negatives are still the negative. I guess maybe other better jobs are open, but that doesn't change the facts on the Browns' job.
Two definitive, in my opinion, would be the Ravens and the Bills. After that point, I don't think you could definitively say this is significantly better than the others. You know, I've seen the power rankings of, like, the Raiders are third in a lot of the rankings. Yeah, because they're so functional, and they make a lot of sense. No, I'm sorry, I don't trust Mark Davis. I just don't. And I'm not saying I trust the Browns leadership, but it's not like I'm sitting here gonna say, yeah, I just think the Raiders are world class. I think it's after those top two. You know, the Browns, that they get hurt by two franchises with MVP quarterbacks looking for coaches. That's not a slight on the Browns. It's a reality of the situation. I'm not crapping on the Browns coaching vacancy. My concern is just about the power structure. And I just look at how long it took Harbaugh to eventually say, okay, I'm going to do this. Let's sign the dotted line. And I think, like, the Browns they've got a lot that is upside. What's the upside? They got an owner with a lot of money. They got a player in Miles who, you're right, is going to have a Hall of Fame bust. That defense is elite. But what's it look like with Jim Schwartz? You know, are you forcing me to keep Jim Schwartz employed? Does Jim Schwartz want to be employed? I just have a few more questions about the Browns' power structure than I do of other franchises. Does that make it a terrible job? No. There's only 32 of these, and they're better than the Cardinals. And to me, they were better than the Titans, you know, who hired Robert Saleh at midnight last night. I started laughing. I don't think there's nothing that convinced me that I started cackling. If the Browns had done that, I would have fallen out of bed last night and probably started telling Bob Knight stories again like we started this phone call with. So the fact is the Browns are still a decent – they're a solid opening. There's just things about the power structure within the organization that I still wonder about. But they should be able to get their pick, and there's good names out there for them to go for. Now, why wouldn't you go for Sean McDermott? Why wouldn't you back up the truck for him? He could clearly coach. His track record says it. I just don't think he's interested. But would I be trying to get him? Hell yeah, he's Sean McDermott. I still think he's one of the best 8 coaches in the NFL.
John, we got a boogie, buddy, but it's great to talk to you as always. Enjoy that basketball school, Michigan, and I don't know, I guess I'll have some chance tonight. Be good, buddy.
Thank you, John.
Sorry for the tangent. By the way, we'll talk Cavs next week. They are in trouble. Thanks, guys.
Look at that. That's a nice little tease for next week. We'll go ahead and react to what John had to say about the Browns job and more, and a new name at quarterback for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive, then Albert Breer at 5:20. Great stuff with John Fanta just now. I thought it was interesting, his kind of recap of Indiana winning the national championship. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens from here, because I think it's good that there are a lot of schools out there that now feel hope that they can be the next Indiana.
Yeah.
They're the first of something for a reason. You kind of got to see the next one coming before we go ahead and lock into it.
Well, and also the idea that all right, so you got it done now with Mark Cuban's money. Well, does the money faucet turn off?
Does anybody else think that's weird, by the way?
That Mark Cuban dyed his hair last night? Yeah, I think it's very weird.
Well, okay, that's all. There's a lot of things that are disconcerting. Did Mark Cuban go to IU?
I thought he did. Yeah. Why? Wait, hold on. Did he not go to IU? I thought he went to IU. Wasn't one of the stories that he went to IU, but he never went to football games while at IU?
It's just weird that
that was the weird part of it. Is that you didn't even
Mark Cuban has come out of the woodwork as a huge booster to IU.
Well, he had nothing to be proud of for 25 years with Indiana football.
I guess he did go to IU. It's weird to me to watch him all of a sudden be front and center. He wasn't front and center with IU basketball. I mean, you would think he could have done this. IU basketball has fallen off a cliff over the last 25 years. You would have thought he could have done this with IU basketball at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a story about him basically admitting he just never went to football games while at Indiana. And so it's did you just now become – I mean, he's obviously been a massive sports fan forever, though. So, he should have been a big fan. He was just maybe, I don't know, working on trying to make his billions.
But I think you're 100% right. I think Cignetti with Josh Hoover and they pulled in another great transfer class. Do I think that they have a chance to all of a sudden be one of the powerhouses in the Big Ten? Sure. At the same point, we thought that a year ago with Ohio State. This is just the beginning. Yeah. And then, they got popped by Indiana in the Big Ten title game and then never really recovered going up against Miami.
I'm just interested in how many of these big powerhouses are you trying to become Alabama, or you're just trying to get the one championship because you've never had a championship? If you won the lottery and got to have BGSU have the season of your dreams that you've talked about a million times, are you doing one title, or are you going to keep putting in $30-40 million a year to get a second, third, fourth, whatever?
How much did I win, and how well am I invested?
You know what I mean?
Because if I stumbled on the next Facebook and I just start generating money forever, $30 million to win a championship ain't too bad.
Right now, that's the going rate to and you got to keep supplementing that every single year. I wonder at what point do you get all right. You can't all be T. Boone Pickens. We can't all be Phil Knight, who just continue. And obviously, T. Boone Pickens is dead, but when he's alive, just continue to just put so much money
all be T.
into
Boone
that
Pickens
until the day he died. He just put so much money into that. But Phil Knight continues to put as much money as he possibly can. It didn't really do anything for Oregon. I mean, made him a powerhouse of sorts, but it's not like they're stringing off titles.
I think where they go from here is really fantastic. Because I think the only real threat to Cignetti ever not retiring at Indiana is if they pulled a money plug. He has gotten so much interest for winning.
Did you hear? I almost felt bad for him. Did you hear his comments last night where he mentioned the idea? He's like, I probably should just retire. That you want to really shock people? I should just retire because basically he's done everything he wanted to do, and it's that's fantastic. And the mindset's great. But Cignetti's in his 60s.
Yeah.
And these coaches just don't stop. It's almost like a prison they put themselves into. They're like the Bill Snyders of the world that want to work until they're 80-plus years old and just do this for as long as they can. It's Cignetti seems like he wants to be on a beach. He didn't see any of this coming. But he's making too much money. He can't turn it down.
I would be surprised. I think the only thing that can ever cause him to leave IU is, and now I'm calling it IU, because now they've earned it.
I like that for them,
Yeah. Before, it was the Hoosiers, Indiana, I don't know. What do they call them? Now it's as somebody that's covered IU football for many decades now.
All the way back to the Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis days.
All the way back. There was a guy named Lynch. He was a head coach. There's another guy named Wilson. Phew, that guy. A real piece of work, you know what I mean? Those were the days, though. But no, I do think if you pull them, I made my.
Felt like you distracted your own thought there for a second
by doing a very sarcastic presentation. However, I don't think Cignetti has any interest in the NFL, and he shot that down. I don't think Cignetti's ever going to go to an SEC team or another Big Ten team.
No,
unless you pull the money plug. That's the only danger to IU. So now it's you've given him You've given him this drug.
Yeah.
Got to keep giving him that drug. Got to give him that fix. Got to
Well,
give him
that's
that
kind of what he
chance.
was describing last night, is that he's just making too much money now to step aside because he's never made this much money before, nowhere close. Like this last year's $14 million after bonuses for him. Oh, you do that a couple more times, you're set up for a while. I get the impression, this is why he's never going to the NFL, though. I get the impression that he wants to be retired. He just never expected this to be his life, where at 60-plus years old, it all just takes off for him in this way.
Are there going to be more teams like Indiana, or is this a one-off? And for Indiana, is this a one-off or just the first of many great teams? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The greatest story in sports is complete as the Indiana Hoosiers won the national championship last night. Curt Cignetti completed the single greatest turnaround in sports and the greatest.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes. It is second round interview week for the Browns Succulent Six. Yesterday was Jim Schwartz. Today it's Todd Monken. Please, God, can we all just agree?
Yeah.
No Monken.
Oh, no, everyone's on the same page with that.
Which is wild about this. We've had Donnie Brooks about Grant Udinski on this station. Donnie Brooks about Mike McDaniel. Donnie Brooks about Jim Schwartz, who in his own way is like the defensive version of Todd Monken, except he's better at his job. That was
less
very
grumpy.
aggressive.
Less grumpy.
But everybody agrees.
Well, hey, after
we don't need Monken.
Signetti, maybe the off-putting demeanor is going to come back in spades. Maybe all of a sudden, like, the off-putting demeanor has got to come back.
Like, if you're, like, above the age of 55 and just surly as all get out, that's the new sex appeal.
Think about it. Like,
NFL.
Saban and Belichick for years, their grumpiness was then it was like, oh, he's just like one of those guys. And then it kind of went away. And now this new mentality is like you have to be a real human. Signetti's bringing back grumpy.
I do like the idea if you hire Grant Udinski, and I need you to hear this, who would be the youngest head coach in NFL history, right? And then you pair him with grumpy old men. Like Todd Monken's his OC.
It sounds like a sitcom.
Like Jim Schwartz is the DC. It's too bad Danny Smith just got hired by Tampa Bay because he's 72 and he's surly as crap.
But he's 72 and he acts like 32, though. You know what I mean?
But he's doing, by the way, Danny Smith is doing what 72-year-olds which is they move to Florida.
Would the social media accounts just have Grant Udinski explain like TikTok trends to Monken?
And then
Schwartz.
And then they explain like compound interest to Grant.
Well, I mean, everyone should be explaining that to Grant right now. He's about to make a lot of money. It's early.
Fair.
You get in the market early. You got a real chance there,
I was just
Grant.
thinking something that like Jim Schwartz would have an expertise on. Maybe like what it was like to have a rotary phone to Grant Udinski.
How to move to Florida.
That's true. That's true.
Get yourself
you really
set up.
want to time it right. John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. He thinks the Browns will hire a young, offensive-minded head coach.
I believe that they're going to ultimately end up hiring Udinski or Shieldhouse. I think they're going to go, different and younger and try to go outside the box because outside the box is working right now in the NFL. It is. Coach McDonald's in his second year in Seattle, and he and Sam Darnold could win a Super Bowl. What? Like the fact that nobody ever thought that was possible. Like McDaniel, guys, I can't watch the way that things blew up in Miami and think that he's our guy. Udinski to me is interesting. I know he's young. I know he's 30. I know some fans might be like, who the hell is this guy? But I look at what he just did with the Jags and really fixing Trevor Lawrence and making that offense watchable and functional. And I'm intrigued. I think they're going to go younger and outside the box.
I desperately want to have a segment with Fanta called What? Where it's just like, cheeseburger, macaroni, and cheese. What? Those are two different things.
Turn him into Adam and Rocky River there.
I did.
What?
I want to know where he fixed Trevor Lawrence. That's what I want to know. The numbers are, just shockingly close to every other season we've had Trevor Lawrence have.
You know what it is.
Like it's all right there.
He was better than last year.
Every season that he's had the full season with outside of his rookie year, he's thrown for just over 4,000 yards. He is somewhere in the neighborhood of a 20-plus touchdown season. He's somewhere in the neighborhood of anywhere between 8 to 14 interceptions. He is somewhere in the same neighborhood with completion percentage, with passer rating, with yards, all of it. It's all, no part of him got better. The offense got better, yes, but Trevor Lawrence didn't get that much better.
Every single thing I heard about Grant Udinski, so actually I'll strike that and reverse it. Everything I was concerned about with Grant Udinski, that he's a glorified quarterbacks coach, that he's got 1 year as a glorified quarterbacks coach. Nice young man. Remembers everybody in the media's name, right? But by and large, had, I wouldn't say little to do, but compared to most offensive coordinators, very little to do with the success of the Jaguars this year. All of it was confirmed by anybody that I've talked to about off the record, like just give me feedback. What do I need to know about Grant Udinski? Nobody knows anything.
Yeah.
That's not a reason to, you know what? He's got no knocks against him because nobody knows anything.
Well, you are sourcing that hard-hitting Jacksonville media.
Wasn't just Jacksonville media. Oh, look at that.
Hard-hitting Minnesota media.
Look at that. No, it's actually, I don't have to tell you my sources.
What? I thought you wanted boots on the ground. What?
I have boots on the ground.
Yeah.
What?
And, yeah, He's a really nice guy. He's a really interesting guy. And 3 years from now, he might be the hottest coordinator in the NFL. That's a massive projection.
Yeah, he might also not be, which is very much on the table.
This groupthink around Udinski, it's just wild.
They like him because he's young and he's an offensive mind and he just checks a lot of the boxes that you would think you'd check if you're trying to find the next Sean McVay. That's what people like about it, and it's fine. If he gets the job, I'll just assume that McDaniel was never coming here and they got shunned by too many other candidates, and this is just our reality.
Media
we
members.
have to take a chance on these type of guys, and I'll be open-minded.
I'm okay with groupthink and media members because that's kind of how it works. It's a giant game of telephone, right? If the Browns like Udinski that much, I'm going to need receipts. I'm going to need,
better be a hell of an opening press conference with Andrew Berry.
What was that report, by the way, that they had, on one candidate, they had talked to over 40 people with regards to one candidate? I'm going to need all 40 people's numbers.
But that was I'm
going to need to do the research as well.
Was it Fowler that said nobody had done more research than the Browns?
He did.
Yeah.
We like Jeremy.
All right.
He's good at his job.
That's good. Well, no, they called people. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that they got some background.
Yeah. If only they had done that for like a quarterback where they hadn't just called Dabo Swinney and been like, Dabo, what do you think about him? I love him. It's not a good Dabo.
No. Mary Kay Cabb at Cleveland.com on with Baskin and Phelps today. She was asked about Jim Schwartz's chances of becoming the Browns' next head coach.
I think it's legitimate. They've always stated how much they really love Jim Schwartz and that they want him around. And so I definitely think it's legit. I think he's in the mix, just like the rest of these guys are that are getting second interviews. So I don't think you can count anyone out. They love Jim Schwartz and they want him at least as defensive coordinator, but they would also love him as head coach. I don't think that is going to sway the Browns one way or the other, at least not that much. It might, factor in, but it's not going to be the deciding factor. They have to do what they need to do for the long-term good of this football team, and you can't really necessarily be letting the players dictate what that would be.
So I agree on the player side of things. It's good to know, but it can't be the reason why you make the decision. I think the only way Jim gets the head coaching job is if Minter, McDaniel, and Udinski said no. I think that's how Jim Schwartz gets a head coaching job.
Yeah, it really feels like yesterday was just them trying to figure out if Jim Schwartz would stay with whatever combination of coaches they came up with.
I just struggle with we appreciate the succulent six. These are six finalists for the head coaching job. Get it? But at some point, you can reopen the search. Whether it's for McDermott, I don't know what Thomas Brown has done to anyone. Thomas Brown's had more success in the NFL with a lot of the coaches that you want, that Shieldhouse is getting an interview for, that Udinski's getting an interview for, having started his NFL journey with the Rams back in the day. Whether it's Thomas Brown or David Shaw or, honestly, another former Super Bowl winning head coach in Doug Peterson. There are other coaches out there. If you get to a point where McDaniel says no, there's no law that says you have to hire one of the other five guys.
Well, and we might take this until after the Super Bowl with Shieldhouse's involvement, and so there's no guarantee this gets done even this week. I know some people are hoping on that. They haven't even satisfied the Rooney Rule yet. We got some time on this one, guys.
The Cavs have won 7 of their last 11 games, but were blown out by the Thunder yesterday. Donovan Mitchell explained why he expects this team to bounce back from the loss.
I'm not going to let this game take away from the past week, right? You have 2 strong wins, and this one's upsetting. We can learn from it, but if we let this deflate us, then we have another tough 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4, whatever it is coming up, whether in Charlotte and then Sac in Orlando, right? So not going to let this deflate what we had in Philly. It's not early, but also I know what this group is capable of. We know what we're capable of. So this loss isn't going to set us back. We got to continue to use what we've been doing and go forward.
Yeah, Donovan couldn't hit anything from the outside in this game. I thought actually Evan Mobley had a pretty decent game, but it was just, it wasn't pretty. The fourth quarter was about as ugly as it gets.
Yeah, it's funny. Overall, I don't like to overreact to individual games. At this point, that's more in the positive than the negative, though. At this point, if they string together 2 good games, whoop-de-doo. Because the bulk of the work has been underwhelming. So when you have 2 quality games like the back-to-back Philly games, then to bounce back with getting trounced by the Thunder, I didn't think the overreaction yesterday I don't think it was overreaction. I thought people reacted properly. The Thunder are who you're supposed to be in the same league of. And you got run out of the gym late in that game, in a game that, again, you should have been at least able to stay closer than, 30 points, something like that?
Yeah, they just got destroyed, outscored by 20 in the fourth quarter alone. Like, it was just, and on, it's a primetime game, MLK Day. It's during the day, obviously, but, like, that's the big NBA high mark. Like, you want to be in those games, you want to be involved in those games, and all it did was showcase to everybody just how far, not only are they in the East, but how far away they are from one of the best teams in the Thunder in the West.
Yeah, and again, I'm to the point where I'm past panicking or anything else. I'm not thrilled with where they are, but we're at a yes or no situation.
It just kind of felt expected, and that's the sad part of this.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, we're at a point where it's like, are you going to pull the nose up on this and be competitive in the playoffs? If the answer is no, then you have your answer on the Cavs, whether you like it or not.
I did see a lot of people hating on Lou Dort once again.
What is it about Lou Dort that gets the hate out there? I don't know.
Because he's just a menace.
Yeah.
I
wish he was our menace.
He is, yeah, oh, definitely. But he's like a knockoff Draymond in some respects. He's
not
as dirty, because no one's as dirty as Draymond, but he's in that caliber. And yeah, a lot of people big mad at Lou Dort yesterday.
Albert Breer walks us through the latest in the Browns head coaching search and walks us through some of the other decisions. Is Sean McDermott in play? We'll talk with Albert in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right. Jonathan Peterlin. We are attempting to get our good buddy Albert Breer on the show. Maybe get a little info on the Browns head coaching search. You know, the last time this happened, it was because John Harbaugh had just been fired.
Yeah, 8 minutes prior.
Now, Albert is in the know as everyone else.
Oh,
could there be
we think something big's
a
happening?
head coaching job that is being filled right now? You realize how pissed I'd be? I'd call Goodell up and just bee him out. Wait, Roger, we love this information on Tuesday, but I'd like to get my guy Albert on Tuesdays at 5:20.
Yeah, it'd also be like, why do you want to make Tuesdays the day, Roger? What's going on there? Why Tuesday of all days?
In fairness,
everyone talks about the games Monday. Tuesday just keeps the momentum going.
In season, Tuesday is always the slow news day. So maybe in the postseason, this is the one where we kick it up a notch there.
Maybe.
How interested are you in Sean McDermott for the Browns head coaching job?
I'm interested. The hard part about this is I'm still not sure this many years into it how good he is at his job. And so, that's the Josh Allen thing of it, right? First couple years, obviously, he did a lot of work without Josh Allen being the Josh Allen that we know of him right now. If you make this type of hire, which, by the way, I don't know why Fanta thought that this is like a crazy out of this world, couldn't possibly envision getting Sean McDermott.
Yeah, well, I think you linked him with Harbaugh, and I look at those as two distinctly different coaches.
Way different coaches, way different ceiling. I mean, this is what he just got told is essentially he's Mark Jackson before Steve Kerr. That's essentially what he got told in this whole situation with Buffalo. Like, you're the guy that's going to take us to a certain spot. We need the guy to take us to that next spot. And so what the Browns will be doing is you're trying to hire some stability. You're trying to hire somebody that you know is good. But this is not the type of hire that it's unfathomable that the Browns could get this.
Also, I like kind of very similar to Harbaugh. Like, okay, I'm interested. I think you have to talk to him. And in fairness, he is what I wanted. And before they fired Stefanski, which is I did want a leader of men. I think Sean is a good leader of men, even if that crazy Ty Dunn
he went to a reference that you probably shouldn't go to.
But he is the kind of guy that I would be happy to bring in, and I think he is antithetical to Stefanski in that Stefanski is the kind of quintessential offensive guy, not really a leader, just an X's and O guy, come and make my offense great kind of guy. McDermott is like, I don't really know a lot about offense, but I'm going to lead the hell out of everybody, and then everything else kind of falls by the wayside.
Oh, so here's where I think he's the most antithetical to Stefanski, and this is actually the big hang-up, where if the Browns are doing this interview process, the Browns might say, ooh, I don't know. It's something I want out of a head coach, but it feels like the Browns have kind of shifted away from this. At least they did with Stefanski. One of the reasons why – do you have something there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what do you got?
And it's not going to make me happy.
Because it was a big moment right there.
It's not going to make you happy either. And this might be why Albert is not.
Okay.
Yeah. So Tom Pelissero just sent out former Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel informed the Browns he's withdrawing from their head coaching search ahead of a scheduled in-person interview Wednesday, per source. McDaniel, who is still a candidate for the Ravens and Raiders head coach vacancy, is interviewing for the Chargers OC job today. He has multiple OC offers and could have a new home soon.
Okay, so obviously not great because now we are down to either Jim Schwartz, essentially. Jesse Minter's obviously in the mix, but it'll basically be Jim Schwartz or a young, unproven, unknown offensive coordinator. It's not great.
Listen, I'm going to say this because I want to give a little bit of deference here.
Yeah.
Do I think that this could be that Mike McDaniel realized he wasn't getting the head coaching job? This is very prominent. You realize you're not getting the head coaching job, so you pull out of it before. So it makes you look a little bit better in this process. Well, we got the guy we're going to talk to right now, Albert Breer of the MMQB on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Albert, welcome to the show, buddy.
You guys are aware of what Mike McDaniel was a part of in Cleveland like 12 years ago, right?
Yeah. You're saying this weighed heavily in that?
I mean, what was it, like a 32-point plan or something like that? What was that? Like him and Kyle.
The PowerPoint presentation that he made. Shanahan made him come up with and create.
Right, like the get me the hell out of here manifesto, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think this is an interesting decision by him. I think maybe there is some feeling that you aren't getting the job. He's also, I think, right in the thick of a number of these, and I mean, to me, like, I think the one he probably winds up in is Tampa. And it could be, like, too, like, that, you know, he isn't getting the job, and he wants to focus on a couple of the other ones. Sometimes, and I think that we've gotten to the point with these two where there are so many Zooms being done, and so many of these guys are being kind of like run through the ringer, and it's like, I mean, if you're doing 50 of them, you know what I mean? Like, and that's a ridiculous number, but like if you've been doing these nonstop for a couple of weeks, and you have a feeling that maybe you're not in the driver's seat for one of them, I mean, you can always go to the team and say, like, look, just level with me. If I'm not getting this, like, why don't we not waste each other's time? I've definitely heard of those sorts of scenarios playing out. Not that it did here, but I've heard of those sorts of scenarios playing out in the past as well.
All right, Albert. So there were 6 people getting a second interview for this job. That now brings us down to 5. Grant Udinski, Nate Shieldhouse, Todd Monken, Jim Schwartz, and Jesse Minter. What do we make of these 5 guys? And do you think that there's a front runner in the clubhouse right now?
Well, so Monken is there today. I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe McDaniel was tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think Minter was Thursday, and then Udinski Friday. And obviously, I can't talk to Shieldhouse until after the championship games, and what form they can talk to him obviously is going to be dictated by whether or not the Rams can win. I actually think, it's interesting because I think for a lot of teams, the second round of interviews has become sort of a coronation, and there's just been this big race to get to a few of the candidates, right? So I think the guys who are in that category would be obviously John Harbaugh, Kevin Stefanski, Jeff Hafley, who interviewed really well in a number of different places. Jesse Minter's close to being in that category because he did really well and interviewed with every team that had an opening. And then Robert Saleh, had a little traction with a couple of teams, and I think it helped push the process along with Tennessee. It just feels like to me, the Browns are, to their credit, not getting caught up in all of that. Like, let's see if we can run our own process, and let's see, what this looks like going through it, and find some people we like. And I think some people would look at it and say, well, don't you want to compete? But I also think it's the way that Baltimore and Pittsburgh are handling their business as well, where it's like you go through a full process and you see if you can find somebody that maybe fits you better than anybody else. So, look, obviously I like the guys that they're bringing back for second interviews. I would say Minter has interviewed really well wherever he's been. He's a little green. I think Udinski looks like going to be a really good head coach someday, but he's very green. He still has a ways to go in a number of different areas, so it'd be a risk from that standpoint going in on him. Shieldhouse, same thing. Really green, but he has head coach qualities. And then obviously like McDaniel and Monken is a little bit of the older name, so you've got a variety of candidates. And then you have Schwartz, who I think, in a lot of ways, like the 2 coordinators that I thought coming into this process among the 10 teams, where it was like the team basically had more or less sent the signal, like, we want to keep this guy. And maybe he's the head coach, maybe he's not, but we want to keep this guy. One would be Jeff Ulbrich in Atlanta, and Kevin Stefanski retained him there. And the other is just Schwartz. And so, do you envision Jim Schwartz being your head coach? Do you think he deserves another shot if people maybe missed the boat on him? I think that's certainly possible. I don't think he did a horrible job in Detroit. He took over a dumpster fire, a winless team, got them into the playoffs in 3 years. And then, I think the roster construction, some of the risks they took on guys, like they took some guys that they got questionable on off-field stuff, wound up costing him, but it wasn't all bad in Detroit. And so I think Schwartz is a very real consideration there.
All right, including the Browns in this, how does Sean McDermott, how does he shake up any of the coaching searches that we've discussed?
Well, I think so Tennessee really thought about it yesterday before they wind up making their move for McDermott, and that was a consideration for them. I think Arizona will really consider Sean McDermott. Vegas, I think could kick the tires. Tom Brady was in the division with McDermott. And Cleveland's interesting Because if you guys remember, I think it was 2016, right? Paul DePodesta, correct me if I'm wrong, was very high on Sean McDermott, right?
That's
when
correct.
They hired Hugh Jackson.
Yeah.
And so, I think sometimes owners hang on to those things, So, look, Sean McDermott's a very strong head coach, knows how to build a program. And I think for someone, Sean McDermott is a credibility hire, right? If you feel like you're lacking in that department and you need to just kind of get your program up to level ground and you're in a position where it's we need to show everybody that this is a real professional outfit that's gonna be working to compete at the highest level. I think Sean McDermott can be a really good hire for you. Staffing would be a question with him, of course. Who's he bringing with him? That's going to be a question. And then the plan for the quarterback, which I would say the Browns right now are sort of one of these clean slate situations where it doesn't look like the best one on paper, but if you aren't wild about Jackson Dart or Cam Ward or Michael Penix, you could look at that one, look at the Browns and say, okay, at least I have a chance to kind of make this what I will of it. So, there could be a match there. I think it's at least interesting. And in the past history, the fact that the Browns were in on McDermott before he even got to Buffalo adds a layer to that.
Albert, obviously Robert Saleh getting the head coach job in Tennessee. It was interesting to watch that process play out. What's been the reaction around NFL types on Saleh getting a second chance this quickly after what happened in New York?
He's really popular in NFL circles. That's the first thing you need to know. He's very well liked. And so I think first and foremost, there are a lot of people who are really happy for him. And I think there's a curiosity, too, because I think for the longest time, there was a feeling that he had everything it would take to be a great head coach. And, you can see what Kyle Shanahan, is one of the most respected coaches in football, thinks of him, not just in taking the chance on him in 2017, right? When he was a fired linebackers coach, Kyle Shanahan felt strongly enough to make him his first defensive coordinator in San Francisco and then to bring him back again this year, So I think there's a real curiosity over what that's going to look like in Tennessee now with what might be a little bit more of a stable situation if they can give him a little bit of runway. Because if you really drill down on a look in New York, I'd say they did a pretty good job drafting and developing and building a roster. And if you look, you'll see 2021 was kind of the teardown year. 22, they're rebuilding it. And then 23 was when Rodgers came in, and you looked at their roster and man, these guys are ready to compete. And then Rodgers gets hurt on the first series of the season, and they still compete through the rest of the year. He's able to do enough to keep his job. And even when he got fired, 5 games in that second year, I think they were 2-3, and they had a murderous beginning of the schedule, and the owner just got antsy and fired him. So, I think there's still, despite the overall record, I think there's still a lot of unknown on Robert Saleh. And, I think he's going to be able to put together a pretty good staff. I think there'd be a chance Mike McDaniel would go with him if a couple other things fall through. Brian Daboll is a possibility there. Cliff Kingsbury's a possibility there. And I think he's had time to think about all this, and I think he's going to wind up being a lot better the second time for the experience he had the first time around.
Albert, do you have any extra background on Kevin Stefanski landing with the Falcons?
What are you looking for? I can tell you anything you need to know.
Anything I need to know? Does he regret not waiting until the Bills job opened up?
Oh, that's actually a great question. So I don't know the answer to that. What I would say on this is I do think this is one of those where connections help, and where I think it's just sort of, for him at least, I think it was about finding fit, and coming from Cleveland, I think the idea of going to a place where it'd be a calmer environment and he'd be insulated a little bit and he could just coach football was important to him. And, I think Atlanta will afford him the chance to do that. It's an interesting structure they're going to have there with Matt Ryan, where you've got, the owner obviously over the top, but their whole idea in bringing in Matt Ryan was that they needed to create more accountability. And there were sort of too many hands that were fishing around in the football pot there, and it was basically let's just find somebody to put over the top that, like, we know that person's in charge and everybody's accountable to that person, and then the people underneath them can just do their jobs, not worrying about answering to 5 different people. And so I think that really appealed to Kevin, you know, like the idea of going to a place that was going to be like that, and where, you know, some of the other things we're going to be taken care of, and he was going to be able to just go and coach football. And hey, look, like, I mean, to you guys' credit, right? Because I think Cleveland's one of the best football markets in America. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on the radio with you guys. Like, I mean, it's a better football market than any of the markets in the Northeast. I'll tell you that. Like, just based on the history of the game and the knowledge of the fans there and everything else, like, I do think, like, that, like, the intensity of being there, like, after you go through that, and what that was and what that meant for Kevin over the last few years, going to a place that might be a little bit calmed down, you know, and where every play isn't going to be dissected, you know, like it's the winning throw of the Super Bowl, you know, probably will be a little bit of a breath of fresh air for him as well.
Albert, as always, you've knocked it out of the park here. We appreciate you, buddy. We'll catch up with you after the conference round next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Sorry for being late this week.
Oh, no worries at all, buddy. Albert Breer there, MMQB on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to Albert Breer, and Mike McDaniel has pulled his name from the Browns head coaching situation. There are 2 reads on it. Both mean very different things for the Cleveland Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We just had Albert Breer on, and he gave us a lot. It's going to spend quite a bit of time on this. It does confirm an interesting thing with Kevin Stefanski, but the big news of the last 30 minutes has been Mike McDaniel, former Dolphins head coach, has pulled himself out of the Browns head coaching search. He was supposed to interview in person tomorrow, and we're gonna play Albert's kind of reaction to this as he was kind of learning in real time like we were. What he thinks this could mean.
I think this is an interesting decision by him. I think maybe there is some feeling that you aren't getting the job. He's also, I think, right in the thick of a number of these. And, I mean, to me, like, I think the one he probably winds up in is Tampa. And it could be, like, too, like that, he isn't getting the job and, he wants to focus on a couple of the other ones. Sometimes, and I think that we've gotten to the point with these two where there are so many Zooms being done and so many of these guys are being kind of like run through the ringer. And it's like you've been doing these nonstop for a couple of weeks and you have a feeling that maybe you're not in the driver's seat for one of them. I mean, you can always go to the team and say, like, look, just level with me. If I'm not getting this, like, why don't we not waste each other's time? I've definitely heard of those sorts of scenarios playing out. Not that it did here, but I've heard of those sorts of scenarios playing out in the past as well.
All right, I want to start with the worst-case scenario that this could be.
All right, let's do
Mike
that.
McDaniel talked to the Browns for 2 hours on a Zoom and then talked to other teams about their offensive coordinator jobs and thought the OC jobs are better than the Browns head coach jobs.
Yeah, that's not great, especially the Tampa OC job, too. It isn't the Lions job that already got filled. It's not even the Eagles job.
It's not even the Titans job with Cam Ward.
It's the Tampa OC job. That's not great.
So that would be the worst case scenario. The second one still isn't good for the Browns because I thought he was one of the better candidates that they had here. I thought he should have been the guy if he felt he wasn't getting the job. This happens. In fairness, this is the most likely scenario because this is usually synonymous with, well, I'm going to focus on other opportunities. That just meant you got wind that you weren't getting the job.
So this one feels right.
Yeah.
Like that one feels right, but I would
it also feels wrong.
Well, I would volley it up to the Browns. Like, okay, so why isn't he? He didn't even make it out of the top 5 essentially. Like you got to before the second round of interviews were even completed. You basically told McDaniel through the back channels that he asked like, am I a player in this? And you're like, no. That doesn't seem right. He seems like too good of a coach for that to be the conversation.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
Unless they're just locked in on like a Udinski or something.
If these are the final 5, I hate everything about this. I do. Jesse Minter, I think, is now becomes my number 1 candidate of the final 5 that we know.
And he's interviewing everywhere. It seems like Baltimore absolutely loves him. Like, we're not going to be the first choice there.
Yeah, so I think there's an immense amount of risk there. But again, like, I want to leave room for maybe Sean McDermott entering play this week.
I think we have to.
Maybe that opens up the door for the Browns. And if that's why this happened, if McDaniel, if that's what's changed between his first round interview last week and this week was McDermott's out there and the Browns really, really want him and McDermott's interest, okay, then I'm in no way concerned. But this is the first time I thought maybe they're going to screw this up.
Well, how's screwing it up?
Hiring Udinski or Shieldhouse. These are toddlers, comparative in NFL. And listen, I'm not saying they're going to be definitive failures. If they get the job, we're going to give them a chance here.
Mm-hmm.
Grant Udinski is a glorified quarterbacks coach in Jacksonville with 1 year on the job. Last year, he was basically a glorified quality control coach for Minnesota, which he had been the 4 previous seasons. Don't focus on the title. Focus on what he was actually tasked to do. And Grant Udinski, hiring him now at 30, is an incredible, incredible risk that when you have a McDaniel, a McDermott, any of the mix, really, like McDonald's, any of them. McCarthy, right? If you've got an MC in front of your name, any of those guys who have won championships or competed for championships or at least been to the playoffs consistently, and you go with the 30-year-old guys, you can throw the word wizard at me as many times as you want. It doesn't erase the fact that either Grant Udinski or Nate Shieldhouse are in an incredible risk. And oh, by the way, on the opposite side of the risk channel here is a older coach in Jim Schwartz who wasn't very good when he was a head coach, or Todd Monken, who has been passed over for pretty much every head coaching job known to man.
And who knows? Maybe McDaniel was on their board. They loved him, but McDaniel's stipulation was, I didn't want Jim Schwartz as my DC. I want to build out my own brand new staff. And like they looked at the candidates, and part of the non-negotiables for them was we want Schwartz. Maybe that's what happened on Monday. They wanted Schwartz as the DC. They looked at the list of people. The list of people that would go along with it are the only ones that remain now. There's a lot we don't know. But one thing we do know is that this is the Browns telling us that they're out of the McDaniel business. It didn't seem like it's the other way around.
Yeah, well, I don't know, and I'm just like I'm gonna not react to just this. Mike McDaniel is a guy that I thought of the succulent six was the best guy to lead this organization going forward. And whether he never really seriously entertained them because of 2014, whether he just didn't hear what he liked in the first round, or maybe he thinks somebody else is getting the job. Whatever it is, if you take the best candidate out of a search, and I don't know if it's going to be an off-the-board candidate or one of these five guys, and which one of the five it's going to be, it's tough to feel as good about this search as I did about an hour ago.
Well, Sean McDermott is how they saved this thing.
It's the only way. And I'm sorry to Grant Udinski and Nate Scheelhaus. It really isn't personal. And again, I'm not God. These guys could end up being good head coaches, and they could be good Browns head coaches.
Thanks for the clarification, by the way.
I needed everybody to know that.
Thank you.
By the way, I'd look a hell of a lot better if I was. I would just
It would
I would
be
do
a
like the
peculiar
water to
choice
wine,
for
but with his
God.
body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody'd see it coming, though.
Jesus
Bad
was ripped.
body.
Jesus was ripped.
Well, in the current renderings, yes. It's also got an American flag and an AR-40. I don't even know if that's a gun. RPG, that was the one I was looking for. But I'm not saying that I'm infallible with any of this. This doesn't feel good. And it is now go get Sean McDermott, or again, another off-the-board candidate we're not seeing right now. 216-474-0092. Mike McDaniel is pulled out of the Browns head coaching search. What now? More from Albert Breer in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Minter has interviewed really well wherever he's been. He's a little green. I think Udinski looks like going to be a really good head coach someday, but he's very green. Like, he still has a ways to go in a number of different areas. So it'd be a risk from that standpoint going in on him. Shielhaas, same thing, really green, but he has head coach qualities. And then, obviously, like McDaniel and Monken is a little bit of the older name. So you've got a variety of candidates. And then you have Schwartz, who I think, in a lot of ways, like the two coordinators that I thought coming into this process among the 10 teams, where it was like the team basically had more or less sent the signal, like, we want to keep this guy. And maybe he's the head coach, maybe he's not, but we want to keep this guy. One will be Jeff Ulbrich in Atlanta, and Kevin Stefanski retained him there. And the other is Jim Schwartz. And so, like, do you envision Jim Schwartz being your head coach? I think Schwartz is a very real consideration there.
Albert Breer talking about the shades of green for the brown and orange brigade. We got 1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. In case you missed it, coming up in about 45 minutes there. You know that when you have to decipher, well, Jesse Minter is green, and Greg Udinski is very green. When you have to decipher the shades of green, it's not a great place to start with 3 of the final 5 Browns head coaching candidates.
You either have very, very green or whatever we call Schwartz and Monken.
Now we've
just old. I don't know.
I was going to say
experienced.
Yeah,
seasoned.
I will tell you, we're to the point with Grant Udinski just because nobody can tell me what this guy does. I feel like we're
They don't know.
I
Nick.
feel like we're an American Psycho.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't even know why they like him. They just want to be right about it, I think.
I think you're 100% right. And it's so funny. This has been tedious from watching other media members jump through hoops to try and be the person that gets to say, I was right about this. And again, like, I wanted Mike McDaniel. That's not happening now. So I haven't made a prediction, though, because who the bleep knows?
How could you?
This isn't like, listen, this is now what this search has become with the guy that I was most interested in out. It's become, you better call Sean McDermott. You better make a serious push.
Well, and yeah, so there was one thing I wanted to touch on with McDermott that I find interesting. So the report today out of Buffalo it was Vic Carucci. He came out with the report today that I guess 5 weeks or so ago, Sean McDermott was asked by Brandon Beane and by some of the ownership with Buffalo, like, so what do you think about the roster? What's going on? And apparently he just undressed the roster. Like, he told him everything where he thought that it wasn't good enough. They didn't have enough. All the things everyone has been saying about Buffalo all season long, he basically just voiced to Brandon Beane, the architect of this, the guy that out of 56 draft picks has drafted 2 Pro Bowlers, right? The problem with that is that your direct 2 bosses don't want to hear how bad they are at their job.
Yeah.
And so there's probably a strong reason why he's gone. But think about this Browns ownership and I guess whatever we want to call Andrew Berry. Think about them together. Have they ever seemed like the type of people that are open to, hey, I think you've constructed this poorly. Let me tell you all the reasons why.
Can you frame it within the confines of a thought partner?
Yeah, well, that's it, right? If we're thought partners, then everyone's on the same
thought
page.
Exercise together. Are we any good?
How long does it take to get into the thought partnership?
That's true.
I mean, if Sean McDermott comes in there and starts telling him how wrong he thinks his roster is, I would imagine it's going to go for him about as well as it just did in Buffalo.
I'm really trying not to look at this and go, Mike McDaniel piecing out of this coaching search is a disastrous thing, because it's not like Mike went to playoffs twice. He had a lot of success in Miami, but he didn't win a playoff game. I'm trying not to go overboard with this. It does feel incredibly defeating if the final 5 are it, which is now why I have to pivot to get the guy that was just run out of Buffalo for being too honest.
Well, the defeating part about the McDaniel side of this is that it feels as if they, through back channels or whatever, told him, like, all right, like, you're not going to get the job. So, like, you don't have to come in. Don't worry about it. Focus on getting the OC jobs that you're probably going to get. And I just want to know from the Browns why. Why is McDaniel not good enough for this team?
Can I tell you in which one way McDermott being out there might help you, even if you don't get him?
Sure.
All right? Because we're gonna polish this thing. We're like Adam Schefter talking about any team in the NFL. Because that's how Adam does it. He's great, though. Makes a lot of money, that Adam Schefter.
A lot of money.
To basically copy and paste.
Like $10 million a year.
It's great. Nobody could do that except everyone.
A lot.
If you just didn't have ethics. Okay, that was unfair. I'm dealing with things, Adam. I apologize to the Schefter family. Not really. However, if McDermott preferred a job in, let's say, Baltimore, it might actually allow Jesse Minter to shake free. And I do think, like right now, if it's not McDermott, if we're talking about the final five, probably Minter becomes. I think yesterday I ranked him. I think Minter was right behind McDaniel. I'm much more comfortable with the level of raw that Jesse Minter is, where he's been in the NFL, I think 6 or 7 years altogether. He's got, 2 years now as the defensive coordinator. And obviously, I think he was a coordinator in Michigan that last year as well. I think I'm a little bit more comfortable with that shade of green.
Sure.
Than, he was in a quarterback room with Trevor Lawrence.
I know. So it's funny is that he has been one of the top guys in Baltimore the entire time. And for some reason here locally, we just have not tapped into Jesse Minter the way that I think a lot of people should have. But now, was that dealing from a place of we just thought it was too unrealistic? It shouldn't have been too unrealistic. I also think just so much of the fan base is committed to getting the offensive side of the ball right. And plus, they also know that if you get Jesse Minter, it probably means that Jim Schwartz isn't here either.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I wonder if that's part of the negotiations. It probably, if NFL fans really knew how the sausage was made about crowning head coaches and the negotiations that went into it. I mean, guys, we got a taste of it with the John Harbaugh stuff of they're making progress, but it's not quite done. It's language in a contract about who reports to who. Like, it's tedious, and there's a lot that goes into it. I wouldn't assume that the Browns would hire Jesse Minter and say, all right, Jim Schwartz, hit the bricks. I wouldn't assume that. I would imagine that of the guys right now, if Jesse Minter wants to be a head coach this cycle, cool, that guy's your defensive coordinator. I think it, and honestly, maybe this makes it more likely that Todd Monken then also becomes the OC, given that Jesse Minter has a connection to Todd Monken through Baltimore.
Definitely could happen. The idea that we have a lot of scenarios that could play out, though, it exists. I'm just a little bummed that it's not going to be Mike McDaniel.
Really, to me, the only two win, unless there's a candidate we haven't talked about.
Well, and there's going to be another one.
That has to be stressed.
There's going to be another one that gets thrown in, but that's just to satisfy the Rooney Rule.
Yeah, this is the one thing that makes me just totally uncomfortable because they're going to bring a name in, and it's just going to be, hey, we had to do this for the Rooney Rule.
Because you have to have two, and they have to be in person.
And theoretically, I think you can just do this with Ephraim Banda, who's gotten some defensive coordinator love around the NFL as well. That's the part where it just feels transactional and icky to me. If you're a candidate, like a lot of like guys who actually, a lot of African American candidates will turn down spots like this just because it's perfunctory and it's not, on the level. That being said, I don't know. I think the only two wins from here are McDermott and Minter, and I think even Minter is a bit of a risk. Everything else just feels like what the hell are we doing?
Well, even McDermott at the heart of it still is a little bit of a risk. Like we'd celebrate it, we'd like it, but it is a risk.
Yeah,
we don't know what he is without Josh Allen,
and you need to know what's the OC going to be.
What's the situation?
And I thought something that was really interesting in the Robert Saleh sweepstakes is it wasn't just who's going to be your offensive coordinator, because he's probably going to get a Kingsbury or a Mike McDaniel or somebody like that. They wanted to know who's going to be the second in command so that guy can move up. So basically, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Tennessee talked this way because it's such a dumb organization. That's brilliant. Hey, we don't just want you. We want somebody that is going to run the same thing you do that has, future head coach potential that we can slide up under you. I think that's incredibly smart because I think you are seeing, guys, do we think it's a coincidence that Baker Mayfield on his third coordinator in 3 seasons finally had a step back of a season halfway through the season?
Well, his whole career has been having different coordinators.
It has been. And there should be a 30 for 30 on his coordinators and head coaches.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
But no, I mean, do we think it's a coincidence that when you see and sometimes it works out.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think Washington moving away from Cliff Kingsbury is going to be great for Jaden Daniels. I think Cliff's a bit of a fraud. As a coordinator, head coach.
I think he's a good coordinator. I think as a head coach, he's more of a fraud. I think he's a good coordinator.
I think he's got
Jaden
a strong
Daniels to an NFC
jawline.
title game. Come on.
Strong jawline.
Come on now. I think he falls in the category of a few different people where they're good coordinators. Not so much head coaches, but they're good coordinators.
I think if I wanted to get a bunch of Cougars to pay for a $300 a plate dinner for a date, for one of those
a bachelor
human
style
auctions,
date or what?
Yeah, like that kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
that guy's the guy I'm I'm putting out front there.
We're
selling out the house.
Yeah.
That's my piece of meat at the front of the. But if I want to head
The Real
coach,
Housewives of Tennessee just going wild.
Oh my God, you
going
could
wild
just not
over that
contain
Kingsbury
them.
action.
Could not contain them. But if I want to
it's for charity. I had to do it.
Yeah, I did. I had to be nude. That was one of the stipulations. I'm too trusting. That's my problem. That's Mike. I almost said Mike McCarthy. Different guy.
And way different
Mike
bracket
McCarthy.
for that. Way different bracket for that.
Mike McCarthy would insist on being nude for that.
Yeah, and the winning bid would be like $2 and an Uncrustable.
Here's the
maybe,
thing.
Maybe.
Emphasis on
Uncrustable.
crust. Here's the thing. There's a market out there for the chubby folks. That's all
right.
I'm saying.
That's right.
Guys like me clean up in certain segments of society.
Actually, I like the highfalutin society outbidding for Mike McCarthy over Kingsbury in the moment.
This one's too skinny. Give me the chunky one.
Is that the husband buying it for the wife? Is that what that is?
He's a Southern
the
dandy.
It being Mike McCarthy here?
I have my special chair here, Mr. McCarthy. I'm going to sit in the corner while you do your business.
You gonna pull up a six-pack and just hang out?
I do declare this is excellent work, Mr. McCarthy. I did not believe you had the cardio to do such a maneuver.
Is this now the review? This is like the Yelp review after the fact?
He's calling it out in real time. It's like
He's just very impressed.
Like
He's very impressed.
Like when LeBron is like, we can have total recall of like, so I drove down the court and then player X went over the corner, so
Yeah.
that meant I had to go, but like that for Southern dandies. Like McCarthy balling your wife.
Wanting your wife?
I do declare.
Yeah, you're declaring a lot right now.
Mr. McCarthy. You've
He's
got
so
the
limber.
smoothest hips in the South.
Why didn't the KFC guy buy Mike McCarthy for his wife?
Mr. McCarthy.
The Colonel.
You've got the 7 magical herbs and spices. I don't know where we go from here.
It's dumb. Mac's saying wrap up, but that's not how we work.
Yeah.
That's not, we don't end on that.
This thing has not fully been driven into the ditch yet. I do declare.
You want to recap, Mac? We have the Colonel, the KFC Colonel, outbidding for Mike McCarthy to go ahead and, how did you call it?
Ball.
His wife, in order to make sure that Cliff Kingsbury gets snubbed at this gala for the Real Housewives of Tennessee.
I believe we've got all the details there.
I do declare this is the end of the segment.
I do declare you to be right, sir. 216-474-0092. With Mike McDaniel out with the Browns, who should be in? Not Mike McCarthy.
Not Mike McCarthy. Not the Colonel's wife. Not the Colonel's wife.
I'm horny. More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with
7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder as they recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason, free agency, and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 21 minutes here, Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The news of the day, Mike McDaniel out of the running for the Browns head coaching job. We'll see about Grant Udinski or Jim Schwartz or any of these other very interesting candidates. Definitely not a weird collection of human beings to be in the same coaching search in any way. This is, I think it's a great search. Everyone loves this search. However, you asked a great question to Albert Breer, and it was about Kevin Stefanski and the path to Atlanta. I thought Albert had there were a couple parts of this that were really interesting.
For him, at least, I think it was about finding fit and like coming from Cleveland. I think the idea of going to a place where it'd be like a calmer environment and he'd be insulated a little bit and he could just coach football was important to him. You know, I think Atlanta will afford him the chance to do that. Like, I mean, to you guys' credit, right? Because I think Cleveland's one of the best football markets in America. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on the radio with you guys. Like, I mean, it's a better football market than any of the markets in the Northeast. I'll tell you that. Like, just based on the history of the game and the knowledge of the fans there and everything else. Like, I do think like that, like the intensity of being there, like after you go through that and what that was and what that meant for Kevin over the last few years, going to a place that might be a little bit calmed down, you know, and where every play isn't going to be dissected, you know, like it's the winning throw of the Super Bowl, you know, probably will be a little bit of a breath of fresh air for him as well.
That is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy that talked all the time about how he grew up on WIP and he knows about sports talk and also claimed to not take in any sports talk commentary, to then go to Atlanta because it's a transplant town where you're going to have home games more often than not where opposing fans outrank your fans. That is kind of paints all the things we talked about, Kevin, and the pressure of being a head coach and leadership and all that stuff. Does not necessarily change my opinion of maybe a little soft.
Yeah, but there are certain NFL cities where you can just kind of disappear, right? Like Jacksonville, very sleepy city that way. Tampa Bay, very sleepy city that way.
If it's in the South, you're okay.
Yeah, Atlanta, like that's a transplant city. They're not the most diehard of diehards. It's a better city than Jacksonville or Tampa Bay when it comes to like media coverage. But like there are definitely cities you can make egregious mistakes, and they're just going to they won't even ask questions about it in the postgame. Instead, like in Jacksonville's instance, you might get a congratulations on the season that
That's
you had.
true.
Like that's how this works in some markets. This isn't one of those markets. Like Albert's dead on in the idea that we dissect everything here. The fans care about it in a way that they just don't in other cities. And so, yeah, like he probably will have a nice reprieve being in Atlanta because there's not going to be the same scrutiny.
Hey, your fans are too smart for me to be the coach of would be another way to take that. It's just wild. Like Kevin's such an even keel guy. Like the idea that the noise or the pressure in Cleveland got to him, it's like, how the hell were you going to the Giants?
Oh, he would have got 8 alive.
I mean, I've made the comparison.
It wouldn't work.
I've made the comparison of Shermer before that I just think personality-wise they were the same guy. I distinctly remember talking to a friend of mine who their dad had been out in a bar in Lakewood after the Browns had lost, and their dad went up to him and was like, "Hey, coach, tough break." And Pat Shermer was like, "I'm so sorry." And you could tell he'd just gotten comments all day and was just a broken man.
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking, like, one, what a decent human being that was just so broken like that. But like two, I don't know, man. I've thought Kevin will have success elsewhere. I need to go to a tamer market so I can just focus on football. Oof.
It's bad, and Atlanta is one of these markets you can go to, and probably you can make mistakes in Atlanta. You can do it. You can hide if you want to.
As a coach, as a radio host,
any of them.
You just hide in broad daylight down there.
Yeah, there's just certain cities you can do that. You can't do that here.
Is it bad that now I think a little less of Kevin?
Well, I mean,
I really like the human being, but this is...
It's not as if he was skirting the Giants and being like, no, thank you, I'm not. Like, Harbaugh beat him out for the job.
Yes.
He was going to take the Giants job if Harbaugh never entered the equation. So, like, he was willing to step up to the plate. He was going to take the swing. I think I'm trying to figure out what job he would have taken if it wasn't, like, is this why he didn't take the Baltimore gig or at least stay in the running in the Baltimore gig? Because, like, if your final choices, he was down to the final 3 or whatever, if it was the Titans and the Falcons, those are both soft cities.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Tennessee's even more
Oh, my
soft.
gosh. You kidding me? During game day, they don't even know the game's going on.
I just think what's interesting about Kevin in Atlanta is beyond the media won't be mean to me or there won't be as much noise. I just think what kills me about it is why would you go to a team that has the same flaw that got you fired this time?
Yeah, okay, so I love this. Let's talk about this because obviously the same thing, you were thinking the same thing I was thinking. Like, hold on, so he didn't like the thought partnership. He didn't like the amount of, or at least we're assuming, didn't like the amount of chain of command of people that he had to respond to because he wasn't having any sort of control. So to combat that, he goes to a place that has an extremely involved owner, hired a president of football operations in Matt Ryan that oversees everything and reports directly to Arthur Blank. Then they're going to hire a new GM on top of it. You are, at best, fourth in command.
And
at best.
And you have a head coach, or so you have a quarterback that is going into his 3rd year in the NFL, and he hasn't proven anything yet. And the difference between Baker and Michael Penix has either not been any good or been able to stay on the field because of health.
Yeah, he's a very injured quarterback.
So, you're kind of hit twice with Michael Penix Jr., whereas at least Baker, it's just, well, you just got to kind of refine him into this. You've at least seen enough good things of Baker to have hope when you took the Cleveland job and year 3 for Baker. It's just weird. Like, again, I don't want to say Kevin can't succeed. I want him to succeed. Like, in a year's time, he should have more wins than the Browns should. Let's just be real honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what everyone in the NFL expects Kevin to go in there. That's an 8-win team. Get 2 more wins. You win the division. You'll be in the playoffs, right? That's what everyone expects. The Browns, I have not heard one person other than myself say I think the Browns are going to be competitive next year.
You are on an island right now.
So, and I like being on an island because it makes it even sweeter when I'm more right.
Well, we don't know the head coach yet. Other people will get on the island.
Great,
you say Udinski, and all of a sudden people are going to – you'll be getting those playoff bets.
I've talked about Grant Udinski for 2 weeks. That means he's a good head coach. Media members tomorrow on different stations. I just was trying to figure out how could I pull the punch on this one, and then there was no punch to pull.
That's all right.
But I've heard his name now for 2 weeks, so he's totally better than he was 2 weeks ago.
By the way, I don't think Stefanski's going to have an upgrade with wins, by the way. I don't. I don't know.
He's going to have 8 wins?
I don't think he's going to get to 8. I think 6, 7, somewhere around there.
6,
8,
7.
8, 9. I don't know. I mean, lay it out for me. He's got a lot of good skill position players, but I don't know what they're doing with Penix. We know he can't fix quarterbacks.
Yeah, but that's a great defense. That's a really good defense. I think that defense might even be better next year because you get a lot of guys.
You just
going
had a great defense here, though. Like if you don't have your quarterback and you don't have even a semblance of a quarterback, and I just don't believe he can fix Penix.
How low is this bar? I think Penix is better than anything you have in the room right now. Like I think Penix is a better quarterback than anybody that played last year for the Browns, going into year 2.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
But so I think if we've said have the 16th best offense in the NFL. With this defense, you probably would have been 9-8
no,
at
but
least.
I know, but we had an historically bad offense. So, like, if the bar is be better than what this quarterback room was, it didn't go well.
Well, but Penix can be better by virtue of.
But he can be better and still be the 25th best offense in the NFL.
I think Penix is better than you're giving him credit for. It wouldn't surprise if Michael had a good year.
It's a combo of, and by the way, there is talent with Penix, but it's a combo of the injuries and then what we've seen.
I also think Penix fits what Kevin wants to do.
I just don't think Kevin fixes anybody.
I think that's fair. I don't know that Penix needs to be fixed so much as he just needs to be healthy.
Well, if that's the case, if he really is, if he can just go out there and just throw and be good on that, then I'll tip my cap to him.
But like in the
but
situation,
that's what it's going to have to be.
Like here, it was you need an O-line, number 1 wide receiver, maybe a number 2 wide receiver, and the quarterback. There, it's literally just the quarterback.
Well, and you play in a much easier division in general, like you do.
Coming back to the other side, he's going to have more wins next year?
No, I don't. No, I'm not. They were the 19th scoring defense last year. Why does it feel like they were a better defense than that?
They were also saddled with a bad offense. I actually think that defense is going to be even better this year. Like the young edge, and ironically, they gave up the number 13th pick to do it, to get that first rounder. The second first rounder last year where they took the kid from Tennessee. I think Again, I think it's a good situation if you just get the quarterback right. The problem is we said the same thing in Cleveland, and 2 years in, they blew it up. About 2 more years of Michael Penix, and they might blow that up as well.
They might, and they're going to have to. Honestly, they might be doing what they're doing with Houston right now with C.J. Stroud. Is after year 3, they're trying to figure out: do we pay him, or do we just go into the 5th-year option and see what we got?
216-474-0092. Who will have more wins next year, the Browns or Kevin Stefanski?
Good day,
Sammy
Thank you for
from
having
North
us.
Royalton. Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing well. What you got for us?
First-time caller, long-time listener. I do want to start off by saying that my Uncle Ali calls you guys all the time.
Nice. We
And
appreciate that.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself, that this is a really, really touchy subject. Who's going to be the new head coach for the Cleveland Browns? And I think the vocal point should be focused on not Mike McDaniel. I think the vocal point should be focused on getting rid of Andrew Berry, the general manager, the guy who's going to be known for literally the worst signing in probably the NFL history in Deshaun Watson. With that being said, I think we need to go and put ourselves out there and try to recruit Bill Belichick. Put Bill Belichick on, get him involved, and have him pick a new general manager. And with that being said, I also am kind of happy that we got that Steve Bledsoe was out of the building. I'm kind of disappointed that he just left on his own and not getting rid of him. I think we need to go back to our roots. And with that being said, I think the roots are common sense. Common sense. Go back to what works. Get rid of Andrew Berry. Get us Bill Belichick, and have him just run the show completely.
Sammy?
That's what I think.
That's
would like. Yes.
That's a strong first call there, Sammy. You got a lot of opinions there. We like that. Sammy from North Royalton.
Yeah, neither one of us wanted to be like, no, Sammy.
Well, I mean,
stop talking now, please.
That's this part now. Andrew Berry's not getting fired because that time has passed. They're not going for Bill Belichick because nobody in the NFL right now would touch Bill Belichick with a 24-year-old girlfriend. What was the other one? There's one more thing there. I do like going back to just common sense. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That like chasing some sort of trend, which I think because I do think like when I hear Udinsky or Scheelhaus, they're chasing a trend and trying to get on the early crest of a wave. That I think the problem is that one of the biggest fail points in the NFL is you try and chase trends and you're trying to be like somebody else instead of just trying to be yourself. And I think that's I get big we want to be somebody else vibes, and it's like you can't. You're the Browns.
Well, Andrew's doing what he's never hired a head coach before, and so like in his mind, for as long as they've been doing this, and Stefanski I thought was this way as well. He just never updated his thoughts or his philosophy. As long as he's been doing this, I'm sure he thought to himself, if I get an opportunity to hire somebody, I'm going to hire a young offensive coach, and that's going to be the route that I go, and he's stuck to his guns on that. It seems like that's the route that they're going to go.
So with all the many things here, Mary Kay Cabot has updated it. Grant Udinsky's second interview with the Browns is Friday of this week. Jesse Minter is going to be on Thursday, so I guess the Browns just have a hold in their schedule tomorrow, maybe play a little pickleball, maybe try a new place to eat together. That's great. I mean, yeah, you have an open day.
Yeah, I mean,
do
Cleveland,
you even go into
anything.
the office, or do you just kind of like everybody play hooky and then we just act like Mike McDaniel never existed?
They got no reason to show up. Or maybe that's where the pickleball court is.
It's true.
How do you get this pickleball game going if you don't have,
Maybe that's where we find the new head coach. They just go out there. Who's got grit?
Like an open gym pickleball?
Who's got grit?
Yeah.
Right?
All of a sudden, Mike McCarthy's in the corner. Like, oh, guys, I didn't even know you'd be here.
Sorry, I just finished up with this guy's wife.
Just playing over here. He's got an open day now. A little hungry.
I can do to your team what I just did.
You guys have any of those galas?
I'm horny. I require one a month.
I like to be bid on.
To be your head coach.
I like to be bid on.
In case we missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Carter.
JP back on Afternoon Drive. Final segment of the day's show. Want to say big thanks to our guest today, Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports lead NFL draft analyst, and the Ruffino and Joe show covering college football at 320. Great stuff on the draft class. Fernando Mendoza, where he kind of fits here. Push back on some of the negativity surrounding Fernando Mendoza as a draft prospect. John Fanta. Too much college basketball, quite frankly, but the man did get into some hardcore takes with the Browns and then taunted us about Mike McDaniel being out of the running, which I thought was out of pocket, but very on brand for John Fanta. And then about 5:25, Albert Breer, strong stuff on Mike McDaniel withdrawing from the head coaching search for the Cleveland Browns, and some of the other stuff, including the dynamite stuff we played on McDermott earlier this hour. Great stuff with our guests there. We do have Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder coming up in 15 minutes' time to break down all the off-season shenanigans as they do on Tuesdays at 7 o'clock. But let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with this report out of Pittsburgh. Mark Cabali, he's been covering the Steelers forever. He says if the Steelers hire Mike McCarthy, they are, quote, running it back. And the running it back being the idea that it not only would be Mike McCarthy involved, it would be Aaron Rodgers involved as well. Then he put out his big board. According to him now, this is just a very plugged-in Steelers reporter. Chris Shula's the number 1. Mike McCarthy's number 2. Anthony Weaver's number 3. Nate Scheelhaus is number 4. Brian Flores is number 5. So Mike McCarthy's in a real play opportunity for the Steelers here.
So here's what's crazy about this. He's guaranteed to not be the coach for the next decade.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
Like, this is like a 5-year thing, and we've just never, not in 50 years, seen the Steelers make this kind of play.
I know. They'd be going away from what has been their norms for so many years and for so long.
And all for one more year of Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I don't know that it's all for one more year of Aaron Rodgers, but it definitely is a key component to this, I would imagine.
I'm a little confused by this one. I guess I think I have to land on I don't buy it. I really don't buy that the Steelers would think this short term because they just haven't thought this way since hiring Chuck Noll in 1969.
Also, isn't the point of Tomlin moving away from this whole thing the idea that he understands they have to tear this thing down?
Yeah.
They got to tear it down to the studs. They got to get rid of all these bloated defensive contracts they have, and they have to find a way to basically start anew.
But if you think about it, if you're Mike McCarthy, your best pitch to them is, this team's a lot better than Coach Tomlin got to. And I'm the guy that can get you over the top.
Well, and then you sell it, too, with this idea of something like, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers for one more year. Meanwhile, we draft Ty Simpson, and then we sit him on the bench for a year. I'll develop him, because Mike McCarthy can develop quarterbacks. I'll develop him, and in the meanwhile, then, we'll have a succession plan for after Aaron Rodgers is done.
Well, you're going to have a succession plan for Mike McCarthy, too.
Well, I mean,
it's going to have to be like a Scheelhaus or somebody like that where...
Oh, hey, maybe somebody like Grant Udisky will finally be ready 5 years from now.
There'll
always be guys.
After the Browns fire him in 2 years?
There'll always be guys. There's a million people that are like Chris Shula and Anthony Weaver that always pop up anyway.
Meanwhile, the ESPN crew, we've mentioned this a few times during the national title game, it infuriated parts of social media that they showed alleged adult star and Hurricanes fan Abella Danger on the screen multiple times.
Yeah?
Do you know who this was?
Did I know who it was?
Yeah, I'd never heard the name before.
You've mentioned her enough that, I knew who that is.
I've only heard a few young guys in the station mention.
The young people love her.
So it says
young people love her.
Adult star. So is it like on like One Step Above Stranger Things kind of
I think
TV
that's
shows?
like a Dancing with the Stars type thing.
So like Bridgerton, is that kind of the kind of stuff she's doing?
She's not British.
That's true. It's true. That
Real
is fair.
curveball. If anyone could help us out, I guess it would be nice to know.
Mac, do you know what she's known for?
No, honestly, I'm not really up to date when it comes to some of the streaming shows. So
Well,
I'm
nobody
not sure.
really believes that, Mac. Yeah, and we're pretty much all sure you know who Abella Danger is.
I saw she released a statement.
Yeah?
I didn't see what the statement was. I guess she was mad. Like TMZ I saw like the headline of it. I didn't click in. I'm trying to find it now, oddly enough.
You got to get the incognito browser, I've heard.
I need the accurate, God forbid I misquote Abella Danger in a
true.
TMZ article.
That's true. You might as well do a full search.
I think she was genuinely upset with some of the angles ESPN was giving her.
Well, I think in her line of work, angles, it really is all about the angles, right?
I guess according to the TMZ story, she was upset at ESPN for even showing her on the screen. She wanted nothing to do with this.
She's never seemed that shy, you know?
It says the current Miami student. I didn't know she was actually a current student there. She's a current student?
I would be surprised if she's truly matriculating.
I mean, Carson Beck hasn't gone to school in like 3 years.
Yeah.
He's not even a current
What do you
student
think
at
she's
Miami.
studying? Anatomy?
I hope business.
Biology? No?
Maybe something with money.
That's true.
She's made enough of it.
That's true.
I hope she'd have some like sense there to be like, all right, I can maybe find a way to make more of it.
I just love anyone that's like, a little bit of invasion of my privacy. Like, I'm a very private person.
She said, I wish I could be any other student supporting my team. Come on now.
Yeah.
She'd also be really angry inside if she did this whole game and they didn't show her once. I want to know what that ESPN production meeting was like. They were like, all right, so we focus in on Mendoza's family. Make sure we get Mendoza's family. It's a great story. It's awesome. But also, at some point in like the third quarter, you're just going to have to go to a Bella Danger, and we're just going to make this a thing, okay? More people on the internet will talk about this than the game as it happens. We just got to go down this road.
There was one gooner guy in the truck that was like, hey, guys, I think we should go to a Bella Danger here. It's like
he's just waiting for his moment. He's like, guys, this is the time.
Just every 5 minutes, he's like, is it danger time?
His job from the ESPN executives was just to remind everyone in the control room, if you haven't gone to a Bella Danger, you at some point need to go to a Bella Danger. I saw all sorts of media members being like, oh, people are really telling on themselves for who's interested in that smut and who isn't. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, growing up, didn't we talk about these type of things?
By the way,
didn't we all know these type of the stars of the day?
We got a little something coming in here as D. Orlando Ledbetter of Atlanta Media was putting out a piece there that said Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders closed out the season with 7 starts. And then Baker Mayfield has quote tweeted that saying, failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach.
Love it.
Oh, boy.
Love it.
By
Get
the
him,
way,
Baker. I love it.
This is so good for Baker Bros. For this show in specifics.
Well, Baker needs the chip on his shoulder.
Always
has, always will.
I don't think he needs it. It's always going to be there.
He's always going to create it, even if it isn't there.
But does this add a little bit more?
Well, so the reported stuff that we'd always known, or I guess maybe some of this hadn't been reported, but either way, what we kind of had gathered as this was all crumbling was that Baker wasn't taking phone calls from anybody. He wasn't taking phone calls from Haslam is where he first stopped taking phone calls, and then the assumption was that it continued with Stefanski. So maybe at that point, maybe he was just like, guys, like why Stefanski's gonna be like, why am I calling you? You didn't answer for the final month that I tried calling you. Why am I going to call you when we finally do get rid of you?
I think that's a little too pro Stefanski for my liking. Get him, Baker. Get that ass, Baker. Light him up. Kick the tires and light the fires.
I do. Now we have a great reason to watch some NFC South football that we didn't really have before.
I just became the biggest Buccaneers fan.
Baker versus Stefanski.
Oh, man. And by the way,
we face Stefanski next year.
I like that this has just set Baker off, and all that happened is somebody wrote a feature about Cleveland. Kevin didn't even comment on it. But now he's on fire. But I love
he said Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed. So that means Baker doesn't think this was a failure at all, and he shouldn't.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing us today. As always, like our videos, we like to be liked. Drop those corn emojis.
Suck it, Cornlito.
Yeah, everybody knows the truth there, Cornlito. And Mackenzie Flume, Flume Dog Millionaire on the old 2020s there. Got a lot of pronunciations of Todd Monken today. A lot of different ones.
How many were right?
One. I think one. I think we got one. I'm not throwing Mackenzie under the bus. Everyone has started saying it's Todd Monken. Everyone, Katie said it last week. Mackenzie said it. I've heard hosts on this station say Todd Monken. We're going to have to get this one right, guys. We cannot butcher the name Todd Monken for the next
we just don't
6
hire
years.
him, and then we don't have to worry about it
That's
anymore.
not happening. He's the new head coach. He's dead now. All right. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow on a hump day. Let's see who turns us down tomorrow, Cleveland.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.